Here's another story we're following for you. A Utah judge signed the execution warrant today for a man who murdered his former girlfriend's mother back in 1998. He received his death sentence on May 20th, 1999, and now 25 years later, he's sentenced to death by lethal injection. That's scheduled for this August. Honie is one of 5 inmates who've been sentenced to death here in Utah. Welcome back. We have breaking news this afternoon. The Utah Board of Pardons and Parole has granted death row inmate Taberon Honie a commutation hearing. Now, Honie was sentenced to death in 1999 for the murder of his ex-girlfriend's mother. Now the board is giving him one last chance to spend life in prison. That hearing will happen sometime in July. The last commutation hearing in Utah happened back in 2010 in the case of Ronnie Lee Gardner. He was later executed. Honie is scheduled for execution on August 8th.
Today, we're going to be watching the clemency request for Mr. Honie, a death row inmate in Utah scheduled for execution Tuesday, August 8th, 2024. Now, this case presents a complex set of issues that challenge our understanding of justice, mercy, and the power dynamics within our legal system. On one side, we have arguments for clemency. Supporters of this request believe that Mr. Honie's case deserves reconsideration, potentially due to factors such as remorse, rehabilitation, or mitigating circumstances that may not have been fully considered during his trial. On the other side, we have those who believe that the original sentence should stand. They argue that the decision was reached through due process and that the severity of the crime warrants the punishment as determined by the courts. One of the intriguing aspects of this case is the role of the Clemency Board. This body, which ranks lower than the judicial hierarchy, lower than the Supreme Court that upheld Mr. Honie's death sentence, this board, which was handpicked by the governor, is not an elected judiciary, can actually grant clemency, can overturn the Supreme Court's rulings. This raises question about the balance of powers within our justice system and the purpose of clemency in our legal framework. As we watch this case, I invite you to consider these competing viewpoints, examine the facts, and consider the broader implications of clemency decisions in our justice system. As a final note, this is the full unedited version. If you prefer to see a more condensed version, which is 2 hours long, I'll have a link to that in the description below. And with that, let's jump in.
Who's Jonathan? This is live, by the way.
We on the record? Thank you. Welcome, everyone. This is the time and place set for a hearing for Taberon Honie's commutation petition. My name is Scott Stevenson. I'm the chair of the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll have my colleagues state their appearances for the record, starting with Robert Yates.
Good morning, Robert Yates.
Good morning, Melissa Starba.
Good morning, my name is Blake Hills.
Good morning, I'm Greg Johnson.
Thank you. And if I could have counsel, please state your appearances for the record, starting with petitioners. Counsel.
Good morning, Therese Day for petitioner, Mr. Taberon Honie. With me are my co-counsel, Eric Zuckerman, Kelly Colshaw, our investigator, Sandra Zahirier, and Mr. Honie's family is here today to support him. In fact, let's see what they are here.
Thank you. State.
Daniel Boyer for the state. I have co-counsel here with me, Andrew Peterson, Aaron Riley, and we have with us our secretary, Melissa Fryer.
Thank you. We also note that Mr. Honie is present for this hearing. As a procedural background, I want to make a brief record of how we got to this point. Under Article 7, Section 12 of the Constitution, and pursuant to Utah Code annotated 77-27-5.5, the Board of Pardons has the authority to consider clemency relief to someone sentenced to death. The authority is limited to a consideration of commuting a death sentence to a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. No other clemency relief will be or shall be considered. On June 10th, 2024, the trial court signed a warrant of execution for Mr. Honie in case 9815-00662 and scheduled an execution date on August 8th, 2024. On June 14th, 2024, Mr. Honie, through his counsel, filed a timely petition for commutation with the Board of Pardons and Parole. On June 21st, 2024, the state filed a timely opposition memorandum to the board. The board carefully reviewed and considered the submitted materials pursuant to Utah Code annotated 77-27-5.5, which requires the board to schedule a hearing on the petition if it finds substantial issue was brought and raised by the petitioner. The board granted the request for a hearing on the petition on June 28th, 2024, and subsequently scheduled the hearing for this date and time. As a bit of a roadmap for this hearing, the board anticipates this hearing taking 2 full days. The board has issued an order outlining the schedule for hearing, and we have allocated time as requested by the parties. Today will be an evidentiary presentation by Mr. Honie's counsel. Tomorrow we will first hear from victim representatives, and then both sides will give closing arguments in the afternoon. This hearing is not an adversarial proceeding where evidence may be challenged or witnesses cross-examined. This is an opportunity for each side to be heard about why the board should or should not grant a commutation request. However, any board member may ask clarification and follow-up questions from each party. The board will determine whether evidence and testimony is admissible, and if either party begins discussing matters outside the scope of the opposition or the petition, then the board will probably correct you back on scope of what you submitted. Everyone who testifies will be sworn in. After the conclusion of the hearing, the board will adjourn for deliberation and issue a written order with its decision. The board will consider the information thoroughly with all due diligence and issue the decision as soon as practicable. Before we begin, there are a few housekeeping matters we want to address. First, we would like to remind members of the media that they may not use video or photographic images of victim representatives in this hearing room. If victim representatives consent to being interviewed in public spaces, they may do so, but the media may not record victim representatives in the hearing room. Also, the media is not to live stream the board's live stream link during the hearing. Next, given the logistical challenges with conducting this hearing, the board has published a hearing schedule that we will adhere to. I will give 5-minute warnings if you are approaching the end of your allotted time so that you can conclude. We anticipate taking breaks every 2 hours. We will try to time these breaks, natural breaks during the hearing as best as possible. The board may resume the hearing without you present if you do not return at the allotted time. That includes for counsel. If you do not return at the allotted time, we will proceed without you. Board members may stand at different points of the hearing to stretch out their legs, lower back. Please do not let that distract your testimony or what you are offering the board. Members in the audience, you may leave and re-enter the room during the hearing while the hearing is being conducted, but please make that to a minimum and try to time your breaks with our breaks. Please note, if you leave the secured perimeter, you're going to need to be rescreened to re-enter the secured area. We will have a lunch break at noon. The Department of Corrections has designated areas for the victim representatives and their families, as well as Mr. Honie's and my family and supporters. The building is just northeast of here in the Anderson building, and you'll be escorted by corrections staff to those areas. As goes for the council, corrections will also show you where you can get your lunch and where you can eat. For everyone who is speaking, either as counsel or witness, please make sure to speak into a microphone. We have a court reporter who is remotely transcribing the hearing, and we also want to ensure that we have a good audio recording of this hearing. Finally, we understand that this hearing involves highly emotional issues. We are sympathetic to the strong feelings everyone has about this hearing. However, to ensure fair, orderly, and a just process, we will not allow anyone to interrupt or disrupt the proceedings. If your behavior causes disruption in the hearing, you may be removed from the hearing, and you may be prohibited from returning to the hearing at the board's discretion. We thank you for your consideration and understanding. In regards to the institutional progress report, we are made aware that there was an inaccuracy on that report as it relates to Mr. Honie's security level. Mr. Honie is currently classified as a security 3 level. Is that correct, counsel? Let the record reflect this update, and the board will note this change. Parties, any questions before we turn to the petitioner's presentation?
I have one quick question. Are we to stand while we're questioning our witnesses or speaking with the board, or sit?
We need you to speak into the microphone,
sit.
so I know it's going to be logistically kind of awkward, especially with witnesses in the back.
Just making sure.
You can turn to them and maneuver that microphone so that we get a
Okay.
good record.
Thank you.
Good question. Thank you.
Okay.
Everyone ready to begin? Okay. Ms. Day, Ms. Zuckerman, Ms. Colshaw.
I wanted to give the board a quick roadmap, if I may, of today for the witness order, if you'd like.
Absolutely.
Okay. Our first witness today is going to be Professor Matthew Sakayastawa Gilbert, a professor of history at the University of Arizona and chair of American Indian Studies. He is also an enrolled member of the Hopi tribe. Professor Gilbert will provide testimony about the historical, cultural, and sociological context to Mr. Honie's life and experience on the Hopi reservation when he was a child and young adult. He'll be followed by Dr. Victoria Reynolds, a clinical psychologist who specializes in the assessment and treatment of the impact of traumatic life experiences, who will discuss the multiple traumatic experiences Mr. Honie experienced during his childhood and young adulthood, and their long-lasting effects throughout his life. We will then hear from Mr. Honie, his mother Teresita Honie, and his daughter Tressa Honie.
Thank you. You may call your first witness.
Our first witness is Professor Matthew Sakayastoa Gilbert.
Dr. Gilbert, if you could raise your right hand for me. Need to swear you in. You swear the testimony you're about to provide during this proceeding will be truthful and accurate? Thank you. You can lower your hand. Please state your name for the record.
Gilbert.
Thank you. For witness.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Gilbert.
Morning.
The parole board has your declaration and your CV, but could you briefly share your credentials with them?
Sure. So I am an enrolled member, as already stated, of the Hopi tribe from the village of Upper Mankoki, which is near Tuba City, Arizona, in the northeastern part of the state. I received my PhD in history, specifically Native U.S. history with an emphasis in Native American history from the University of California at Riverside. I studied under a well-known Wyandot scholar, Wyandot Indian scholar by the name of Cliff Trafser. I wrote a dissertation on the Hopi boarding school experience at Sherman Institute. Sherman Institute is an off-reservation Indian boarding school in Riverside, California. Shortly after I had graduated from graduate school at UC Riverside in 2006, I received a postdoctoral fellowship and then eventually a tenure track position at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, where I remained at the U of I for 13 years as an assistant, associate, and also full professor, where I served as a professor of history and also the director of the American Indian Studies program at the University of Illinois. I have had the privilege of publishing a number of articles and books on Hopi history, works that look at the history of Hopi education, especially the Hopi boarding school experience. My first book was titled Education Beyond the Mesas, Hopi Students at Sherman Institute from 1902 to 1929. That was published by the University of Nebraska Press. I also published a book on Hopi long distance runners. Hopi people are known for their ability to run long distances. There's also a cultural and historical component to us as distance runners. That book was titled Hopi Runners, Crossing the Terrain Between Indian and American, which the University of Kansas Press published in 2018. So to wrap this up, I spent 13 years at the University of Illinois, then transferred to the University of Arizona in 2019, where I currently serve as professor of history and also professor and head of the American Indian Studies at the University of Arizona.
We're going to talk about some events that took place well before Mr. Honie's birth. Dr. Reynolds, who will follow you, is going to talk about intergenerational, multi-generational trauma from a psychological perspective. From a historian's perspective, why are these events important that occurred years before Mr. Honie was born?
All of us come from backgrounds. All of us come from histories, our family histories. For us to get a better understanding of an individual or the circumstances surrounding an event or series of event, it's important for us to look to the past, to see how an individual, their culture, their history. As an historian, I see history as compounding one's experience in the present. That is, events or things that have taken place years before tend to have an effect on how we grow up, how we think, what our worldview is. So all these things that have taken place in the past have compounded and have in some ways shaped and formed who we are. To understand Hopi culture and Hopi history today in the present, it's important for us to look to the past because everything is connected. I'll talk a little bit likely later on about the Hopi boarding school experience, and I'm not going to go into that much right now specifically, but we look at the Hopi boarding school experience as a living history, a history that took place in the past, but it also has consequences, real life consequences for the present.
Did you meet Mr. Honey for your work on this case?
No, I did not meet Mr. Honey. I never communicated with Mr. Honey in any way. I also didn't have to do my work. As an historian, I focused much of my efforts on archival research, interviews that are available online of Hopi individuals, newspaper accounts. There was not a need, nor was there ever an opportunity to meet Mr. Honey.
Can you explain to the board who the Hopi people are and share some about the Hopi emergence and migration story?
Sure. So the Hopi people are an indigenous people group from northeastern Arizona. The longer name for the Hopi is Hopitu Shinumu, which means all people peaceful. Archaeological evidence puts the Hopi people on the three mesas. Hopi reservation consists of three mesas, first, second, and third mesa. Puts the Hopi people around 1200 AD, but Hopi have a much more complex and longer story of their existence out on Hopi mesas. Part of the work that I do and that I value greatly is the work of oral history among American Indian communities. In the Western world, the scholars often emphasize and give privilege to archival research and archival evidence, that which is printed and put down in the printed work. But when you are dealing with American Indian communities, you're dealing with Native communities that are deeply rooted in oral history, the oral storytelling. And this is perhaps one of the reasons why I enjoy doing the work of an historian so much, is because I'm able to do this historical type work and retelling of these stories. So when you look at Hopi emergence or the Hopi creation, and it's not just the Hopi, I think it's important for people to understand that all Native and Indigenous communities, whether here in North America or beyond, have these very intricate stories of how they came to be, how they emerged, how they exist in this world. And the Hopi is no different. So when we think of the Hopi, the Hopi believe, as far as oral history goes, that long ago, that the Hopi had existed in a underworld, in a series of three underworlds. And there was a time in the past when the people were quite discontent, quite unhappy at their existence. And so they decided to emerge from that world into what is known as the fourth world, or the fourth way of life. This is the life and the world that both you and I are familiar with today. These individuals were given instruction as they emerged from this fourth world or fourth way of life to go out and to migrate, to divide themselves into small groups that we would later know as clans, and to migrate in the four cardinal directions, where they would learn, where they would experience life in different parts of the fourth way of life, where they would encounter various different animals and insects, and also indigenous people. When these groups finally made their way back to northeastern Arizona, and the Hopi believed that they had emerged from the area where the Little Colorado River meets with the Colorado River. When they finally emerged or returned back, migrated back, these individuals, these clan members, brought with them stories and ways of life. They brought with them an education. They also took upon themselves various different names. So, for example, in Hopi culture, we have what is referred to as the Parrot clan. We know that parrots are not indigenous to northeastern Arizona, but they are down in Central America and in central Mexico. And so we have even evidence in that regard of these clans migrating in these four cardinal directions, some going as far as the Pacific Ocean or deep into modern day Mexico, where they took upon themselves these identities and clan names and eventually migrated back. And it is these clans, these small groups of people that would ultimately form the foundation of Hopi society, both then and now. And so this is how we as Hopi people understand our existence. Each one of our clans has their own story. And I should also note, and I want to be careful about this, that I speak as a Hopi individual, but I am one of many Hopi voices. And I try to make that clear both in my spoken word, but also the work that I write and I also publish. I am one of many Hopi voices, and I certainly don't speak authoritatively on behalf of all Hopi people.
Can you talk about when the Hopi people first encountered European colonizers?
So the first time that the Hopi had experienced Western people of any kind was in 1540. And prior to this, you have to imagine the people, they're living on their three mesas, both on top but also below as farmers, as hunters. They certainly had conflicts with other tribes, including the Navajos and the Zunis, but they had never witnessed, nor had they ever encountered Western individuals, non-indigenous people, until 1540. What happened prior to 1540, I think, is important. We know that the Spaniards had, in the early 1500s, had begun to make their way up through the South, through present day Mexico, into the American Southwest. Coronado was one of these leaders, one of these individuals who had done some exploring among the Pueblo Indians in New Mexico, including the Zuni. Uh, they were seeking gold. They were seeking riches. They were seeking what is referred to as the seven cities of gold. There was one report I remember reading in Harry C. James's book, Pages from Hopi History, where a Spanish explorer, a Spanish leader told one of the Aztec leaders that the Spaniards have a disease in the heart that only gold can remedy, that only gold can heal. And so there is this great, I think, in the early 1500s, desire among Spaniards specifically to go out and to seek gold. They had hoped that they would find large amounts of gold, as they did among the Aztec communities. But what they found was something other than gold. When they reached the Pueblos in the early 1500s, they found these rock homes, rock and mud homes. They came across these individuals that were deeply connected to their religious and their spiritual cultures, and they had remained within the Pueblos for some time. But at some point, the Pueblos Indians wanted to get rid of the Spaniards. And so they told them that there were riches further west. And in 1540, in the summer of 1540, Don Pedro de Tovar, who was a Spanish explorer at that time, had taken a group of 17 individuals, including a priest and a few Zuni guides, and they came across the Hopi country. They entered the Hopi country from the east on Antelope Mesa. And the oral history, but also the archival works, the Spaniards wrote extensively about this in their work, that when the Hopi had first seen these individuals down below the mesa. It was something that they had never seen before. They were animals that the Hopi had never witnessed before, and we were specifically talking about horses. Um, the the Spaniards came in addition with horses. They also came with weapons that Hopi individuals had never seen before, including swords and knives. And at first, the Hopi responded with great concern. There was an alarm that went out throughout the villages, out of Hopi mesas, warning people. Village leaders called on their warriors to come down and to uh, take up their own individual arms and confront the Spaniards. And so there was a very tense moment. Uh, Don Pedro de Tovar had conveyed to the Hopi through the interpreter, the Zuni interpreter, that they had come on peaceful terms. But the Hopi were doubtful of this. I think the Hopi were also confused about the situation in some degree. And what ended up resulting was that there was a commotion that took place between the two groups, and the Hopi had some that were injured. Hopi oral history even recalls that there were some that were killed, and the Hopi had experienced something, as I mentioned before, that they had not experienced before, because the Spaniards, they didn't fight like the Navajos. They didn't fight like the Zunis. This was a new colonizing power. This was a new power that the Hopi had experienced. And so the Hopi made, and I'll wrap this up with this comment. The Hopi made a decision early on, and this is going to be a decision that you're going to see throughout Hopi history. They decided that for the time being, that they were going to take a nonviolent approach to the situation. That is, they calculated, they used, as some native scholars say, Indian intelligence, right? Indian intelligence at work. They used their minds and they calculated the risk, and they thought, at least for the time being, that they were going to approach this in a nonviolent situation. And so they ultimately brought gifts to the Spaniards. They allowed the Spaniards to enter their villages, and uh, they allowed to trade with the Spaniards. But this was a pivotal moment, I think, in Hopi history that would set in motion a trajectory of colonization that ultimately would have a complex, but in many ways a very um, destructive force and hold on Hopi culture.
Dr. Gilbert, Mr. Honie is Hopi Tewa. Could you explain to the board about the Tewa people and how they came to be a part of the Hopi community?
Yeah. So the Tewa are among the Hopi community, mostly on the first mesa. And the Hopi, the history that goes, and this is both in archival evidence, but then also Hopi oral history. And then that history goes back to the 1600s, um, with the Spaniards in New Mexico. So at a certain point, the Hopi were successful in keeping the Spaniards out of their communities. Again, I wanted to emphasize that the Spaniards were looking for gold, and they realized that the Hopi didn't have gold. And once they realized that, they were going to continue on. That doesn't mean that the Spaniards never came back or that they didn't have an influence on Hopi culture. They certainly did. But by the time you get to the 1600s, the situation and the tensions between the Spaniards and the Pueblos in New Mexico was at a high. The reports about cruel treatment of the Spanish priests and the Catholic missionaries among the indigenous people of New Mexico, forcing native people, the Pueblos, to convert into Catholicism, and that if they didn't convert into Catholicism, they were going to be punished in various ways, or to have their land taken away from them, or their possessions taken away from them. And so the atmosphere of New Mexico in the 1600s, mid to later part of the 1600s, was intense. And at a certain point, the Pueblos had enough of these colonizers encroaching upon their communities and 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 forcing their will upon the people. And so in 1680, among the Tewa, a leader by the name of Pope, there was a concerted effort, and it was a well-organized effort among the Tewa and in the Pueblos of New Mexico to collectively come together and to figure out a plan by which they could rid their communities of the Spaniards. And so they came up with this plan where they rid the community. They fought against, they destroyed and burned down churches. They forced priests out of their communities. And the Spaniards responded with a vengeance, and arrested and took and killed many Pueblo Indians at this time. And there were a lot of native people, the Pueblos in New Mexico, who were concerned and who were afraid of their own safety, but that also wanted to live somewhere where it was much more peaceful. And among these individuals, at least some of them, were the Tewas, who were indigenous people group on and around the Rio Grande River in New Mexico. And there was a group of Tewas who had taken this opportunity to migrate, to move their families, their homes, some of their possessions, and to enter into Hopi country on the eastern side of Hopi country on First Mesa, to establish their own communities. And Hopi oral history recalls that when the Tewas came and asked for permission to live there, the Hopi thought about this and thought about it for some time, but then also agreed and told the Tewa that you could live there, you could live here and have your homes here and raise your families here if you contribute something useful to Hopi society. And that really goes back to Hopi clan understandings and the use and the roles of clan in Hopi society. So for example, the Sun Forehead clan out of Hopi are known as protectors, right? And so the Tewas had to agree to this, and they did. And so from 1680 to the present, the Tewa people, who have their origins east in present day New Mexico, have been part of Hopi community. And even today, you can see and hear people when they talk about Hopi, they often say Tewa as well, that we are Hope, that people are Hopi, and also Tewa.
Dr. Gilbert, could you explain to the board your understanding of white paternalism and how it is applied to the long history of colonialism and the Hopi people?
Yeah, so I've been doing research on the Hopi for a number of years now, and not just Hopi, Native American history in general. There is a well-known picture. It's a drawing of Andrew Jackson in the 1830s, I believe it is. And Andrew Jackson, being the president of the United States, is sitting on a very large chair. It looks like a throne if you were to look at it closely. And on his throne, as he's sitting on his chair, he has these small, very small images, illustrations of these Native American leaders. They look like little babies that are sitting on his lap. And I've always found that to be an interesting picture because I think it's very telling. Um, Prior to 1924, I believe it is, 1923, 1924, as part of the Indian Citizenship Act, where American Indians finally became American citizens and had the rights and privileges thereof. The federal government had looked upon American Indians as being wards of the United States government. For years, American Indian people were overseen in the Department of War. That's got to be that signals something on how the federal government viewed Native Americans. They were wards of the federal government without rights and privileges thereof. And so, as depicted in this Andrew Jackson picture and photograph, but then also what we see throughout Hopi history and throughout Native American history in general, is this idea that white individuals, specifically men, throughout history, have looked upon American Indian people as their wards, as their children. That is, an individual like Andrew Jackson, he knows what's best for these Indian chiefs. He knows what's best. And therefore, he's going to create policies. He's going to remove them from their ancestral lands. Remember, it was the great Cherokee removal took place under his leadership of Andrew Jackson. And so you have this idea of paternalism. And I think I think white paternalism can be understood in various different ways. On one, as I already mentioned, was this idea as an outsider coming in that an individual knows what's best for you. Why? Well, I think there are different reasons why. One is because of their own ethnic and racial status as white individuals, and what that means and represented in society, in American society at that time. Another reason is that these individuals had an education, a Western education, that a number of Native American people didn't have. Remember, when the Spaniards came into Hopi country into the 1500s, they viewed the people as being quite backwards and uncivilized. Why? Because their communities didn't reflect Western civilization. Even though they had a system of education, even though they had a system of government, and a religious order and system within their communities, it didn't look like what these Spaniards had experienced in Europe and other parts of the world, and therefore the Spaniards and other colonizers did not accept it as a legitimate form of education or governance or religion, et cetera, et cetera. So there's this idea of we know what's best for you. But then also white paternalism throughout history, and specifically throughout Hopi history, uh, e- exemplified itself by white individuals, again, mostly male individuals, who used force upon indigenous communities to cause the people to comply with their wishes. And sometimes this meant withholding food rations from indigenous people. Sometimes this meant threatening Hopi and other native people, uh, threatening them with prison or jail sentences if they do not comply. I'll probably talk about this a little bit later. The United States government in the early 1900s would threaten Hopi leaders and tell them that if they didn't go to off-reservation Indian boarding schools, that they would be sent to prison, they would be sent to jail. So again, this is you would have these individuals these white individuals who again thought that what they were doing was in the best interest of American Indian people. And then a third component of white paternalism, as I've seen throughout my study and research on Hopi history, is that, and I'll end with this, is that the white individuals um, would do what they needed to do, coerce, force, manipulate um, upon the Hopi people so that they could solve the so-called Indian problem. And again, this is not a problem just with the Hopi. This is a problem that white individuals, government officials had with all indigenous people in North America at this time. That is, there was a problem. And the problem was that American Indians, when European colonizers came on this land, held vast, vast amounts of land. And that was a problem because colonizers wanted that land. But there was another problem. Native people were living on that land and they were willing to defend it and they were willing to die for that land. And so the government used various different means, went to war with Native people, withheld support and food rationing from Native people, depleted the buffalo on the Great Plains. So you see this pattern taking place, and there was an attempt by the federal government and white individuals to solve the Indian problem. And as we'll see, and as I'll talk about later, one of the ways in which they solved this problem was, or attempted to solve this problem, was to force American Indian, thousands and thousands of American Indians to off-reservation Indian boarding schools.
Let's actually talk about that, Dr. Gilbert. Is it your understanding that Mr. Honie's family, including his parents, attended boarding schools?
Yes, so it's quite common. Uh, and I don't know if I've ever met any Hopi family who doesn't have the boarding school history as part of their own family history. We all do. All of us have had mothers and fathers, grandparents, great grandparents, uncles, aunts, etc., who have attended off reservation Indian boarding schools. It's part of our history. And so, yes, it's my understanding that Mr. Honie's mother attended St. Michael's Indian School, which is a Catholic school in St. Michael's, Arizona. I believe Mr. Honie's father attended the Phoenix Indian School, probably in the, I don't know if this for sure, but my guess is probably in the 1950s. And I should also mention that my grandfather, Lloyd Guatzi, also attended the Phoenix Indian School in the 1950s. And then I believe that from what I know, Mr. Honie's uncle, Sherwin, had also attended Sherman Institute in Riverside, California. And so this is one thing I think it's important to know is that we are all, as far as Hopi are concerned, we are all connected to the boarding school history, the boarding school system, and this history of colonialism in very, very real ways.
Attempts to, sorry, I turned it off. The attempts to educate the Hopi people began well before the boarding schools, though, correct?
The attempts to educate Hopi, yes. Well, the United States government did not create the first federal off-reservation Indian boarding school until 1879, and that was the Carlisle Indian Industrial School in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. The Hopi had attended there at Carlisle in the early 1900s, but that was the first federal off-reservation Indian boarding school. In addition to federal off-reservation Indian boarding schools, there were various different government-run day schools on Indian reservations, including the Hopi Reservation. And so in addition to the day schools, there were also religious schools, schools or small schools that missionary organizations ran. And so you can see it's not as though it's not as though the Hopi did not receive or face Western education until the late 1800s. They had been receiving or being exposed to Western ideals and values and ways. Often, many of those ways and ideals and values conflicted with Hopi culture, which create all kinds of tension among Hopi community. But that was taking place in the 1800s, that was placed in the 1700s and the 1600s. From the beginning, when the Spaniards first arrived in Hopi country in 1540, and I should also mention too that there were Mormons who came. Mormon missionaries arrived in Hopi land in the mid 1800s. Jacob Hamlin, he was a missionary, a Mormon missionary, had come to the Hopi Mesas and instructed the Hopi youth in the Deseret alphabet, which was an alphabet that they had created to teach their converts the English language, right? To ultimately, so that these converts would learn how to read the Bible and ultimately learn how to read the Book of Mormon. But the Mormon missionaries conducted themselves much differently than the Spaniards. And we have these accounts out at Hopi. I remember reading once by a Hopi woman by the name of Helen Sekakwaktiwa from Third Mesa. And she talked about the Mormon missionaries and that the Mormon missionaries conducted themselves much differently than the Spaniards. The Mormon missionaries were kind to the Hopi. They treated them like human beings. They were gracious to the Hopi, and so I think that's reflected in many ways today because you have not a huge or growing Catholic presence out at Hopi, but you have a growing and very real Mormon presence at Hopi. And in fact, a number of Hopi individuals are Mormons. They hold to the Mormon faith. And I think that that's reflective of early missionary attempts from the Mormons, who, yes, they themselves are outsiders coming in, and even forms of paternalism within them, but they treated the Hopi differently, and I think that that's important to know.
Switching back to the U.S., the government off-reservation boarding schools, can you talk about why they were created?
So I think it's important for those of us here to know and to understand that the Hopi people have always been supportive of education. They've always been supportive of education and the value of learning long before European contact, long before the Spaniards or other Europeans set one foot on Hopi land. There was within the Hopi community a very real and very important emphasis of educating uncles, educating their nephews and aunties, their nieces in the role of grandparents and learning the ways of the ancient ones. Um, as there's one way of putting it, learning about the ceremonial cycles of Hopi society, about the Kachinas, these spirit beings who are important to the Hopi people, learning about agricultural practices. We live out at Hopi. We are among the dry farmers of the world. We receive very little rain. It's a dry and arid environment there, and yet children from a very young age are taught about the importance of prayers and the spiritual connections that we have to the corn and to the melons and to the beans that we are producing. I always remember, I can't remember exactly when I first heard this, uh, but it kind of shows this connection in a form of education within Hopi society, that when young children, and this would have been years and years ago, about how to teach young children and lessons to young children, that Hopi children were told that 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 they needed to get up before the sun arises. These children were told to get up before Dawa Itana, or Sun our Father, arises, because Dawa Itana has many things to accomplish throughout the day, and he need not waste his time and his energy on getting you out of bed in the morning. You can imagine as a young child hearing that, which is a form of education, that that does something to you, and it places you within a larger cultural and also spiritual context, and it connects you to the natural world around you, and it connects you to a place. There's a well-known scholar by the name of Vine Deloria Jr. He's a known scholar. He spent some time at the University of Colorado and also at the University of Arizona. And there's one thing that I remember him, and he would say this often. He's now passed away. he would say that American Indian people are a people of time and a people of place, a people of time and a people of place. And I think that that story of Dawa Itana puts Hopi people in a specific place and a specific time early in the morning. Reminded me of an interview I once did with an individual by the name of Marsa Balanqua. Marsa had attended Sherman Institute in the early 1920s. She's from the village of Bakavi on Third Mesa. And Marsa would once had asked her mother, "When was I born? When was I born?" And instead of giving Marsa a year, oh, you were born in 1902 or 1903, which is a very Western way of looking at time, her mother said to her, "You were born when the peaches were out. You were born when the peaches were ready." And that connected Marsa to a specific time and it's a specific place. And so, yes, to go back to your question, there's a deep, deep understanding and rich understanding of education within the Hopi community. And when we think of that, when when the federal government began to forcefully send Hopi kids to off-reservation boarding schools, they left all of that. They left all of that. And there were some serious consequences as a result of that.
That was my next question. Could you talk about some of the negative consequences for the Hopi children who were taken away from their families to attend these off-reservation boarding schools?
You can imagine as a young child being taken away from your family and a community and the impact that that has on an individual. I have 4 children of my own. The thought and the idea that I would ever send any of them away, especially when they were young, I can't even imagine that. Children back then and also now are among the most vulnerable individuals in our society, certainly among the most vulnerable individuals within indigenous communities. And so the federal government, when they were thinking of off-reservation Indian boarding schools and the construction of the off-reservation Indian boarding schools, federal officials, government officials were quite frustrated about what was taking place upon Indian communities, both at Hopi and elsewhere. They were quite frustrated. Why? Because these kids, they would go to these day schools for 5, 6, 7 hours a day. And then after their school day, they would go right back to their communities. And when they went back to their communities, they were met with their parents, their grandparents, their aunties and uncles. These children would tell them about what they had learned, and they would tell them, "Oh, my teacher said that our stories, our migration stories, that our customs and our ceremonies, that they're all nonsense, and that we need to learn about the white man's way of how we came to be. We need to focus on this kinds and forms of science, and we need to become good Christians. And our teachers are telling us that we believe in a pagan religion, and that our Kachina spirits are of the devil. This is what they're teaching them." And then those parents would tell them, "No, this is not true. This is not right." And so they would re-emphasize their cultural and their spiritual understandings of who they are, where they've been, the ceremonial cycles of the Hopi. And so you can imagine that as a school teacher and government officials, including Indian agents who were not native, but they were referred to as Indian agents living on Indian reservations at that time, that this was quite frustrating for them. And so they had to create a way to remove Native American children and youth and young adults away from the influences, what they believed to be the negative societal and cultural influences of their people. Again, remember, government officials looked at American Indian culture as being quite backwards, and a hindrance to civilization. So they came up with these ideas of removing. And this didn't go about without any resistance among the Hopi or other indigenous people. The Hopi resisted it. I mentioned earlier that the Hopi valued education, but they valued Hopi education, their understanding of education. And what was taking place in the early 1900s and late 1800s was the imposition of an American education upon their culture. This is what they had a problem with. This is the problem. And so these young kids, oftentimes parents were not even given choices about whether or not to send their children to school. So these kids at a very young age, some as young as 8 or 9 years old. In fact, you look at some of the photographs in the Carlisle Indian Industrial School in the late 1800s, you see children in these photographs as young as 4 years old and 5 years old being removed from their families and forced to go to these off-reservation boarding schools. This was something quite damaging to Hopi culture because it removed the children from the community. And as Acoma scholar, poet, once referred to in one of his books, that children were integral to the wholeness and the integrity of indigenous communities. And when these children were removed, there were various different consequences that took place. One of the consequences that took place was the loss of language. A lot of Hopi kids who went to boarding schools, especially early on, and who had stayed and remained at off-reservation boarding schools for a number of years. The federal government sometimes would have 2-3 year terms for these students. Some students, such as Marcia Belenqua, who I'd already mentioned before, stayed at school, specifically Sherman Institute, for 14 years without ever coming home. And I interviewed her and I talked with her about that experience. And she said that when she returned back to Hopi, having spent 14 years at Sherman, that she didn't know how to speak Hopi anymore. The language, there was a language loss. She eventually regained her knowledge of the Hopi language because she was back within her community. But for 14 years, she went and her language was being hindered because school officials required them to speak English and punished them if they spoke their indigenous languages. Another consequence of the off-reservation Indian boarding school experience, I think, is reflected in a quote that Ivan Sidney once said. And there's a film that I helped produce called Beyond the Mesas that's available online. And when I interviewed him about his time at the Phoenix Indian School, Ivan Sidney was a former chairman of the Hopi tribe. And when he was reflecting on the Indian boarding school experience, specifically his at PI, at Phoenix Indian School, and he said that the boarding schools did not teach him parenting. They didn't teach him parenting. They didn't teach him how to become, certainly how to be a good parent. Why? Because they were removed from their parents. They no longer had the examples of their parents. They no longer had the opportunities to learn from their parents or their uncles or their aunties or other village members. Instead, they had been removed from these off-reservation boarding schools, and the school matrons, the school superintendent, the school teachers, they served in a quote unquote parent type role, but they never could replace their parents back home. And so what you have is you had these youth, many of them who had spent years at off-reservation boarding schools, who not only lost their language, who not only lost part of their identity of who they were as Hopi individuals, because now you're part of a collective group, a school where there are a lot of Native people, but they also lost some very real family skills, parenting skills, as a result of being away that they would have had they remained on the reservation. And then finally, to wrap up the question, they missed out on. I think one of the other consequences is that the Hopi youth, when they were going to off-reservation boarding schools, missed out on the ceremonial cycles of the yearly ceremonial cycles of Hopi culture and history. I remember interviewing a woman by the name of Lois Bahuyama, and she's from Kokotsmovie. And one of the things that she mentioned was that, you know, when she went to school, when she went to off-reservation boarding school, she didn't know how to do it. A lot of the things that she would have normally learned back home. She didn't learn how to make certain Hopi dishes, such as biki, which is a very, very thin bread type material made out of corn. She didn't know anything about Hopi weddings, about how to help with that. Uh, so she's like, and she mentioned to me, because of that, she now as an older adult, she's trying to learn all that she missed out on at boarding school. And not only is she learning it, but she's also trying to teach her daughter. So there is also, and I can talk about this later, this intergenerational effect and consequence of being forcefully removed from your home.
For the educational programs at the boarding schools, was the goal to create what I think of as a boarding school today, like doctors, lawyers, the elite privileged working class? What was the goal of the educational system at the off-reservation boarding schools?
Yeah, so the off-reservation, the government officials had created off-reservation Indian boarding schools for various different reasons. One was to remove, as I mentioned, Indian children from what they perceived to be the negative influences of their own communities, right? Negative influences from their indigenous communities. There was also an attempt by the United States government to use these schools so that they would eventually help usher in or create Indian citizens out of these youth. But off-reservation Indian boarding schools were created in various different ways or for various different purposes, including the attempt to assimilate American Indians into Western society. But there are many steps involved with that, including the indoctrination of education, religious ways and values, the eradication of indigenous cultures and languages. And then the other thing I think it's important for us to remember is that the federal government had created off-reservation Indian boarding schools to train Indian youth in industrial trades, so that these youth would eventually graduate from the off-reservation boarding schools and to meet the labor needs of those labor needs in both cities such as Albuquerque and Phoenix, Los Angeles, et cetera, but then also some of the labor needs on Indian reservations. So there was an industrial component to this. These schools taught the youth both academics, which primarily took place in the morning of an individual's school day, but then also industrial trades. For the boys, those industrial trades were plumbing, electrical work, agricultural work, blacksmithing, leather work, et cetera, et cetera. For women, they took on more domestic type trades such as cooking and cleaning and sewing and trades that would, at that time in the early 1900s and later, would help develop or help to create good Indian wives and mothers, both on and off the reservation. So there were both academics, but there were also industrial trades and that took place within the training. But then also, and I won't speak too much about this, there were other opportunities that Native students had in addition to working on industrial trades and also the academics. And then these opportunities involved sports, musical opportunities, art, and a lot of Native people use their art to excel in various different classes. And so it's broad, but I think if I could just wrap it up, there was an attempt to assimilate American Indians, to restructure the minds of Indians, not to create the next Indian lawyers, not to create the next Indian medical doctors or scholars or university professors or judges. That wasn't the goal of these boarding schools. It was to create an Indian working class, that would meet the labor needs of the surrounding communities. And one of the ways in which they did that and emphasized that off-reservation Indian boarding schools is that the federal government had created was referred to as the outing program. And this was done in the early 1900s, even at Carlisle, and perhaps even a little bit before, where the school officials would hire out Native students to work in various different trades and occupations and jobs in the communities that surrounded the school. For some, the youth would work in agricultural, such as the orange groves out in Southern California. The girls would be hired up by white families in Riverside or Phoenix or Albuquerque to take care of their children and to cook for them. It was a form, I believe, it was a not all, not in all circumstances, but I believe it was a form of slave labor. The students would earn some money, but they would only be able to keep a small percentage of that money. The rest of the money that they would earn from their outing programs would go back to the school.
We can't hope to do justice to the complex history of the Hopi people today. So I want to jump forward a little bit and talk about what the reservation at Hopi would be like when Mr. Honie was growing up there in the 70s and the 80s, and also addressing sort of opportunities that might have been available to him.
Yeah, the situation I think out at Hopi in the 1970s and 1980s was a difficult situation. It was a hard situation. We're talking about 80 plus years of youth and young people being removed, and some voluntarily going, of course. And I want to make that clear. It wasn't all forced removal to off-reservation boarding schools and the consequences of the boarding schools within Hopi society. These students would come back. Many of them would come back and work in places such as Phoenix or Albuquerque. Some would come back from their off-reservation boarding schools and work within the communities. I think one of the things that you see quite a bit, both in my research on this topic of the 1970s and 1980s, is that there really was a lack of opportunities for people, specifically a lack of opportunities on the reservation for young people. You got to remember that Hopi is a bit of a secluded community in northeastern Arizona that's surrounded by the much larger Navajo Nation. There are towns nearby, such as Page and Flagstaff and Gallup, Holbrook, et cetera. But a number of Hopis, after they returned from off-reservation Indian boarding school, stayed home. And I think that also is reflected of Hopi people. We tend to stay close to home for various different reasons, to stay close to family, to participate, to help out. We belong at home. But life in the 1970s and 1980s for Hopi was difficult. As I mentioned, a lack of opportunity. We start to see an increase. And as I was conducting research, I was looking at various different historical newspapers and various different databases. And I just was struck by the number of different reports coming in, being reported on by papers such as the Arizona Daily Sun and others, about the rise and the increase of violence and also alcohol abuse and drug abuse out on the reservation at this time. And I was struck by that this abuse wasn't just involving Hopi adults, but it was involving children as young as 8, 9, 10 years old, who are drinking and doing drugs. And so there was a lot of that taking place. Domestic violence was increasing during this time in the 1970s, in the 1980s. And I think, part of the reason why is because by the time you get to the 1970s and 80s, you see a fractured community, a fractured Hopi community, a weakened Hopi community after years and years of the Hopi boarding school experience, and even more because of the years and years of colonialism within Native communities. And again, this is not just taking place at Hopi. This is taking place among reservations all over North America at this time. We're specifically looking at Hopi, but it's taking place all over the continent.
We've talked a little bit about children's use of the substance abuse increasing in children. But what about adults? What kinds of struggles did they face on the reservation?
Well, certainly they face similar circumstances. I remember reading an account of a Hopi woman on the reservation who was struggling with alcohol in the 1990s, 1980s or early 1990s, and this was a difficult thing for her to experience. There is a very real sense of this idea of shame within within the Hopi community. And so if you are a Hopi individual and you are struggling with drugs and you are struggling with 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 alcohol or any kind of substance, there is a real reluctance as you as a Hopi individual to one even talk or admit that, but certainly to talk to your family or others or to seek help over those issues. Again, I think it's important to remember that very similar to the Pueblos in New Mexico, the Hopi, this is a very tight knit community. So for at the village of Mankopi, we know who is and who are not members of that village. Gossip spreads, the word spreads. We're all connected in various different ways, familial connections, clan connections. And so I think it has been very difficult for Hopi people and Native people in general to seek the help that they need. And there's this one account, as I started mentioning, of this Hopi woman who was struggling with alcohol in the 1990s. And she had received so much grief from other members of the Hopi community, including her own family, that she felt that the only way to recover, the only way to treat her alcoholism was to take her young children, to take herself, and to move off the reservation to go to Phoenix so that she could get the help that she needed. But certainly, and these adults, they're facing the same kinds of consequences as the young children. Some of these children also have parents who are alcoholics, who are also doing drugs or abusing drugs. And again, it goes back to there's just not a lot of opportunity for the youth, but also not a lot of opportunity back then for Hopi adults to seek the help that they desperately needed.
The Office of Hopi Office of Youth Affairs was created in 1997, so that wouldn't have been available to Mr. Honie, but can you talk about why it was created and sort of the Hopi's attempts to address some of the crisis that they saw in their youth?
Yeah, so that's important because the Hopi tribe really didn't start taking Hopi youth centers seriously until the 1990s. So when you're thinking about the 1970s and the 1980s, there wasn't an emphasis on that. There wasn't an emphasis within specifically among the governing structure of the Hopi tribe to provide youth with these centers. And we know that when youth, and especially, we're talking about young individuals with all their energy and all their ambition, that if they don't have outlets, positive outlets, such as a youth center or somewhere, and they could also be a church organization type youth group, that they're going to be much more prone to get involved in behavior that's not only not beneficial for them, but also not beneficial or healthy for the Hopi community. And the parents and other members of the Hopi community in the 1980s, it really came to a head in the 1980s, where parents are starting to see their kids involved with drugs and gangs and alcohol and other things. And they really were pushing to that. But it wasn't until the 1990s. It wasn't until the 1990s that the Hopi tribe really took it seriously to provide these kinds of centers for Hopi youth, so that they could be involved and be part of something that is beneficial. I had mentioned earlier on that one of my areas of expertise is Hopi long distance running. And out at Hopi, we have a long track record of distance runners, and I believe the Hopi High School track team, because eventually the Hopi would create a high school on the reservation, had won some 26 or 27 state consecutive championships in long distance running. And you listen to these coaches and you listen to these runners who are being interviewed, or whether it's for the print media, but also for films, and they will tell you that running saved their lives. Why? Because running was something that was positive that they could do. So instead of going and drinking and smoking and doing drugs, they were focused on their health. They were focused on running. They were part of a team. And I think whether it's youth centers or teams like the long distance runners that were formed at the Hopi High School, these are positive things. But again, these were not these were not emphasized to certainly the extent that they are today until the 1990s.
Last question, Dr. Gilbert, before I see if the board has any questions for you. Just, is there anything that we didn't cover that you think is important for the board to know as they consider Mr. Honie's case and the possibility of clemency?
Well, I first of all want to thank Mr. Honie, his family, the attorneys, the court, the board for the opportunity to speak and to address the group this morning. I have been doing this type of work for well over 20 years now, a number of books and advocating for Hopi in various different ways, whether it's water rights or advocating for the Hopi people with intellectual property issues, et cetera, et cetera. This is the first opportunity that I've had to use my skills, my knowledge, my identity as a Hopi Tushunumu from Upper Mankopi in my training that I've had at the University of California, Riverside, to actually advocate for a member, or to bring my skills and advocate for a member of my own community. And I just want to just let you all know and let Mr. Honie know just how humbled and how honored I am to be here. And as we say in Hopi, kokwa. Thank you.
Does the board have any questions for Dr. Gilbert?
Thank you, Dr. Gilbert. That was very informative. Does the board have any questions for Dr. Gilbert? Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Gilbert, thank you. Counsel, you may call your next witness. You can sit down, Dr. Gilbert. Dr. Reynolds, can you raise your right hand? You swear the testimony you're about to provide in this proceeding will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Victoria Reynolds.
Thank you.
Dr. Reynolds, can you please briefly state your professional credentials and also your educational background and area of expertise?
I'm a clinical psychologist. I was trained at Duke University. I got my master's and my PhD in clinical psychology. My area of expertise is in psychological trauma. I did my first internship, which is part of the training of the clinical piece of my training at the Durham VA hospital, treating veterans who had been in war, but also treating men and women who had been sexually abused as children, but also sexually assaulted in the military. And I had an appointment in the Women's Health Center. After my internship training as part of my postdoctoral fellowship, I worked at the Center for Child and Family Health, which is a community-based center that treated children who had been maltreated, various kinds of physical, sexual abuse, neglect. And I also developed a program for the parents of those children, many of whom had had histories like that themselves. And then after my postdoctoral fellowship, I worked again at the VA hospital and worked with female and male veterans who'd had histories of trauma, including combat trauma and childhood and military trauma.
When were you retained by our team?
In August of 2023.
And did you personally meet with Mr. Honey?
Yes, I did.
Did you also review records as part of your assessment of Mr. Honey?
Yes, I did.
And can you briefly describe
Oh,
just
sure.
generally what those records are?
I reviewed probably upward of 1,000 or more pages of records detailing the various stages of his legal case. I looked at and read interviews when he was interviewed by law enforcement after the crime. I read detailed descriptions of the crime. I read a lot about his background, his educational background, his various examinations that he had from other experts in the case, and lots of declarations from family members and community members describing both the community and his Mr. Honey himself.
I'd like to talk generally initially about psychological trauma. Can you explain to the board what is a traumatic event?
Yeah, I do think it's important to define that, because the word trauma is very common in today's society. If you open the pages of a paper or you talk with anybody and they'll say, this traumatized me and I have this traumatic thing that happened. I'm really talking very specifically about experiences that we as human beings are not designed to withstand without impact, without consequences. These are experiences that are life-threatening, or we perceive are life-threatening, or are threatening to our psychological integrity. These also include experiences of witnessing others we care about and love, or are attached to and dependent on, who go through such experiences. So these are not stressful life experiences. We all have stressful life experiences, and many of us, in fact, have experienced traumatic life experiences. But trauma is defined as things that have the potential for life threat, or are life threatening, or psychologically threatening to the level of disorganization and overwhelm.
And what is complex trauma as distinct from trauma?
Well, complex trauma is the definition. It's kind of a category we use to describe experiences that are they don't just happen once. So many of us may have been in a motor vehicle accident, for example. That would be described as a single incident trauma, or we've been through a hurricane or a tornado, something like that. Complex trauma tends to happen repeatedly. It tends to happen in the lives of children particularly, and it has an interpersonal component. So there's somebody doing something to somebody else, very often somebody who we care about, or on whom we're dependent. So complex trauma has complex impacts, very often, that expose us to ways that change our thinking about ourselves and our thinking about our relationships to other people.
Can you please tell us what an adverse childhood experience is, or it's also known as ACE?
Yeah. This is adverse childhood experiences is a category of stressful like experiences that usually rise to the level of trauma because they're repeated and because they happen very often to children and they happen repeatedly to children. So the term ACEs has come in. Many of you may have heard this term because it's a very useful way to categorize the lives of many children in our country who've been exposed to neglect or maltreatment of some sort, but also to repeated experiences of poverty or where a parent has been incarcerated for some period of their life or living with a parent who has substance abuse, for example. Those may or may not be described as life-threatening, but if in a cumulative way, developmentally for children, they can pose a life threat. But what we also know, and this has been studied now since the early 90s, the late 80s, adverse life experiences in children do have long-term consequences. And it's a very, very robust data set with more research being done all the time that children who are exposed to ACEs have more medical problems in adulthood. They tend to have poor occupational histories, and they also have an increase of many psychological problems. So the ACEs, it's a helpful kind of umbrella to look at the impact of adverse life experiences on children downstream through adolescence and into adulthood.
We've heard Professor Gilbert discuss multi-generational cultural trauma for the Hopi Tewa. Can you please describe generally what multi-generational cultural trauma is from a psychological perspective?
Well, that's another let's see. It's another area of research within psychology that probably began in looking at Holocaust, the children of Holocaust survivors. So what we have understood is that the children downstream 2 or 3 generations later who were not exposed to the actual experiences of the Holocaust, who were not, for example, in concentration camps, et cetera, they ended up having many of the even memories and psychological problems that their parents or grandparents or great-great-grandparents may have had. So the interest in this area started probably then. The research has broadened to many different populations, including, for example, families that live in extremely violent cultures, inner city cultures, and 2 or 3 generations later, the children tend to have symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, for example. So the question is, how does this happen? And it happens in a multi-determined way. There's no one thing that brings the traumas of previous generations into the next generation, but it happens at the level of the caretaker's experience of trauma, the various ways that impacts their ability to self-regulate, or not, how they take care of that self-regulation. It can be through substance use, it can be through avoidance, it can be through the various psychological problems, depression, et cetera, that impair their parenting of their children. Also, Dr. Gilbert was talking about the stories that get passed down. Children who receive these stories have only the life experience of a child and only the context to understand it of their family. So stories that get passed down also influence the perspective of the children in the next generation. I mean, all of this is somewhat intuitively understandable, but what we have trouble with is if 2 or 3 generations down, you see problems in those children and they haven't been exposed to trauma, or they've been exposed to a great deal of trauma, and you say, why does this family, for example, not kind of get it together? And the fact of the matter is that these histories, they live in the bodies of the parents and the caretakers of the children, and then the children also adapt to those caretakers. They respond to the world in those ways, and without Without support, and I would say intervention that's very specific to the impacts of the traumas that their caretakers have experienced, those things don't just disappear. They may manifest differently per generation, but they don't disappear.
Dr. Gilbert testified about Hopi and Hopi Tewa children being forcibly removed from their families and put into Indian boarding schools sometimes, which were out of state.
Mhm.
And sometimes this lasted for years. It wasn't like the boarding schools that we understand today where kids come home on the weekends sometimes or come home for holidays. These Indian children were taken away and kept for many years to assimilate to what they were being taught in those schools. Can you speak generally to the effects this would have on a child from a psychological perspective?
Well, the first piece is just the basic attachment piece. So children, we learn implicitly who we are and how to relate to other people through our attachments to our caretakers. And the younger the child, the stronger and more important that attachment is. That we spend time with the usually very usually our mother, our grandmother, our father, our uncles, the people who we assume love us, they we know enough now about the brain that the interactions with these people, these attachment figures, soothe us. They teach our brain to regulate our emotions. They teach our brain to know who we are and what our emotions are and who other people are and what those emotions are. When a child is removed from that attachment context, let's say forcibly or without an understanding that where they're going and who they're being cared for is not just essential, but they love us. They actually claim us as their child. That the absence of that attachment is very difficult and for the child. We know this from children who are even in very good foster homes. Eventually in their lives, they have issues that they usually have to work through with their identity. But especially if they're in a context in which there isn't that attachment, these children, my understanding in the boarding schools is they were generally parented by faculty or various teachers, et cetera, but not specifically to that child in an attachment related context. My understanding was that the way in which that education was meted out wasn't done with what a child would experience as love, or the forms of love that were given the forms of physical or emotional or psychological punishment. All of those things are damaging to a child's sense of identity, to their sense of being lovable. But they're also challenging for a child to learn to regulate the various painful emotions that come from that. So if a child is in the context of a school where there's not a soothing or supportive attachment or a fair, just guiding attachment, and there's painful experiences, that child is forced to learn on their own how to manage their emotions, or they learn from their peers. Or they're modeled how to manage that with more violence or punishment.
And we heard Dr. Gilbert speak to the fact that Mr. Honie's parents both were sent away to Indian boarding schools, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of any other of Mr. Honie's family members who went to boarding schools?
It was my understanding that his older siblings also went to boarding schools.
Can you please tell us what intergenerational trauma is?
It's not that different, I don't think, than from what I was saying from the cultural trauma. This is the phenomenon, and it's a robustly studied and understood phenomenon whereby the experiences possibly 2 or 3 generations back of trauma, of loss, of even genocide, of war, the impacts of war, show up in the impacts or the various ways that the children downstream 2 or 3 generations have adapted. And of course, not all of this is negative. There's intergenerational transmission of knowledge about how to survive hard life experiences. We all need that and are survivors now because of that. when I talk about the transmission of trauma, I'm talking about the damage, the effects of the damaging experiences that happen during trauma, extreme fear, a sense of mistrust of who to trust, the inability to regulate your own emotions, including rage, including sadness, including fear, without doing something that adds to the problem. So let's say managing experiences of generations of grief and loss, generations of your family who've been wiped out, let's say in the Holocaust or in, let's say in Native cultures, and the grief of that over decade and generation after generation. What does an individual do with that grief? You may learn ways to understand it and have stories which help you tolerate the sadness. You may more often, if it's repeated and there's no culture or help to remediate that, you have to find ways to numb it. And that happens usually through substance use, various interpersonal problems in relationships, marriages, etc. I dealt with that a lot with veterans who come back from war. They very often will have 2 or 3 marriages. They don't understand why it is that they can't relate to their wives, or why when their wives want to understand how they feel, they can't access their feelings, and trouble ensues. So in the wake of many generations, relationships very often bear the burden of that. And unless there are other ways to deal with the consequences of that, people tend to try to manage it in ways that then create more trouble.
So setting aside the cultural component, you did read the affidavits of both Franklin and Teresita Honie, correct?
Yes, I did.
And so you're familiar with their more immediate backgrounds.
Yes, I am.
Can you tell us a little bit about that and how that might have affected their children?
Again, my understanding is they both did go to boarding schools. My understanding that Mrs. Honie was removed from her parents at least 2 times very early as a child, and she herself stated she didn't understand why.
That wasn't boarding school, correct?
That wasn't. That was. I don't know if it was other relatives she lived with, but I think she was also given to another woman who was not in the family for a period of, I think, 2 years. So again, if we're thinking about children and attachment, this is a child set out into the world and placed in another family, and it, by her report, didn't understand why. I don't know exactly what her experience there was. And then she was at boarding school. So her, and I appreciate what Mr. Gilbert said, Dr. Gilbert said about learning parenting. So she was at boarding schools, I think, for many years after that, and then met Mr. Honie, and soon after became a parent. There's a lot of knowledge, a lot of modeling of how to raise children, about the parent role of raising children as opposed to the sibling role, that I'm thinking was probably absent from her upbringing.
And do you recall whether she herself was exposed to alcohol use or abuse or domestic violence in her own family home as a child?
Yeah, and I don't know if this is why she was also placed outside of her home, but in her home, there were generations of alcohol, severe, very severe alcohol abuse in her parents and all of her siblings. I believe maybe only one is still living, but many of her brothers and sisters were alcoholics, some of whom unfortunately passed away from alcohol use
And
and
oh, go ahead.
and domestic violence. Along with that, I think what we end up talking about a lot today is when there is alcohol abuse in a family, the chances, the likelihood of various kinds of violences and maltreatment of the children and of each other, it just keeps going up because of the impacts, what alcohol does to our brain and behavior.
Do you recall anything about the domestic violence between her father and mother from her affidavit?
What I remember reading is her reporting that her father did not only beat her mother, but I think she has memories, which again, it's important what the child remembers and what the adult remembers. She has the memories of her father beating her mother with, I think, with a board, and then when her mother tried to leave, I think burning down the house. So if we go back to a definition of traumatic experience and traumatic life event, that would likely rise to that level, the fear of being killed by something like that.
Let's now talk about Mr. Honie's exposure to trauma. Okay. I'd like to, we were talking about adverse childhood experiences in your review of the records and interview and assessment with Mr. Honie. Did you find that he had any adverse childhood experiences himself?
Yes, and many of them rose to the level of traumas, yes.
Generally, do you want to mention before we get into details?
Yeah, and I want to contextualize them as I mention them because they do involve his family. So these are people he's attached to and loves, but unfortunately also had very great difficulty raising him. So um, he was well, we'll talk about this, but his exposure to alcohol began before he even landed on this earth as a child, so in utero. And then his first years of life were, I would say, probably defined by the fact that he was raised by two parents who had very severe alcohol problems and were not able to attend to his needs, and were uh, preoccupied because of the various ways in which that impacted their marital relationship. So there was violence between them, there was infidelity, there was a lot of conflict. And while we think that, well, if children don't have memories before a certain age, they do have implicit memories. And we all know this either from having raised children or maybe we can even remember if there's an extreme amount of tension, fighting, yelling, screaming, etc. Infants, babies, toddlers do register this. It changes their physiology. They know something's wrong. But of course, it impacts them much more directly on whether or not that parent is ready and available to notice that they're hungry, ready and available to notice that they need changing, ready and available to notice that the child is asking a question and to answer it, or even just in a mood or able to tolerate a child's behavior. All of that is disrupted by marital violence, by domestic violence, and by alcohol. So those were the earliest experiences that Mr. Honie had.
You mentioned in utero exposure to alcohol. Do you recall reading the report of Dr. Meyer, the neuropsychologist who
Yes,
assessed? And can you speak to what effects there would have been from exposure to alcohol in utero?
I can speak generally. He is the expert on this, but in utero, I mean, we know that alcohol is a toxin. It's probably been maybe 4 or 5 decades now that there are warning labels on alcohol for women who are pregnant. It's a neurotoxin and it transmits to the growing child. So it transmits directly to their brain. So it has an impact on the development of a brain in utero, and those impacts tend to land in parts of the brain that have impact on our ability to think, slow down reactions, and what we call impulsivity, the various parts of our brains that are in the frontal lobes. And so those are the areas most directly impacted by alcohol in utero.
Are you aware of what happened? I mean, when Mr. Honey's parents drank, did they drink at home or did they drink elsewhere? And when they were gone, what happened with the children that were in the home?
Right. They drank outside of the house. They would leave the house. So at times the children, there was no adult in the house. Sometimes early on when Mr. Honey was drinking, I'm seeing Mr. Honey Senior, Mr. Honey's father, he would sometimes be gone for days. And the same with his mother. She would drink sometimes at night after both of them worked. And so when they would drink, they would sometimes be gone from the house. Probably, Tate had many siblings. One would hope and expect maybe that the siblings could absorb some of the fear or the uncertainty children would feel when their parents weren't at home. But unfortunately, his brothers and sisters were already themselves becoming involved in alcohol and also just not old enough and capable of taking care of him without their parents. But another thing that stood out to me about his parents being absent from the home and drinking is the worry it caused Mr. Honey. He would worry about where they were, and he told me and probably I think others stories of trying to go out to find them to make sure they were okay, or thinking somehow that he could protect them from the various things that could happen to them when they were drinking outside of the house. And he became very aware of what those were. For example, they could become so drunk that they would die of exposure. So, it's too hot out there. They could be picked up by the police. They could be so drunk that they would fall off of the mesa. I mean, they were very specific to my ear. I'm not from the state. I'm not from his culture. Very specific impacts of a child in his situation where he grew up about a parent who has both parents who had alcohol problems. Falling off the mesa is very, very specific fear, clearly people who live up there live with.
Can you speak to the effect of a child witnessing domestic violence on their own later intimate relationships?
Yeah, it's more than just their later intimate relationships. So children who are watching the people that they love and depend on endanger each other, or one endangering the other. Very often it's the experience of the child watching the male endanger the female. So usually very often they're stronger, they're more forceful. So children who are watching their parents, and this is very relevant to Mr. Honey, argue and endanger each other, pull hair, push, shove, etc. They are experiencing that violence as if it is happening in their body, not because it is happening in their body, but because they can't prevent what's happening. So experiences of overwhelming helplessness is an aspect of a traumatic experience. And children put in front of domestic violence experience the helplessness of the people they love being in danger, as if it's happening to them. So they're what I describe as physiologically aroused. They're jacked up with fear and with helplessness, and often with anger. Children tend to identify with one or the other parent, and it can go back and forth. If it's a male, they may identify with the father, who has more power, and who they may identify with, in this case, the father being wronged by the mother's infidelity, for example. But they also often will identify with the mother, or feel terribly grief-stricken, or protective of the mother. And they may develop part of their identity as becoming a protector of women. So downstream, if we look at Mr. Honey, he had all of those experiences inside of himself and his identity, both angry on behalf of his father that his mother was not faithful and wasn't home and was out drinking and cheating, etc. But on the other hand, he was extremely identified with his mother, who feeling protective and sad and wishing that she was not endangered in the way she was.
Do you recall if Mr. Honey ever witnessed an attempted suicide in his family?
He did. Well, he learned about one in his older sister. I think that came after the attempted suicide of his mother. So his mother his parents were in an argument, and she had a gun and apparently held it to her head or held it to herself. And his father wrested the gun away, and then they continued the argument in the other room. And what Mr. Honey remembers is taking the gun, taking it away, thinking that he was somehow protecting, gonna make sure that something like that hadn't happened again. But even if he hadn't witnessed exactly his mother holding that gun to his head, now there's a family story about it. It's in it's in his imagination, in his memory, but he was very close to it, and he was close to the impacts of it. And for children, the potential suicide of a parent, the likelihood that in front of them or very near them, their parent will die from that kind of violence is absolutely traumatic for them. And again, kind of highlighting an experience of the helplessness of a child in witnessing something like that.
So you also read the declarations of many of Mr. Honey's siblings, correct?
Yes, I did.
And were his siblings' experience at home similar to his own experience at home?
Yeah, in many ways. And I was struck by how many of them spoke about how distressing the domestic violence between their parents was. These are clearly children who are very loyal and attached in their family and love their parents, whether or not they also were angry or whatever it was with their parents for having this. They were very distressed. And they also described how the parents fighting made them feel unloved and them feel unwanted. And this makes much sense to me. Children don't know, and if we go back to the attachment experiences in boarding schools, they learn that they're loved through the attention of their parents. When their parents, and in this case, in this family, the parents are overwhelmingly involved in alcohol and fighting and drugs. Sorry, not drugs, but alcohol and their conflicts with each other. The children themselves don't understand why it is their parents can't just get along. And is it something that I've done? So his oldest brother described himself actually thinking of suicide, I think it was, and doing things that would harm himself in the hopes that if he just died, his parents would get along better. That rang absolutely true to my ear. I've treated many children who come to me because they are depressed and they want to die. And once I begin to understand what they're watching and seeing, they feel responsible for what it is happening in their parents. This is just the way we're built. This creates the good part of attachment and it creates the damaging parts of attachment. Children want their parents to feel well and do well and be good and love them. And if that doesn't happen, then the only way they can think about it is I've done something wrong. And I would notice that in the declarations of the children in this family.
Ms. Day,
Oh, yes.
is this a good natural point to take
Yes,
a break?
sure.
Is that okay?
Okay,
Sorry, Dr. Reynolds.
No problem.
Let's take about 30 minutes
sounds good.
and we'll
Thank you.
reconvene at 9 or 10:25. Sergeant Scott, we on record? Okay, thank you. All right, we're back on record. Continue with Dr. Reynolds' testimony. Just a matter of scheduling and timing for lunch. We will break after Dr. Reynolds testifies and her remarks are concluded. We'll break for about an hour and a half, reconvene at 1300. That'll give people time who did not bring a lunch to go get a lunch and get back to your screening. Okay? Council?
Okay, thank you. Dr. Reynolds, we were speaking a lot about domestic violence and alcohol use within the family. And before we broke, I also wanted to be clear that both Franklin and Teresita love their children very much. And also part of the time that they were out of the house, they were working to support their family. So I don't want it to sound like it's just one way. I mean, their parents, there was love, but also part of that is if you could explain, especially Teresita's background, like they were doing the best they could, but the impact of her own life experience on how she ended up parenting her children.
Yeah, yeah. I hope that everyone is keeping in mind the context of what we heard from prior to my testimony about the cultures, the various ways in which his parents became the parents they are, and that I'm certainly not here trying to cast blame. I'm trying to explain both how his parents come to their various challenges in being parents, but that they were out of the house, they were working. It's when they weren't working, they were addicted to alcohol, and that the various things that unfold from that, including the ways that impacted Mr. Honie.
Also, Teresita began drinking prior to the birth of Mr. Honie, correct?
That's right. And it's significant to in my evaluation that he was, of his siblings, he was the first child who was raised by both parents who were alcoholics. Prior to that, the children who above him, their mom was not addicted to alcohol when she was raising them, at least through their critical, attachment years. So that was a difference in Tate's upbringing, is that his mom was also addicted, not just his dad. And that, I spoke about the importance of attachment. It's not just important, it's critical to our development, especially very early. And when there's a lot of data in the ACEs data sets that talk about sensitive periods in our brain development, not just our interpersonal development, but in our brain development. And when certain traumatic experiences happen or neglect happens during those sensitive periods, it has kind of an outsized influence because what the things that our brain is supposed to be doing at that time. And so all those things kind of converge in Mr. Honie's upbringing in a particular way.
In your report, you talk about leaving infants and toddlers for prolonged periods of time, where neither parent would be available, and the impacts of that. Do you want to just expand on that a little bit?
Sure. Well, again, the term neglect is, we all use it and know it. When I am talking about neglect, I'm really talking about traumatic neglect, and traumatic neglect is it pushes the child's capacities to cope, whether it's self-regulate or self-soothe, all these things that infants and young children do on their own, or they do because there's enough of something that they can do those things. Traumatic neglect puts the young child in a situation in which their very basic needs, their needs for food when they need it, or let's say being warm and dry when they need it if they've wet their diaper or something like that, or soothing from another to intervene when they need it. Those traumatic neglect is when those things don't come along in a predictable enough way. Again, we're extremely resilient. Children are very resilient. We can go through an awful lot and still manage to develop our brains, our bodies, our interpersonal experiences adequately. Traumatic neglect is when those things don't come online enough of the time at the right times, and the infant child, the young child, is body and brain is forced out of into ways of coping that then shape the next stages of development or shape their behavior thereafter. So what children and young children will do, you'll see them, they'll squall, they'll try to get the attention of whoever their caregiver is. Eventually something will come along and the child will self-regulate again. Traumatic neglect pushes the child out of those boundaries, and most often what they do is they shut down, they numb, they cut off painful emotion. And that has long-term consequences. That has long-term consequences for the child learning what do I feel in this situation, or long-term consequences for how do I soothe myself when I'm very upset. There is no soothing. And again, we have internal switches in our brain and in our body to just kind of make us shut down to manage. But if we're really not built to do that over and over again. And unfortunately, traumatic neglect kind of puts children in that situation. And it can just be practical. So sometimes children are forced to do adult type things like manage cooking or fire, things that are dangerous to them when they're really not prepared, and then they get hurt.
And speaking of, I mean, often Mr. Honey's oldest brother was the one who was kind of trying to provide for Mr. Honey and his younger sister, Catherine.
Yeah.
And do you recall anything related to that as far as like his cooking?
He described almost burning the house down, I guess, a couple of times because he didn't know how to manage the tasks he was needing to do.
Okay. And you did review Mr. Honey's early childhood medical records, correct?
Yes, I did.
And did you see any signs of traumatic neglect within those records?
Well, what I saw were signs of possibly neglect plus just the impacts of poverty. So things like early childhood, impetigo, scabies, things like that, things that we are probably, if we look at the epidemiological data, those are associated with poverty, the access to medical care, things like that. He had very early childhood problems like that. I'm not sure that it was so much neglect in that case because there was evidence that he was also treated medically for those. They cropped up again and again, but it, uh, he didn't have an early, the conditions weren't great, I guess, for him health-wise as an early child, as an infant.
And also in your report, you discuss when Mr. Honey was old enough to walk, he would just leave the house for
Yeah.
hours. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. So he described, and I think I've read affidavits that describe that he was very much a child that was unsupervised. And again, this happens when parents are working, and then when their time working is spent involved in addiction, or there's a lot of marital conflict that drives them out of the house. So he described, and children have their own temperaments too. Some are wanderers, some are adventurers, some are stick close to home. But nevertheless, Mr. Honey was one that would often be seen around the village on his own without any kind of adult supervision. He temperamentally liked animals, so he would like to spend his time with animals. He enjoyed that, but he also described that he was often dirty. His clothes were not clean. He would be playing in the trash or in the hog's pen or the pig's pen. He had memories of one of his teachers, I think I can't remember the grade it was, but it requiring him to take a shower, or to bathe before he would come into class, or give him clean clothes, things like that. So those are signs that the child isn't being overseen enough at home to have those basic things attended to. Then the consequences are often for the child. They're often peer teasing, peer bullying, peer some kind of peer criticisms because he said that he was known as, I think that he was stinky and that he was known as the dirty boy or something like that.
Do you recall from meeting with Mr. Honey or from the records you reviewed, times when Mrs. Honey was not at home, where she had left the home for periods of time?
Well, there were two distinct periods in his memory, and I think they were corroborated by the affidavits when she left because of the marital conflicts. And she left, I think, to live either, I think, in another family home or something like that. She left the house for a period of, I think, a couple of weeks and then maybe a couple of months. No, that's too long. But in his memory, there was a shorter period and a longer period, both of which he was very sad, very worried, and very upset, and was described as being kind of unconsolable because of this. And again, children can stand separations from their parents very often when they're securely attached. Mom or dad goes away for a period of time and they know their parent is going to come back. But unfortunately, in his case, his mom was gone enough and there were the other problems that when she left, he wasn't sure if she was going to come back. And I think she described, Mrs. Honey described him standing wherever she was still within the village, him coming and standing outside her door or something, and him not being sure if he could even go in and see her. So that little vignette gave me a little window into the problems that were already getting in place for Mr. Honey in his sense of belonging to his parents, his sense that they wanted him and they were going to shelter and care for him. This was all uh, a big question mark in his mind as a child.
Do you recall anything in Mr. Honey's history about wondering whether Franklin was his biological father?
That was another part of his problem of feeling like he belonged in his family. Um, there were stories that his paternity was in question, and because of the infidelity in the marriage, it wasn't it wasn't a random question. It would be a question that a child, if it was brought to their attention that their father wasn't their father, it caused even in Mr. Honey now, it causes a lot of consternation. This is uncomfortable to speak about. It's not something we have the answer to. It's not something he has the answer to. But as a child not knowing if they belong to their father and not having that confirmed gave him a greater sense than possibly his other siblings that he wasn't wanted. If you layer that on top of the domestic violence, which children often feel like it's their fault or they're not wanted or there's something that is causing this, all these things added up for him as feeling like he was not a wanted child and that maybe he didn't even belong to his father, maybe wasn't as loved as the other children. Um,
Did these feelings of feeling like he didn't belong or feelings of abandonment lead him to make connections with other adults in the community?
yeah, so I mean, in this way, it's if you think about a resourceful child, this was a child that decided he would seek his connections outside of his family if he couldn't get them in the family. One of the more adaptive things, he was very uniformly described as a sweet, helpful child, and that he found some older women in the community who he formed relationships with, kind of grandmother types, who he would chop their wood and carry water for them, and they would feed him, and it was a kind of shelter, an emotional shelter and a physical shelter. And he would visit these various grandmothers. I think there were three of them, and he became attached to them. Um, they were older, however, and they in succession passed away, and this was devastating to him. He described one, I don't know how all of them passed away, but he has a memory of one of them had asked him to do something like maybe it was chop her wood or something. And at that time, he's still a young child. He said no, or I have other things to do, and didn't do it. And the next time he went around her house, she had passed away, and uh, he felt very guilty and very like he was somehow to blame, that if he had only chopped her wood. And again, to my ears, working with a lot of children, they don't have the ability sometimes to put things in a larger context, and the people who do that for them are often their caretakers or parents, but didn't have those parents or caretakers to put this kind of loss in a context. So he was um, faced with this loss, which made him very sad and very confused and very feel very guilty to cope with it on his own. And that happened several times through all of the grandmothers died, and he was not only left without their support, but left without the kind of support that a child would need to understand and come to terms with those losses. So these were griefs that he just kind of carried on. And the way he dealt with them was to say, I shouldn't get that close to anybody. I shouldn't care about anybody that much because it just hurts too much. And unfortunately, um, the way traumas work is when there's a vulnerability that comes after a trauma, very often that vulnerability will make them more likely to encounter other traumas or to adapt to other traumas in similar ways. So I don't know if we're going to talk about the motor vehicle accident. Do you want me
We
to
can get
go
into that right now.
it does relate to this issue of loss. So one of the ways in which he coped with the losses of his attachment grandmothers was to say, "This hurts too much. I shouldn't get as close." A child saying that to themselves can intend not to get close, but they need to get close, and they just do, get close even despite what they want. But with his parents, he was attached, even though things were going badly. They had a very serious motor vehicle accident when he was 12. I believe he was 11 or 12 years old. And it was as they were coming up the mesa, and he was at the top and actually heard some of the effects of that. I think some kind of a truck hit their vehicle. And he was close enough that he ran down and witnessed the aftermath of that motor vehicle accident um, immediately. So he saw his mother. He described what he saw of his mother. I won't repeat this here. I don't know that that's necessary. He saw his mother in great distress and injured. And then he also, on the other side of the car, ran around and saw his father. There was a lot of blood, and he heard various, I think, paramedics had been or somebody had come to try to help at that point and had heard them trying to rouse him. So he wasn't sure if his father was alive or dead. So remember at the beginning when I talked about what a traumatic experience was, you can go through it, but you can also witness traumatic experiences. And we know that this can be just as if the life threat was to yourself. We know this from looking, say, at soldiers in battle. They may or may not have been hit by artillery, but if somebody they care about it is just as traumatic often as if they had been through that. This is a similar situation. So he saw his parents. He did not know if they would live or die. He was just too young. He didn't have the context. And anyways, in that situation, probably nobody knew. His parents were immediately taken to the hospital. His father, there were many medical impacts from that. I think he had some brain injury and some various physical disabilities from it. It affected him thereafter. He wasn't able to work fully after that. So it was a very serious motor vehicle accident. The immediate feelings that he had were, of course, terror and helplessness. I think his brother described that Tate was kind of running around in the way that children can do in a disorganized way, just wanting something to happen, wanting to go with his parents in the ambulance, and he wasn't allowed, all sorts of distress. And no one to soothe him through that distress, which again, sometimes that's not unusual in a situation like that. But after that, also no one to soothe him. He blamed himself because his parents were coming to his graduation from middle school. That's the reason they were coming up the mesa. So he felt responsible that if he had not been in that situation, maybe they wouldn't have been coming up. Again, we might look at that as an adult and say, you don't need to blame yourself for that, um, but a child might. In fact, actually, adults might. If the traumatic experience happens, very often what we'll do is we'll try to find a way that somehow if we had done something differently, it wouldn't have happened. So he was feeling somewhat to blame for that. But the reason this is linked to the grandparents is because I think he really lost his parents in a profound way during that motor vehicle accident. He did not know that they weren't going to die. Even after they did live, they died a little bit to him. The fear of losing them became more than he could cope with. And what he did, he internally and psychologically, again, this is how sometimes we adapt to traumas, is he shut off. He shut off from his parents. He decided that it was too painful to care about them and love them, especially given all the other problems that were happening, the alcoholism and the domestic violence. And he really took a turn in his behavior after that. He became more angry. He became more uh, not obedient. He became less part of the family. And if you look at his history of when the problems started to show up at school and when the problems started to show up in his own use of substances, all that it began a little bit earlier. I mean, there was exposure to that in his family, but it really started to become something that he did in order to manage his own distress about these. And I talk about these things. It's not as if he understood any of this, and I don't even know if he understands this now. But this is very often the way when things are just too painful. Uh, Children and adolescents and adults will adapt as they will cut their feelings of caring off.
It was around this time or after, I think after Teresita and Franklin came home that the family moved from, which we'll get into in a minute, the home on the Mesa to a home in Palaca. But this was also around the time that you described Mr. Honey sort of withdrawing from the family. Do you recall whether Mr. Honey spent time in that home with his family or whether at that point you'd mentioned that his drug and alcohol consumption increased? Were there other changes?
You mean around 11 or 12 and when they moved to Palaca?
Yeah.
It's my understanding that, he's kind of entering into his early adolescence at that point, and his access his access to alcohol had been there all along, and he was exposed to alcohol incredibly early, 5, 6 years old. He had his first drinks of alcohol, but his own use of it, it began much more seriously around.
We'll get into that in a minute. I
Okay.
actually wanted to just
Okay.
talk about the fact that he was withdrawing and do
Yeah.
you recall whether he spent a
I
lot
see.
of time at home with the family at that point? or
No,
did
I
he-
think he was spending more and more time with either with peers, other kids his age, just outside of the house.
So living outside the home, but not
Living
in
outside.
another home or anything.
Um, I'm not aware if he was living in another home.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to talk a little bit about, before we get into his substance and alcohol abuse, the traumatic effects of living in extreme poverty.
Mhm.
Can you tell the board how extreme poverty can affect a child?
Yeah. I mean, I think this is where the ACEs is useful. That's an it's an adverse childhood experience to grow up in poverty. There's like no doubt about this. I mean, you could look at any marker of educational achievement, of occupational stability, of health markers. Um, that this does have an impact that children, adolescents then must overcome. It's not that people don't overcome it, but it's harder. Um, so poverty itself isn't necessarily a trauma, because if there's attachment, if there are other things in the environment, it buffers the impacts of that. A good education system that then provides opportunities later on. There are lots of buffers. So poverty, it's not ideal, but plenty of children grow up in poverty. What you look for is the buffers and the resilience factors around that. In Mr. Honie's case, as was already explained by the professor, is there was very little of the buffering and the resilience factors that would have made that poverty less, have kept it as a stressful experience versus a traumatic. So in his case, in Mr. Honie's case, his family lived in a 2-room house, which was not unusual, I guess, for the Mesa. But there was no running water, no electricity, no indoor plumbing for the first 13 years of his life. Again, yeah, this is not, I'm not moralizing, I'm not, this is, people do this all over the world. The things that buffer from the difficulties of that are family attachments, rituals, stability, and things like that. And these were not happening in this family. So those hardships were even more difficult. And if you think about the fact that these were parents who there was a lot of violence between them, a lot of yelling and screaming, and that the children could not get away from, there was nowhere to go. And that, I think, is Kate's adaptation was to go outside of the house, was just to wander, to leave. And I hear that often, that that's what children will do to protect themselves.
Let's talk a little bit about the traumatic head injuries that Mr. Honey was exposed to. Do you want to, are you aware of significant head injuries that he had?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And would you like to share those
Yeah,
with us?
sorry, right. I should
Okay.
share those. Okay, let's see. He reported early on, just in childhood,
Why don't we start with this? Do you recall he and his older brother
Yeah.
playing any game that would have
Right.
involved a head injury? Let's
Right,
start with
right,
that, and then
right.
I'll walk through it.
Sure.
Okay.
So, well, we'll put it in context as to why this matters later, is that, so head injury has obvious implications for brain development. So he was exposed, as some, boys play hard, and these boys played hard, but Mr. Honey did have experiences of head injury where he saw stars, lost consciousness. He would roll down the mesa in, I guess, some tin rolls or something like that, where he would bump his head. He'd also fought with his brother, one particular game of headbutting, where it was hard enough that he would see stars. I think that's what I remember of the childhood exposure.
Right. They called it ram power, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Where they would
Ram.
run and hit their in
Right.
front of their heads.
Right.
Yeah.
They don't,
Um,
we know now, we put like helmets on children because it's really not good for them.
And do you recall when he was 18 that he had a pretty dramatic fall from the mesa?
Yeah, that was probably the most obvious and serious head injury. He was running actually from the police, and I think he was impaired at that time. He fell off the side of the mesa, I think 180 feet, landed, lost consciousness, and had to be medevaced to a hospital.
Just to correct, it was 120 feet,
Sorry, 120
which
feet.
is still a long way.
Yeah, long way.
And the mesa itself coming down is full of rocks and debris. And so, he was bumping over all of this while he fell
Right.
down.
Right.
I thought now would be a good time to do a full ACEs discussion. So can you talk about the cumulative effect of all of these kinds of adverse childhood experience and traumas?
Yeah, so the data, the studies, when I say data, I mean many studies that have been done on the impacts of adverse childhood experiences on children as they develop through adolescence and into adulthood. Show that many children are exposed to 1 or 2 ACEs during their lifetime or their childhood, and then a smaller proportion are exposed to two or more, 2, 3, and then, but only a very few are exposed to 4 or more. So 3% of children are exposed to 4 or more. And that seems to be the threshold at which you can predict damaging outcomes in adulthood. You can predict things like substance abuse. You can predict things like poor occupational uh, achievement or poor academic achievement. So there is a cutoff point where children are not really able to just kind of be resilient on their own from these adverse childhood experiences. The other thing that we've learned from these studies is that if you mix certain kinds of traumatic experiences or ACEs together, they have more than their average impact than if they had them alone. That's called a synergistic effect. So the various things, various kinds of ACEs interact with each other. So having a parent, for example, who is substance abusing combined with physical abuse, those two interact to create more problems and more severe problems down the road.
And can you also share with the board the neurobiological effects of the body's and brain's response to trauma?
Yeah, I mentioned this, or I started to talk about this a bit when children are witnessing domestic violence. But in any situation in which a child, but it can be an adult. It happens, for example, if you're in combat and you're faced with something that is, even a full-grown adult is faced with a life threat. Our brain is designed to react so that our body reacts to save us. So our brain takes in information and routes it through various parts of our brain so that we have either a slower or a quicker reaction. And the higher the life threat, the more quickly our brain is going to react with one of 3 responses. And I'm sure you've heard this, is the fight, the flight, but then there's a third response, and it's called the immobility or collapse response. That's kind of the response where we don't do anything. All of these are designed to literally save our lives. And our brain is designed to read the situation outside of ourselves and have the right response so that we do one of those things if it perceives a life threat. So this is all this all happens in our brain automatically with a kind of a rush of neurochemicals, and it's precipitated by the perception of being in danger, in life-threatening danger. Is that so that
Yes. Okay.
maybe another question, and I can go further with
That's
it.
fine. Do you want to talk about the effect of stress hormones, for example,
Sure.
cortisol,
Yeah.
stimulating the part of the brain, in the
So,
limbic
sure.
area?
Yeah. Thank you. So, okay, so when we face life threat, let's say, this is evolutionary in us, and again, many of you may have heard this. If we are faced with a tiger, our brain, evolutionarily, we're faced with something that could eat us up. Our brain responds to that with fear. Fear is brought up in our bodies by the neurochemicals that come from seeing this life threat. And when the neurochemicals like cortisol and things like that flood into our brain, it routes the information through a part of our brain that is through only certain parts of our brain. One of it, which is the amygdala, which many of you have heard about, that's the fear center. And that fear center tells our body to move. It tells our body to run. It tells our body to fight. It tells our body to stay still, whatever is needed to survive. Unfortunately, what those neurochemicals do it's not unfortunately, but it can become a problem if this happens again and again and again when children, for example, are exposed to experiences where that fight or flight or collapse response is called upon, the brain gets used to routing information through the survival system, and it does not go through the parts of our brain that are responsible for slowing things down, thinking, problem solving, evaluating, taking perspective. So our brain does all of these things silently and efficiently, and for the most part, well, even in life-threatening situations. But if this happens over and over again, the brain gets too used to responding with the fight, flight, freeze response, and shuts down the parts of our brain. It actually shuts down the parts of our brain that are responsible for things like language and things like seeing the other evidence in the situation that tells us we're safe or we're not in threat. So a traumatized brain, a brain that has been exposed to trauma over and over again, is much more likely to be operating in that fight flight response and less likely to be operating with the full brain capacities. So you will hear about children who've been exposed to trauma a lot, that they're very impulsive. Many of them are diagnosed with, for example, ADHD. They tend to do things quickly or do things without thinking, or they can't concentrate. All of those also are responses that can be seen. Is not maybe not ADHD, or if they have ADHD, it's exacerbated by the various traumatized brain responses.
For a child like Mr. Honey, who failed to attach to his parents or other adult figures and who witnessed domestic violence, what effect would that have on his later intimate relationships?
Well, it had many impacts. I think it one of the foundational things that he carried forward into his adolescence and his adult relationships is, am I lovable? Does anybody love me? And then if somebody loves me, are they going to leave me? That issue of being abandoned and left to his own devices, combined with a need for love, made him dysregulated in relationships. It made him not good at tolerating normal conflicts in relationships, the ups and downs. The model he had for ups and downs in relationships was infidelity, fighting, leaving. His parents modeled those as this is what happens in relationship. This is, even if it's distressing, this is what happens. So he didn't have another model. And then his own ability to problem solve, the more distressed he got, the lower that went. So I just explained how that goes in the brain. If you're in a great deal of distress and you have already a traumatized brain that's routing all the information through your survival system, the parts of your brain that are needed to say, maybe there's another solution here. Maybe I need to step back. Maybe I need to slow down. Maybe I need to get help, or it's actually not as bad as it seems in this second. I see this going on, or this person just said this nice thing. And that balancing, that taking perspective, that problem solving, those parts of the brain being shut down. He's bringing all of that to bear on an intimate relationship. And we all know how difficult those relationships are, even when they're good. I mean, they're challenging. It takes a lot of developing self-control, perspective, all the problem solving. None of these are coming into his relationship with other women. And, the ensuing conflicts, the ensuing aggression, the violence, the things that happen they're just not that surprising that would happen in his life.
Let's talk about Mr. Honey's history of substance abuse. It began quite early, correct?
Yes.
Okay, do you want to walk through sort of the timing of that for the board?
It was my understanding, both from what he reported to me, but it was very consistent in the other experts that evaluated him over time, that I think he took his first drink of alcohol at like 5 or 6 years old. It was in his family, it was available to him. And if you combine that with the oversight, the parental oversight either not being there or being impaired, in the modeling of, you know, we in this house we drink alcohol. I mean, he just unfortunately got exposed very, very early. He described not drinking, actually picking up drink himself, using alcohol, probably, I think around 10 or 11, I believe he said. And at that time also he was exposed to marijuana. So those two things became paired and followed him throughout his life, his use of marijuana and alcohol. Um, and it got worse, and became more of a daily experience when I think he said he was around 12.
Okay.
So that's it. Again, if we think about brain development, if we think about what's happening, all the things that the brain is still learning how to do, it's being altered by the ingestion of a substance that's not just toxic, but it alters perception, it slows down certain functions in the brain, it numbs other functions in the brain. It's really destructive to children's brains.
And do you recall if he used other substances as he got older?
He did. So in addition to marijuana, in his early teens, he began using inhalants, huffing various things, also extremely toxic to the brain. He started using, I think, cocaine and I think he said things like, I think it was LSD, maybe peyote. There were whatever substance was available. I think he probably tried and sometimes used.
And did his family's own use of alcohol have any effect on his own use of substances?
Um, the probably the most unfortunate that I can remember at this moment is just that when he did enter treatment and he did try to get clean and sober, he would return to his family environment and to his village where he was not by any means the only person in his environment outside of his family that has substance abuse problems. It was rampant in his culture and his surroundings at the time. So when he came back, instead of at least having the modeling of how to stay sober, how to remain um, uh, distant from the use of substances, there was no modeling and no support when he went back into those environments. So that was probably the most unfortunate impact.
And what effect did his exposure to multiple and long-standing traumatic events have on his own use? Did he just use drugs because they were fun, or was there more to it?
Well, no, I mean, they absolutely interacted with the the ways in which his body and brain kept responding to the impacts of past traumas that he had. And then if he was re-exposed because of that, he would drink and use drugs to soothe if we could go all the way back to the grief and loss of his, like say his grandmothers, not knowing how to handle sadness, and then not knowing how to handle the impact of the motor vehicle accident on his parents, that he definitely identifies that as a time when he began to drink more, things that were happening in his peer group at the time, not just modeling of substance use, but they were very distressed as well. I think about Mr. Honey as I'm always interested in how they're described as a young child, that he was actually quite sweet and loved animals and things like that. Like there's a sensitivity there that the various things that are going on, he's really not able to handle, and he doesn't have the surround and support to learn how to handle those. And substances just fill the gaps in every way. Of course, they become their own problem at a certain point. That's what addiction is. It's independent of trauma. It is its own problem. But if you combine that with trauma, then you've got a really big problem.
I want to talk about Mr. Honie's state of mind at the time of the crime now. Are you aware if he'd been taking drugs or drinking in the day before the evening of the incident?
Yes, heavily.
Can you share with the board your knowledge of that?
It's my understanding that he had, I think on the 9th, the crime happened on the 10th. He began drinking the morning of the 9th and ingested 2 or 3 or 4 18 packs with a friend of beer, and as well started adding in heavy hard liquor at some point, and continued to use hard liquor, and was smoking marijuana not just once, but many times during that period of time. And then was smoking marijuana potentially laced with PCP. So I
Do you
think
remember any other drugs that he was using at that time?
methamphetamine for
Okay.
sure. Yeah, that was another one. He reported using methamphetamine I think it was 3 times.
Do you recall reading an affidavit from Michael Stoltz, the treating physician at the ER? He's the one who saw Mr. Honie several hours after the crime to treat him for a cut to his hand.
Yeah, yeah.
And-
I mean, his description was that he was, he could smell and see that he was intoxicated. And from his behavior, it was clear that he was intoxicated and that he was not I forget what exactly the language of sound mind, I think it was.
That was several hours after
Yeah.
the time of the crime.
Yeah.
Okay. And you recall reading Dr. Smith's report where he was talking about the effects of taking multiple substances at
Yeah.
one time.
Yeah. Well, I found that interesting because he used the same language I use for the ACEs, which is a synergy. And again, I'm not an expert in substance abuse, but I certainly have witnessed this in my patients and in the veterans and various other people I've evaluated, that the impact of any given substance, it has its own independent effect. So you'll hear people say they take methamphetamine because it keeps them alert and awake. And a person who has trauma, very often they want to be hypervigilant. They want to stay on guard. And then they'll also be drinking, which is a depressant, which makes them much more mellow. If you combine these various impacts of the substances, and they have more than their average effect of if they had just taken one of them on their own. So I frankly can't even imagine the impact of all those substances on Mr. Honie's state of mind and body. It, it would be extremely disorganizing.
Can you please explain whether this type of use of substance can cause a person to fail to lay down memories or to experience a blackout?
Yes, all these substances independently and on their own interfere with memory. They if you take over a certain level, they're going to either alter what somebody remembers. They're going to intercept the encoding of memory. So all of us right now are encoding memories, and all of us will walk out of this room with different memory encoded. That's just how our brain works. We'll remember some things and not others. If you ingest a substance, it's absolutely going to interfere with that process. But if you take enough alcohol in particular can cause periods of time where you're behaving, you're walking, you're talking, but you're not actually laying down memory of what it is you're doing at the time. And that's what they call a blackout.
And given Mr. Honie's past history of trauma, is there an interplay between his trauma, his responses in the moment of the crime, as well as the use of alcohol? Is there also some sort of additional effect bringing trauma in?
Well, yeah, so if, let's imagine for a moment that this, Mr. Pony comes into this situation with, Miss Ben and his, what's been happening with his girlfriend, and he's highly distressed. He has the experiences of trauma. The more distressed someone is, and they have a trauma, I'm going to call it a traumatized brain. Their brain is used to being rerouted through these survival tendencies, not using the whole brain. That's going to produce what I call fragmented memories, bits of memory, but without a narrative. Often, some of the most distressing moments of something, or blocking out the most distressing moments and remembering random things. I liken the memory for traumatic events, and then the adaptation to tend to carry that kind of memory forward is like kind of like dropping a plate. There are pieces of things that are related to the event and related to the experience that happened, but they don't often connect. Or when asked, when asking a person to describe a certain situation, they'll talk about it in pieces that don't match. So if you add that to being inebriated and or impaired by substances, that would predict when if you give me those kinds of conditions, I would predict the point of view or the perspective or the narrative of somebody afterwards to be very fragmented, disjointed, not very logical or understandable.
I wanted for you to maybe talk about your conclusions now for the board.
Mhm.
You had several conclusions at the end of your report.
Mhm.
The first is, what is your general opinion with respect to Mr. Honey's early life traumatic experiences?
I've done a lot of evaluations of men and women who are on death row, and I get asked because they've experienced trauma. So I guess when I say from my perspective, the level of trauma that he was exposed to fairly relentlessly was high. I mean, this is not an individual who had a few bad experiences in their childhood. It was my perspective that it began before he was born, and this leads me to my second conclusion that it seems essential to understand him in the context of many generations of his family and even his culture that have borne the damaging impacts of trauma, and that he's an individual who did not become resilient to them. He did not um, uh, find a way to transform them in anything but violence in that particular moment of his life. And as unfortunate as that is, I think we just have to cope with the fact that these are outcomes that are larger than just Mr. Honey. So his individual story is filled with trauma even before he was born, but particularly in his early childhood, that exposure to the parental domestic violence, alcoholism, which then led to neglect and the various things that he needed to be resilient, to overcome, or to somehow have lower impacts of all that. He didn't have those. That stands out for me in his story.
Can people overcome their early life traumatic experiences by the passage of time alone?
Oh, yeah. No, yes and no. I mean, I would be wrong. I mean, statistically, there are many of us in this room who've experienced some traumatic experiences. So, yes, we can overcome in some ways. It largely depends on what the buffering, what are the things that make it possible to live with them if they're not going to be remediated by interventions. Now, what I mean by that is most often, if it's serious enough, if it's prolonged enough, if it's multiplicative enough, as it was in Mr. Honey's case, no, it's really not possible to overcome them without some help. Now, you could say I'm biased, I'm a psychologist, but I, I, I think that we see many, many people whose lives have been curtailed, who they haven't been able to do what they were born to with their capacities because of trauma, and that intervention really does make a difference in changing the trajectory. So I liken trauma to, it's like we've all seen trees with a barbed wire where the tree has grown around the barbed wire. In some ways, you can think of that as resilience. The tree has survived, but you'll also see trees that after that they curve off in the wrong direction, and then above it, if they're diseased and various things. So we're not endlessly resilient to trauma, and it does take intervention, and we have good interventions for example, severe trauma plus substance abuse. We know now that just treating the substance abuse does not often succeed if you have a very serious history of trauma, which it looks like was the case with Mr. Honey. He did have treatment for substance abuse, but it didn't hold. And my understanding is because of the traumas underneath were never addressed. They were never attended to at a level that was impactful enough.
Did Mr. Honey express his remorse from his Ben when he met with you?
Yes, he did. He was feels I think enduringly responsible and guilty, and sorry. He understands that this has had an impact on his family, on Miss Ben's family, on his children. He retains much of his understanding of the culture, which is interconnected. And I sat with him for 2 days. There was never a time when I felt like he did not, it pained him to talk about what he had done, but also all the rippling effects of that. And I think he carries that responsibility. I don't doubt that at all.
Thank you, Dr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Dr. Reynolds.
Does-
Could you go?
Does the
could you
board
go
have any
back to-
questions?
Yes.
I want to turn the time over to the board if they have any
I'm happy
questions.
to answer questions.
Does the board have any questions for Dr. Reynolds?
Okay.
Now you're excused.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we'll recess for lunch and reconvene at 1300.
Okay, thank you. Do you think that they'll be able to find it? Okay, so let me just read this.
Just confirming we're on record. Thank you. All right, welcome everyone. We'll continue on with the petitioner's presentation. So counsel, you may call your next witness.
Okay, our next witness is Mr. Honey's mother, Teresita Honey, who's going to read a statement that she wrote.
Okay. Ms. Honey, if you'll come up to the witness stand. You can raise your right hand up. Swear you in. You swear the testimony you're about to provide in this proceeding will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Thank you. You can put your arm down. Please state your name for the record.
Teresita Honey.
Thank you. So witness yours.
I am asked to describe how I feel about my son. I ask, how do you describe the very special feeling between a mother and a child? There are no words to adequately describe how a mother feels about her child. These feelings are so intense. We were told that we were living in poverty. At the time, I thought that was not true, as I worked to provide for my family. I work to provide for my family. I have worked for 43 years of my life, not counting the years I worked cleaning churches and people's homes for a quarter a day. This was done to provide for myself at first, then to provide for my family. During this time, I focused more on my job so I could adequately provide for my family. I could have chosen to ask for help from the government for assistance or food stamps, but I chose to provide for my family myself, as no one else would have helped. My son, Taberon Honie, I remember, was a caring young man. As a child, he called everyone that came around our home either as grandpa, grandma, or uncle. He was also very caring where animals were concerned. He used to go check on the elders in the village to see if they needed wood or water. Most of the elders knew him, especially two women who he said were his grandmas, and they were his grandmothers on his father's side. They were the same clan his father is. He spent countless hours with them, eating, hauling water for them, or just keeping them company. One of the ladies, one of his grandmothers, died while he was there having lunch with her. She choked, and he had no idea what to do as he was a young man. This was very traumatic for him. I'm told that you all would like to take his life away. To this I say, what life? 26 years ago, my son's life was taken. Since then, he exists in a facility being told when to eat, when to sleep, when to get up, and when he can go out to get some sun. This is not life, but existence. It tore my heart out when we went through all this together as a family. Then about 9 years ago, my second oldest son, Franklin Honie Jr., was taken from me by cancer. And again, I went through the torture of heartbreak all over again. Within the last year, I am again told one of my children has cancer. How long is she going to be with me before my heart is shredded again? Is it not enough? How long do I have? Oh, is it not enough suffering that I have to endure yet my son be taken as he has already been taken 26 years ago? I don't know if any of you have any questions.
Does the board have any questions? We do not, Ms. Honey.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time, and I know it was hard for you. Thank you. So you may call your next witness.
We now call Mr. Honie's daughter, Tressa Honie. She has a statement she would like to make.
Hello. Ms. Honey, if you'll raise your right hand, I'm going to swear you in. Do you swear the testimony you're about to provide in this proceeding will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Thank you. You can lower your hand. Please state your name for the record.
Tressa Honie.
You may proceed.
I didn't write anything because I have a hard time reading. I just want to have my say or like my voice in this matter. I'm affected on both sides, as that was my grandmother and that's my father. And uh, you know, 26 years ago, I was robbed a grandmother, and he robbed me of himself. And for a long time, I've been angry about it, and I'm an addict. I'm in recovery, and I am finding out now kind of how this all goes. It's kind of hard. I guess that's all I want to say is like it's hard on me right now in this moment because my mother is not in a perfect mother either. And my father is there for me however he can be. Also, I feel like my life would have been completely different had I had my maternal grandmother alive still, because from what I didn't get to know her. I was only 2 years old, but from what I hear, she was a pretty wonderful lady. And like I said, it affects me on both ends, and it sucks to be in the middle of all these things because not my immediate there's noise everywhere, and I guess that's all I wanted to come and just have my voice. And I don't know. Ugh, that's all I can think of to say right now.
You can take time if you need it.
Um, yeah, that's all I want to say.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Council, you may call your next witness.
Mr. Honey is now going to be available to answer any questions from the board about the crime or his disciplinary history. If you have any questions for him. Pardon me? Yes. Mr. Honey will be our last witness today. Can we just have a 5 or 10 minute break to
Absolutely.
let him? Okay, thank you.
Let them know they don't have to stay if they want. So, no.
I think we're ready to proceed. So if there are any questions for Mr. Honey, he's willing to answer questions to the best of his ability about the crime. We did, through Dr. Reynolds' testimony, tell you that given the amount of drugs that he had taken at the time, there may be some fragments, but he's willing to answer any questions you have and also to answer any questions about his disciplinary history.
Mr. Honey, do you have a statement or just answer questions from the board if we have any?
I have nothing written. I didn't think it would be right for me to write something down and come talk to you guys. I appreciate you guys' willingness to hear this. Apologize that this magnitude of a hearing had to fall in your laps. I don't know how to begin. I don't know. I have discussed it with my daughter. How can I come over here and ask you guys to spare me? Because I'm her helper. I'm her guiding light. I'm her pillar. When I took that from the victim's family, she just now said that she would have been okay, and I agree. Had I not done what I did, there would have been a safety net for my daughter, for my granddaughter. I'm the one that took that, me, Taberon Honie, who is a member of the Hopi tribe. I killed Claudia Ben, a member of the Paiute tribe. My daughter's grandmother, my ex's mother. Could I take it back? I wish I could. Am I proud of it? No. Am I making excuses? No. I had a whole thing prepared coming to talk to you guys today about how I've changed, the steps that I've taken to change my life. The individual that committed those crimes ain't the individual that's talking to you today. For the last 20 years, I've been going by culpability, accountability, responsibility. But no matter how much change I make, I can't make that right to that family, to their family. I don't know how they feel about it. It's still family. It's my granddaughter. It's my daughter's family, their family. Their feelings matter to me. I can't take anything back. I don't remember some of it, but the fact is, she's gone and I did it. I can't change that fact no matter how much I want to. I was ready to come and argue the points of Judge Braithwaite's reasoning of giving me the death penalty. That don't matter. I'm to be held accountable because I did this. I'm not trying to minimize anything. I'm not trying to take away from Claudia's family's pain. I put the shoe on the other foot, I would feel the same way they do. I've read the declarations. Yes, I'm a monster. Yes, I'm a POS. The only thing that kept me going all these years is the only thing I know 100%, this would have never happened if I was in my right mind. That's the only thing that I know. 100%, that's for sure. I make no excuses. I don't know how to feel about pleading for my life. I've shown that I can exist in prison, no doubt about that. That doesn't erase what our family's going through. That's the biggest thing to me. My lawyers will tell you, I argue with them all the time. Don't make excuses. I did this. Am I proud of it? Hell no. Things that were done to Claudia shouldn't have been done. They didn't need to be done. I did those things. I don't know if it's gonna make a difference to the board if intoxication, I know, that's why I threw that in there. I know this would have never happened had I been in my right mind. That's all I wanted to convey to you guys, to tell you guys. I appreciate you guys' willingness to hear me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Honey. Do we have anything else?
If I could ask Mr. Honey a couple of questions.
Sure. See.
Tate, can you talk about what it's been like in prison for you, the accomplishments, the sense of accomplishment maybe that you've felt while you've been in prison? You say you're not the same person, so I
Yeah, I
thought maybe you
think-
could share some of that with the board.
For 6 or 7 years when I first started this, when I came into prison, I did the usual thing of blaming someone else for all my problems. It was somebody else's fault that I'm in prison. I switched when I listened to a program and the lady was talking about repentance. And she was talking about metanoia from a Greek Septuagint. And what she talked about was true repentance. Not only asking forgiveness for your actions, but actually changing your mind and your lifestyle. That hit a chord with me. From that time on, I did change. I purposely went out of my way to change how I think, to take responsibility for my actions. Minimal help from DOC because in their mind, they can't waste the resources on me because I may get executed. That didn't stop me. I kept going. My daughter is the reason I did most of it. No matter how dire a situation is, you can always find a light in there to do good. I don't know how, and I don't know if it's proper for me to say it like this, but if you'll excuse me and indulge me for a while on this, I call this the belly of the beast. Everyone in here is a POS. It's how we come out. You either come out fertilizer, helping things grow, or you just come out and be a mark to society or to whoever. I chose to be fertilizer, help people along the way. Got my diploma, all the things that, I mean, I can sit here and tell you guys about how we came out, how they let me out from Max and to go to employment to where a plumbing job to where it was most trusted job in the whole facility. I've done plumbing work back there, back here. I've been in this building, you just haven't seen me. That doesn't matter to me, though. What matters is the magnitude of my crime. I can never take anything back from that. I don't know if I'll ever be able to rectify that. Family matters back there. My family matters back there. The thing about it is, they're all family. My daughter, my granddaughter ties us to Claudia's family. That's what I have to live with, and that's what I'm trying to better myself all these years. That's the part that I'm torn apart about. How can I come to ask you guys to spare me when I took her? I have no answer. Why should you guys spare me? I took Claudia. I don't have no answer on that one.
Does the board have any questions for Mr. Honey?
I do, Mr. Honey.
Yes, Mr. Yes.
Can you tell us what your standard level of intoxication would have been back then? Not just on the day of this crime. In other words, was this a regular level of intoxication?
No. This was starting the drinking at 8:30 in the morning, nonstop all day. Smoking, using whatever that came. My usual day is go get a day job, go work, come back home, get a 12-pack or 18-pack, drink it, pass out, wake up, go out again.
Okay, I want to make sure that I understand. Was it typical on every single day to reach a blackout point of intoxication?
No. Get drunk, pass out, yes. The point of intoxication is, as in dumbass, excuse the language, back then, I used to be proud of being able to go to the liquor store and drink a half pint of Everclear every day. That night that this happened, that day that this happened, we started at 8 o'clock. We looked for work, we couldn't find work, and we just started drinking and using drugs. Big ass party. It wasn't like my normal routine or what we usually do.
Okay. What was your plan that night?
The day was like usual, get wasted and go pass out. That was my plan. Get wasted and go pass out.
Okay, at some point it changed because you got a taxi and told the taxi driver to take somewhere. Can you tell us what your plan was at that point?
So Carol, my daughter's mother, called me. She wanted to break up, and we broke up, and I was with another lady. Then she called me. We had a complex or a weird relationship. Sometimes she would call me and say, come over, I'm not going to work, or I'm going to work, and then go over, she's at work or she's not there. There's been instances where I've gone over and she's there, but she don't want to come out and she's asleep under the porch. You know, wake up next morning, she comes home, her and Benita come home, Carol's out there talking to me, then I'll go home. Go to the place where I was staying. Carol is, I don't want to sound like I'm putting blame or anything. I just want to be clear about it. We've gone through that a lot where she'll call and say, come over, then disappear. That night that this happened, I went over there to go sleep under the porch. If she's not there, I'm gonna sleep under the porch. I'll talk to her in the morning. That was the plan.
When did the plan change? Can you help us understand what led to this?
To the best of my ability, there's a lot that, and I'm not using this as an excuse. I'm not, that pisses me off when when it's said like that. I truly don't remember a lot of it. I don't remember why we got in an argument. All I know is we got in an argument. It's when Carol and I first got together, we met in a rehab here in Salt Lake City, Indian Recovery Center. At the time, it seemed like it was a good idea, but in retrospect, it was a bad idea. We're both in recovery trying to fix ourselves. She went to the Hope, my parents came up and picked us up in Cedar City, and we went to the Hopi Reservation. Then we went back to the Kaibat Paiute Reservation where Carol's from. A scenario like this, the instance that I'm in death row for, is drinking all. We hit Kaibat. Benita wasn't home, so we went to the bar. We went to the liquor store. I started drinking heavily. We went to her stepmother's house, and that's all I freaking remember. And the next thing I know is the officers hooking me up off the mattress saying, "You're going to jail, you beat up Carol." What? You beat up Carol? I don't remember anything about that instance, only what I read in the police reports and what Carol told me. So after that, I went to jail. Carol said, "Come back to Salt Lake." I came to Salt Lake. We became a couple again. And it's always been with the relationship there of when we're alone, we're good. When she's with her family, it's no, because they don't like me because of what I did to her. I understand that. I told her that. Then she got pregnant with Tressa. And from there, it was always come around for Tressa, my daughter. My original plan was on that night, go sleep under the what do you call it? The steps, the landing, if you want to call it that. Spent some time with Tressa, and my thing was to go back to the reservation on the weekend. This wasn't planned. This wasn't meant to happen. He went from 0 to 100 like that. I'm assuming that's what we were arguing about, was the fact that how I beat up Carol. If that's what you're looking for the answer. I don't know if I clarified it enough, and I know I jumped around, but I wanted to give you the backlog of what we usually argue about, what they didn't like me for.
I wasn't looking for any particular answer other than your viewpoint on what happened.
I don't want to come across like I'm blaming anyone or I'm saying if this or no. I accept culpability, accountability, responsibility. I do know for a fact, and I reiterate that if I was in my right state of mind, I know this would not have happened. I can't take it back. Claudia didn't need that stuff done to her. She's never hurt me in any way for me to do that to her. They never hurt me in any way to do that to her. I'm fully aware when I say the victim's family, my daughter and my granddaughter are involved.
Thank you for answering my question.
You're welcome. I hope I clarified well enough.
Mr. Honie,
Yes, Mr. Johnson.
tell me about your discipline history here in prison.
Not to sound flippant about it, I got a lot of knickknacks, if you want to call them that. I got a dirty UA, and that's how I lost my plumbing job in November 2022. Then I got a fighting write-up last year, July 29th. Those are the only two major write-ups that I have in the 25, 26 years I've been here in prison.
I have a note about an improvised weapon.
That's a weight stick.
Tell me about that.
It's used, a lot of the guys back here, they don't allow us the bars or anything, so we'll improvise and use magazines or newspapers, roll it up into a bar, then use that to do arm curls and exercise stuff,
Okay,
weight bags, water bags.
okay. But you did receive a write-up for that.
Yes, I don't even know if that was dismissed. I know I got charged for destruction of state property for ripping a sheet in that same write-up, but I can't remember if I got charged for that weapon or that weight stick.
Okay. And referring to the fight last year, can you tell me a little bit about how that evolved, or what was the conflict?
So I don't know if you guys don't want names used, right?
No, I'm not asking about the names.
Okay,
Refrain
fine.
from using names, please.
Okay, so an individual, I was over in Barrel 4, Section 1. I was going over to get water. There was an individual that two older guys were having an argument with, telling him, "You're using too much vinegar. Quit spraying so much vinegar on the tables, you're burning everybody's eyes and nose." And he started verbally attacking them, saying they're old, they stink anyway, they need to go to current to pass on out of this life and all this other stuff. And I know those guys, so I said, "Hey, leave them alone, will you?" Then my friends on this side were on the phone saying, "Hey, can you let them know we can't hear on the telephone?" So I said, "These guys can't hear." And he started in on them again, and I said, "Just walk off." He said he don't have to do a damn thing. It's his effing section. If I got a problem with it, we can fight. Okay, so I put my cup down. He jumps up off his stool, comes at me, and reflex. I know I'm saying it like it sounds flippantly, but I'm not gonna let anybody come and smack me just to smack me. I slap, got his chin, he went down. Look to make sure he's okay. He's okay, he's getting up. Pick up my cup, and I walk to my area. He comes around and said, "It's not done. We're not done. Let's take this into the bathroom." Sat there, no, we're not gonna do that. It's when he was moved to swipe my desk, my TV and my food and everything's up there. That's when I said, "Hold on, okay." Stood up, started going to the bathroom, and one of the guys that we're programming with said, "Honie, leave it alone. He's trying to get you in trouble now." Turned around, walked back, sat back down in my area.
So in hindsight, are there other ways or options you've
Yes.
thought about?
I've been back in Antelope Max for a year for that.
Mhm.
I've had time to think about that. Yes, I've learned all these ways of getting out of conflicts and alternative stuff. There's other ways to deal with that stuff. For a long time, I denied that this was on my mind. Yes, it did have a part to play in my dirty UA. Yes, it did have a part to play in me getting in a fight. I worry about my daughter. I worry about Claudia's family. 26 years I've been here. It's like yesterday. I can't stop thinking about it. I wish I could go back and change it. Yeah. That's the only thing that kept me saying all this time, is to better myself, to help where I can. I was in my right mind. I would not have committed this crime.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sturba?
Mr. Honey, so just now, a few minutes ago, you said that you are a pillar for your daughter and your granddaughter. Can you help me understand what that looks like while you're incarcerated and what that means to you?
So I'm an addict and an alcoholic. In the 26 years I've been here, I've only had one dirty UA. I don't use. My daughter is just starting that journey. And the conversations we have, it's, well, I'm gonna give you the best advice I can because I've been through it. Her mom, unfortunately, is still in that world of using and everything. And right now, to me, it's just me for her. From the start, it's always been her. I mean, when my direct appeal was denied, I was gonna drop my appeals. My daughter said, no, I need you. When my appeals were from the state courts were denied. So my legal team, I'm gonna drop my appeals. No, my daughter said, no, I need you, Dad. Now we're at this stage, and like I said, I don't know how I can come and ask you guys, spare me when I took Claudia. When I took their pillar. I did that. But I owe it to my daughter and my mother to come ask if there's a possibility. The individual that you're talking to today isn't the same person that I was back then. I made those changes. That's how I want to be. That's how I am a pillager, helping her through her journey.
Thank you for answering my question.
Thank you.
Mr. Yates?
Mr. Honey, I have just a few questions for you. The information I've reviewed indicates that you actually called Carol. You initiated the phone call before you went up to Miss Penn's house. Is that correct?
She called me.
Okay. And did she say what she wanted at that time?
No, I shouldn't say she called me. I'm going by what was said in court. She called me because she didn't hear from me all day and she was calling to check in on me.
Ed, did you get into a heated discussion with Carol?
Almost every single conversation, it heated.
And help me understand why you would go up to the house of the victim, because it's my understanding from my review of the records is that Carol told you she couldn't see you because she had to go to work. Is that consistent with your memory?
Yeah, the thing, Mr. Yates, is she said that before. And when I went over there, she'd be there, or she'd come pick me up, or she'd go to mutual friend's house saying she's going to work, drop Benita off, go pick up our friends, then go to Arizona, then come back before the night's over. So it's one of them things where my mind may be playing tricks on me, but that's what we've done that before, where she tells me she's not gonna be there. I go over, she's there. There's been repeated things like that. I mean, I called one time and talked to Benita, and she told me Carol's not there. And when we showed up, she wasn't there, but she pulled up and she used to tell me to come around.
During your course of conversation with Carol,
Okay.
at any time, did you threaten to kill Miss Ben?
I don't recall that, but I'm not saying that didn't happen. I've said that in the past to her. I'm here to be honest and forthright with you, okay? That's the only way you guys can see the true picture. I talk a lot of crap. And yes, I said that. I'm gonna kill everybody and come over there, and I didn't mean it.
Were you aware that 3 of the victim's grandchildren were living with her at that time, including your own daughter?
My daughter is one of the 3.
Right.
Yes.
You were aware all 3 of those
Yes.
children, I think they were ages 4, 3, and 22 months at the time.
Yes.
So when you went to the house, why didn't you just go to sleep under the porch? How is it you
She
start?
heard me.
She heard you?
Yes.
And then what happened?
We got in, there's been instances where I went over, she heard me and she called the cops on me. There's been instances where I went over to watch a movie and then they asked me to leave and the police had to escort me off. Actually, it was an officer that lived down the street that said, "I'll take you to town." That's all I was trying to say is the relationship we had is my daughter's mother would say, "Come over, spend time," knowing that her sister and her mom and them didn't like me for what I did because I beat her up.
Sure.
But she'd still say, "Come over," and we'd sneak around. When I first went to Cedar City, it was Betsy's house that she allowed me to stay in her house, but for a certain time. After that time limit ran out, then Carol said, "Well, okay, start sleeping outside." And Betsy caught me out there.
So you got into a verbal confrontation
Yeah.
with Ms. Band. And then
I don't know
Yep.
what for.
at what point did you decide you were going to break into the home?
That I can't tell you, Mr. Yates.
Do you remember breaking into the home?
No.
Do you remember entering the home?
I remember grabbing a knife from her. That's how the cut to my hand happened.
She had a knife in her hand?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember seeing any of the grandchildren?
No.
But you were aware they were living there, is that correct?
Yeah, I was aware they were there.
And did you break glass or a door to get in?
That's what they say.
Do you have any independent memory of that?
Not fully, and I'm not saying this to make excuses, but there's a lot of it I don't remember.
That's fair. So at any time, when you're breaking into the home, did you think, I wonder what impact this might have on those 3 children?
No,
Never crossed your mind?
never crossed my mind because I wasn't in my right mind. Had I been in my right mind, there's no way in hell I'd have broke that window. What ifs is I played that game all this time. What if, could have, should have. I know for a fact, if I was in my right mind and we argued, I would have waited for the police to come to take me to jail.
Okay.
No, I didn't. This wasn't planned. I didn't go over there to kill Claudia.
At one stage, you had the wherewithal to call a taxi to take you there. Is that correct? Do you remember that?
No, because I didn't even have money. I don't remember where I got the money from.
So you don't remember traveling to the victim?
With, no. With, the taxi driver, I remember getting in and getting out, giving him my $20, waiting for him to give me my change back.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you for answering my question.
You're welcome, Mr. Waits. Hopefully I clarified. If there's anything else that you guys need, because I'm here to, this is put everything on the table. I've been going to court all this time just to try to get it in front of a jury so they can see both sides, not just what I told Nancy Cohen. You know, half of that, what I told Nancy Cohen is I thought I was getting out. I'm not making excuses. I'm just saying what it is. Right now, I'm like clear mind. I want to make sure that you guys know where I'm coming from. Because like I said, it took me a long time to finally grow, to mature, to see the magnitude of the crime I've committed. And like I said, I apologize that it fell into you guys' lap to decide this.
Yeah, please, Mr. Hills.
Can you explain what you told Dr. Cohn that was not the truth?
I'm not understanding your question.
Sure. And
Sorry, say
I
it.
may have misunderstood you. It sounded like you said half of what you told Dr. Nancy Cohn was just nonsense because you thought you were getting out. So my question is what you told Dr. Cohn accurate, or was it just nonsense that you were making up?
No. My legal, and I don't know if we can, I mean, I've read the rules that you guys put down, and I was told by legal counsel, my defense team, that if I just go along with what the state put out, that Robert Braithwaite, the judge in Iron County, he's a young judge. He's never heard a death penalty case before, and he won't give me the death penalty. It's either a matter between life with parole or life without parole. Life with parole because of my age, and it's the first time I've been in prison and all this other stuff. I'll get 1 to 15, I'll do 25 years, and I'll be eligible for parole after 15, and I'll get out after 25. So when I was talking to Nancy Cohen, it was, okay, let's do this. What happened? What did they say happened? Okay, that's what happened.
So I want to make sure I understand.
But I'm not taking anything away. I'm not trying to say that the crime didn't happen. It did happen. I'm not trying to say, no, this didn't, it did happen. I'm the one that did those things. I'm the one that took Miss Ben's life. Am I proud of it? Hell no. Was it planned? Hell no. Sorry for using that language, but no, it wasn't planned. That's the only thing I can say to you about what the state relies on so heavily is Nancy Cohen's testimony. Well, that testimony, or that what she got from me was because I thought I was getting out. And now, 26 later, I won't even be asking you to let me out of prison. I lost that right. I lost any hold I had on society when I committed my crimes. I earned my place in prison. And what I'm asking today, this board to consider is, would you allow me to exist? I've shown that I can exist in prison. I'm not a threat to the public. I'm not a threat to anyone. My job as a plumber, as I said, the reason I brought it up is I've been back there around the board, around in Draper. I've been to there. I've been to every building in this compound. 80% of the staff don't have a problem with me. When I was a maintenance worker, even single females would take me down to the maintenance shop at 1 or 2 in the morning. No worries. The crime that happened is not me. It's something I did, but it's not me. I hope that kind of makes sense.
You tell me a little bit more though, because I don't want to guess at what
Okay.
you're thinking. I want to make sure that I understand you.
Okay.
Do I understand correctly that Dr. Cohn asked you questions and you're telling us today that instead of answering with what you knew, you just told her things to get the interview over with that you didn't know or weren't true? Can you explain that to us?
I don't want to take away from the fact that I am taking responsibility for everything that happened. What I'm trying to clarify with Nancy, what happened with Dr. Nancy Cohen is a lot of it that was geared toward, hey, my attorneys told me if you do this, you'll get out. A lot of it I don't remember. A lot of it I don't trust my memory to try to remember. That's what I was trying to convey to you is, if there's specific points, ask me, because then when I talked to Nancy Cohen, some of it was, hey, they said this happened. Is that what they said happened? Okay, that's what happened. But I'm not telling you guys today, no, nothing happened. No, it did happen.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
Mr. Stevenson.
I understand your position. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
We have another question for you, Mr. Yates.
Just very quickly, Mr. Honey,
Great.
is there anything that you would like us to know about you or your situation that we haven't already talked about that you think we should know about as a board?
I'm not sure how to answer that, Mr. Yates. As I stated from the start, I was coming up to not really tout my record, but show you guys that I'm not a danger to society. I'm not asking this board to let me out of prison. I'm asking this board to allow me to exist in prison because I've shown that I can. If I won't take full responsibility, accountability, and responsibility. I'm not saying I didn't do these crimes. I'm saying, yes, I did. The only thing I can say, now you asked about what we haven't talked about. If you allow me just to reiterate, if I was in my right state of mind, this would have never have happened. I know that for a fact. That's the only thing I know for a fact.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Yates. Thank you.
That's all I have.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Honey.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
If I could just
Counsel?
clarify for Mr. Johnson, he asked about the weapons charge against Mr. Honey. If you look at the state's exhibit 7, pages 44 and 45, Mr. Honey was found not guilty of that particular charge, and it was based on actually what he said. The notation is, while the water stick may be used as a weapon, it is institutionally accepted that inmates construct these items to lift homemade weights. I do not believe the water stick was crafted to be used as a weapon, and he was found not guilty.
Counsel?
That is the end of our presentation.
Okay. I have no other questions for Mr. Honey. We will close this hearing, go into a recess until tomorrow, but as a matter of housekeeping, we want to make you guys aware of a letter that we received from Antina. She was a person that is somewhat involved as far as picking up the kids at the scene. We just want to make you aware that we received that letter, and we will be considering that in our deliberation.
The state notified us that they've emailed us. I don't have access to it, but we'll read it tonight.
Okay.
I also had a request of the board. Things have switched around a bit. The initial schedule allowed us to have closing argument after the state's presentation. And I think it makes more sense for us to do the entire closing at the end of their presentation rather than before their presentation. Instead of a closing at the end of our evidence, to do a closing after they have presented.
Okay, instead of saving time after their presentation.
Yeah, and then that way we can just address anything in their present, just like a normal, closing would be, if that's okay with the board.
State, do you have any?
We were, we were anticipating that they would go first and we would go second, and they would reserve time for rebuttal. That would be our
No,
preference.
that's
Is that-
correct, but we would like to do our closing after you do your presentation. You have a presentation and then a closing, right?
Well, because of the 4 hours that have been allotted for us to do closing, we've made it into a closing argument.
So it's all closing.
Yeah.
Okay,
We'll allow it.
okay,
We'll
thank
stay
you.
have their 4 hours of closing, and then you can do
Thank
your
you.
closing after
Okay.
theirs.
Thanks.
Okay.
Um,
Mr. Honey?
If you allow me to say another thing, it just came into my mind. The
Proceed.
presentation that was made this morning by Victoria, Dr. Reynolds, when she was going through her presentation, I could not stop thinking about my daughter and her 2 cousins. The trauma, that she presented that I went through, my daughter and her two cousins have to go through that now. I'm grateful that they didn't turn out like me. They're going into their 30s and they haven't been to jail. They're living as best they can. On record, I want to ask them, apologize. Hopefully one day you'll forgive me.
Thank you, Mr. Honey.
Thank you for letting me speak.
Okay, we'll be in recess till tomorrow morning. That concludes our hearing today.
Thank you.
Joining me now is friend of the show, Democratic Representative Jasmine Crockett of Texas. She is on the House Oversight and Accountability Committee, and David Pepper, former chairman of the Ohio Democratic Party and author of the book, Saving Democracy, a user's manual for every American. Congresswoman, good morning. Thank you for being here. How do you plan to communicate the dangers of Project 2025 to voters, not just around a Trump presidency, but understanding that even a defeat of Donald Trump still leaves Project 2025 looming as a problem going forward?
Yeah, so first of all, thanks to MSNBC for actually discussing an issue that voters need to know about, which is Project 2025, instead of engaging in all of the extra drama that has been going on. Second of all, I think that it's really important that people understand that Project 2025 is actually already underway. As someone who served in the Texas House and had to endure the Heritage Foundation sending bills, because that's exactly what they've been doing, is they've been sending bills through our state houses and our state senates. That is how we got to the point that we ended up with these abortion bans. They called it the heartbeat bill in the state of Texas. That is something that they passed along to Texas. They passed it along to Florida. And so what people need to understand and decide is, if you like the direction that this country is going as it relates to our Supreme Court that has eviscerated our Constitution, that seemingly doesn't care anything about court precedents and seemingly only wants to bow down to Trump as if they are serving him in the way that Eileen Cannon just did, then that is what you will get more of. If you want to live in a country in which you are force-fed this pseudo-Christianity, where you have to believe in God and do the things that they say their God wants you to do, which I argue is the same God that they used to justify slavery in the first place. And then when we look at diversity, equity, and inclusion and what they've done in the Supreme Court, we already see this actually taking place. The issue that we don't understand is that the last kind of nail in the coffin is Trump getting into the presidency. And the scariest part about that is that, let's say he decides he doesn't want to leave the White House. Well, who's going to check him? Because the Supreme Court has decided that checking him is not really something they're interested in doing.
David, I want to ask you about J.D. Vance. You ran the Ohio Democratic Party. We are seeing a guy who went from being a never Trumper, describing Trump as America's Hitler, to standing next to him, arm in arm, in lockstep, as his vice presidential pick, ready to fight the fight to get to the White House. Who is this guy? Which side of him can we trust? It seems like he will say what is politically expedient. What is it that voters need to know about who he is at his core?
First of all, thank you for the setup. You are a heck of a litigator. You made your case so well. J.D. Vance, I think, has shown us that he's someone who basically will do what he needs to do to gain power or to stay in power. And in many ways, that's the scariest thing of all. A few years ago, you called it out. He said what he said about Trump. He said he mused that he was America's next Hitler. Now all he does is sing his praises. And that should scare us. And he's one thing he made very clear in recent months is what Trump wanted was somebody to do what Mike Pence refused to do on January 6th. That was the ultimate test, that level of loyalty. And in recent weeks, J.D. Vance has made clear he wouldn't have even certified the election. So he's willing to go even that far. And I want to talk about 2025 for 1 second. I've been saying for some time, Trump is Project 2020.
I'd like to welcome everybody. This is day 2 of this hearing. Continued time and place set for the hearing for Taberon Honie's commutation petition. My name is Scott Stevenson. I'm the chair of the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'd like my colleagues to make their appearance known for the record, starting with Mr. Yates.
Morning, my name's Robert Yates.
Good morning, I'm Melissa Sturba.
Mike Hills. Morning, I'm Greg Johnson.
Council, if you'll please state your name for the record.
Therese Day for petitioner, Mr. Honie. With me is Eric Zickerman, co-counsel, Kelly Colshaw, co-counsel, Sandra Zahirier, investigator, and Mr. Honie's family is here today to support him.
Thank you. State.
Good morning, board. Daniel Boyer for the state, here with co-counsel Drew Peterson, Aaron Riley, and Secretary Melissa Fryer.
Thank you. We also want to note that Mr. Honie is present for today's proceedings. As a roadmap today, we will start with victim representatives. We understand there are 4 victim representatives that want to testify today. We do have set allotted time for those individuals, so I'll give you a 5-minute warning so you can wrap up your testimony. After we hear from the victim representatives, each side will be offered an opportunity to make closing arguments. At the conclusion of the victim representatives' testimony, the state will start with their closing arguments, and then we will close with petitioners' closing remarks. After the board adjourns today, the board will deliberate and provide a written order with our decision. We'll make sure that everyone is notified, to include media and all those that are involved in this process. Before we begin, there's some housekeeping items we'd like to take care of. I want to remind the media that they're not to use photographic or video coverage of victim representatives in the hearing room. If a victim representative consents to being interviewed in a public space, they may do so, but no photography is to be used or recorded in this hearing. We anticipate, also, live streaming. Media is not allowed to live stream, and they're not allowed to live stream the board's live stream link. We anticipate taking regular breaks every 2 hours. We'll try to make those breaks in a timely manner and at natural breaking points during testimony. The board may resume the hearing without you And so if you don't return in the allotted time, we will start the proceeding. That includes council as well. Board members may stand at different times just to stretch as we go through this proceeding, but don't allow that to distract your testimony. Members in the audience may come and go, but we ask you to keep that to a minimum and try to take your breaks with the time breaks that we offer. Similar to yesterday, we'll break for lunch at noon. There's an area that corrections has designated in the Anderson building, which is northeast of this building, for designated areas, victim representatives and their families, Mr. Honie, his family, and supporters as well. Council Corrections will also show you where you get your box lunches and where you can eat. I also want to thank Corrections for accommodating the lunch breaks for us. For everyone who's speaking, I want to remind you to speak into the microphone. We have a court recorder that is recording remotely and transcribing remotely. We also want to make sure that we have a good recording of this proceeding. We have previously addressed this with the parties, but the board will not allow crime scene photos to be a part of their presentations out of respect for the victims and their families. Finally, we would like to remind everyone that we will not permit interruptions or disruptions to the hearing. The board desires to conduct a fair, orderly, and just process. If you interfere or disrupt this proceeding, you may be removed from the hearing room and prohibited from returning at the board's discretion. We thank you all in the advance for the cooperation and understanding of these rules, and we just want to maintain a decorum as we go through these proceedings. Parties, do you have any questions before the victim representatives start?
No, Chairman.
Questions? No questions.
Okay, thank you. First victim, I have an order, but I'm not sure what order was agreed upon for the victims. I have Benita Yoshida. My list, is she present? You could please step up to the witness stand. If you'll raise your right hand up, I need to swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to provide in this proceeding will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. You can put your hand down. Could you please state your name for the record?
Benita Yersheta.
Ms. Yoshida, what would you like the board to know?
Just that on July 98, my mother was taken.
Take your time.
At that time I was living with her. My parents were divorced, so I grew up moving back and forth between my mom and my dad. And at the time I was living with her, and I had my girls and we were working, and she loved them girls. And now every time I think of my mom, I think of the aftermath of this crime scene. I can't pick up a phone and call her anymore. I can't wish her a happy birthday, her Mother's Day. I have to go to the cemetery for the holidays, Mother's Day, her birthday. I go down on the anniversary of her death. We can't make no more memories with her, no more picture taken. We just have to live with the pictures and memories we have. She don't get to hold the new additions to her family, as her family is still growing. And I've waited for this day to come for the last 26 years. I cannot go. Every time I think of my mom, I always start crying on my drive to work, when I'm at work, just whenever it's all the tears has just come. And we all miss her very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yoshida. The next victim representative I have is Betsy China. You can make your way up to the witness stand. You can raise your right hand for me. You swear the testimony you're about to provide in this proceeding will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And lower your hand. Please state your name for the record, please.
My name is Betsy China. I'm Claudia's cousin. Also, she took care of me when I was little as well. There's many other relatives. And I want to thank the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole for allowing me to be here and speak on behalf of Claudia, since she no longer has the voice to say anything. And Claudia Ben had many titles. Number one was being a mother. As mothers, we don't have maps to tell us what to do, especially when our tribe, as well as many other tribes, were terminated in the 50s and no longer under the government. Grandfather, my Tony Telehash grandfather was sent off to Carlisle, Carlisle, Pennsylvania, to go to school, re-educated. Yes, and that's kind of worked. But our grandmother, she was stern in a traditional ways too. So we had both worlds. And grandma was always right. But Claudia's mother and father raised her in a middle class home in Page, Arizona, where she went to school and excelled and did all those things and met her husband and had her children. So being a mom, sister, cousin, friend, she was a counselor, a co-worker, a lover, and foe. She was all these things. And when the names comes hats, and she wore each hat appropriately. Yes, she did. She was well versed in the women's issues due to working with University of Utah Resource Center while attending school there at the University of Utah. Thereupon graduating, we're so happy to see her walk down the aisle. It was a long time for something good to happen. She was a mover and shaker, and she was a leader. At home, she had good and bad days like normal people. Get tired, things, tired, exhausted. But mostly she would worry, uh, would be having, helping relatives or friends living with her until they got back on her feet during that time too. So she never denied anybody help in any way. Tabram and Carol's relationship started there in Salt Lake City at Dee's apartment. And Dee, Claudia, that's her nickname, worried about her daughter Carol's relationship. And her daughter cried, but never left Tabram, or he first, he wouldn't leave her. So, you know. So after graduating from the University of Utah, Dee left all her belongings in that apartment, furnishing, electric, and gave it to Carol, according to my understanding. Said, here, take it, live, we, get you to start. And then she came down to Cedar City and stayed with me as well. So I stayed with her in Salt Lake, and she came down and stayed with me. So we're like that. Carol soon followed afterwards, I guess. Electric got shut off, no electric rent paid, I don't know the situation. But she showed up and Tabor came along too. And I did tell him he was not welcome there because Claudia was not comfortable with him there. Due to the relationship that, had Deat worrying. And you know how well they listened to that. They were sneaking around, even at my house, which was uncomfortable because he's a big man and we're just women. And Dee finally got her job and a house with the Paiute tribe of Utah as a social service worker, working with recovering alcoholics and what she wanted to do, help people. And she was very supportive. And her daughters, they moved in with her, and it was a big happy family. They sure they wasn't that happy, but family issues coming and going, working together, and they enjoyed lots of videos together, watching videos and kids videos and all the grandkids and yes. So they lived there, and the older girls were trying to get on their own and get their life together as well. Um, she was very supportive, job wise and cultural wise. I recall one year there was a paper out about our cultural Paiute things, the beginning and how it started. And it was a Friday, and she said, "Hey, let's go to this." So it was on a Saturday weekend kind of retreat there in Mojave Country in the middle of Arizona. So we drove all that night just to get there to be there to our cultural thing with our nephew Mark in her little car, and we just was there to support him as well as our cultural. So she did that, and we sang all the way back up because she had this tape, and we sang all the way back and up, and it was a good time, good memories. As for work, she had the AA that she was running, Red Road, I believe, and she would always tell us, "Come on," she'd drag us, and we'd go with her to support her as well in her endeavors and job, and get what we needed to out of that. And memories that were memorable. And Tabram, you robbed us. Totally robbed us. 25 years of missing out on her knowledge and her ability to read at a higher level, to comprehend and help us. I mean, I can read a little, high school level, but I need somebody there, no more. Uh, Years of advice and support is gone. Years of missing out of her grandchildren, missing out what a wonderful grandmother she could have been and how she loved her grandchildren. And the boy missing out then. It just robbed us. Yep. And I think of the brutality of the murder and the disrespect of the female anatomy. How could he violate and cut and then want to penetrate? It was unbelievable to show such disrespect to a woman, any woman. And as a mother, I'm sure Claudia worried about her daughter's well-being. Because I know as a mother, I tell my daughter, don't do that. I don't like him. But they're going to do it anyway. And we just pray and hope they come out well. Because we feel it and we know it, instincts, mother instincts. But it was not adhered to, and they didn't respect her enough to respect her authority and say, no, you're not welcome here, or what. And also to hurt the innocent babies. And then I understand he wanted to take his daughter after that. Probably take her car, because he didn't have a car, but he wanted to take his daughter. And her daughter, we love her too. I mean, we had a hard time in the beginning looking at each other and pointing and blaming. You tore our family apart that way as well. Hating on each other, blaming each other. Well, why didn't you do that? Why did hindsight? It's all hindsight. Why? Why? And we couldn't believe that you would pray meditatively do that. Yeah. Didn't know you were going to follow through. And that crazy night, she had just got off of council meeting there in Cedar City, and she invited me to her home. I was out in the backyard watering my weeds, and she invited me, come on, it's Friday, let's go watch movies, got movies. We could veg out, candy, popcorn, anything. And I'm like, nah, I'm gonna just stay home and rest. And there's a reason for everything, I guess. But maybe I could help, but that's hindsight again. What could have happened? What could have we been? Where could we have been if she survived? How we could have accelerated as a tribe, individual, and a family. But it was blown all apart that dreadful day. Somebody had a brain idea. It took a lot to get here today with my health, finances, childcare, and transportation. But it took a lot of support from the community in Paiute country. Sarah cooking her burritos and tacos, Cedar Brand Corporations, Cedar Shivots Band of Paiutes. These people were supporting us, whether they are for the death penalty or not. They supported us and wished us well. And it's always heartbreaking to see Benita cry. And it's also heartbreaking to see your mother cry too. I cried. I watched her at one when she's talked. And I cried for her because as a mother, we go through things like that. And as mother, it was heartbreaking and I felt for her. and and I think of my son and like, wow, man. But each of our stories are our hardship to overcome. And they make us stronger. And you have been provided 25 years of incarceration. And you want more. But I think, personally, I think we should just close the book Abram, you admitted you're wrong. And I'm proud of you did that, I'm glad that you got knowledge while here because it's not going to go anything but for your personal use. But it's good. But you robbed, disrespected, mutilated women all over the world when and as a mom, we can't blame ourselves for that. And you said you took, but we do blame ourselves. As mothers, when my daughter gets in trouble or my son, I blame myself. Oh gosh. But then at some point, you have to say, hey, I'm only going to support you this one time and you do it again, you're on your own. I can't, because, but we love our kids and we want the best for them. And the best thing for me, my choice would be the death penalty. Let's get this over. You, I mean, Tressa, grandchildren, what forth, they'll be there on the other side. And I hope to meet D one day when my time comes, when our Creator calls us home. Not an individual who puts it in their own hand to disrespect women from what we come from, who birthed us, who gave us life, who cherished us more than anything. And with that, I'd like to say that I know my Redeemer lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. China. And thank you for making the sacrifice to be up here and share your remarks. The next victim representative I have on the list is Sarah China. Ms. China, if you can raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to provide in this proceeding will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Please lower your hand. State your name for the record.
Sarah China Azul.
You can lower your hand.
Okay, sorry.
What would you like the board to know, Ms. China?
Well, my name is Sarah China. Betsy China is my mother. Claudia Ben was my auntie. Been hard. It's been really hard. I've been holding on to this for a long time. She took care of me in Salt Lake. And I've been in foster homes practically all my life because my mom and her alcoholic addiction and my personal problems. So I would always be taken away. When I was 12 years old, I was in a foster home, and the lady I was living with, Tina, she said, time to pack up. And I said, where am I going? And she said, Claudia Ben's coming to get you. A family member came to get me. And I stayed up here in Salt Lake for maybe two years, I believe. And that time I lived with her, she was a very good woman, auntie. I went to school and at the, was it Benyon or Bryant Intermediate? And she provided for me, taught me right from wrong. I'm not really educated in schooling and my brain and stuff. And so she would teach me how to speak proper. At that time, she was going to school at the Utah University Women's and working at the Women's Resource Center. And the day I went home, I was happy because my aunt, Claudia Ben, she was a strict auntie because she wanted nothing but the good for me and to teach me from right from wrong. But when I went home, it was a whole different story. I ended up getting into a lot of trouble with, I was in and out of jails, detentions, you know, it was just a rough time. And I started drinking when I was known as an alcoholic at the age of 15. They sent me to rehab across to the Cherokee, North Carolina Rehab Center. And, I always think about my aunt because she was a substance abuse counselor. And when I got back, I started drinking again right after, when I got older, I turned to 8. I've been in foster homes, but after that, when I turned 18, I was in Cedar City and my aunt Claudia Ben came and got me. And my family wasn't there, they were, but they weren't there for me. Claudia Ben was there for me. She came and got me and said, let's go get movies and veg out and go to my room. And we locked it and we had an auntie and niece stay for my 18th birthday. It's been very hard for me. I started working with Carol, and Benita came and got me from my foster home. And that night, Carol had told me, Kate called me. And I said, what'd he say? And she said, he wants to see me. And I'm like, oh. And she's like, but he said, if I don't go see him, he's going to kill my mother. And I said, Carol. And it was left at that. And I was like, that night, the cops came to get Carol at our work. And I said, I'm going to go and call Auntie Claudia Ben. The phone was busy. Next morning, my mom was there. And I was like, what's going on? And that morning, I was so pissed off. So pissed off, angry. I just turned 18 and my aunt got took from me. I told my mom, take me to that house right now. Take me. I want to see my auntie. I want to see my auntie. I went there and I busted in the door. There was blood all over the damn house. She fought for her life. She saved her grandkids too. That's a strong Paiute woman right there. And I seen where she dropped. And I just couldn't believe it. I was so angry that day, and that day I just held it in. I wanted to hurt him. I wanted to hurt his family. That's how angry I was. And from that day, I just held it in. And I became the worst alcoholic in my life ever. I drank for many years and I stopped drinking 7 years ago. I forgave. I was reborn Christian. It's supposed to say forgive and forget. I don't know if I can forgive this man for killing my aunt, but in the Christian way, you're supposed to forgive. And I feel sad because my little cousin Tress said that's her dad. And I see her struggling between the middle of the family, and I don't like that. It's heartbreaking to see her thinking we hate her, thinking she has to be good for us, and thinking that this is just like, I don't know, it's heartbreaking. It very is heartbreaking. And the way he killed her. That's just sick. Who would want to get hurt down there? Who would want to be held on by their spine on their neck? When we had our Native American traditional sing for her, she was on ice, but we had to send her off in a good way, even though she was melting in her casket. You know, like I said, my aunt was a substance abuse counselor. She used to come and get me from my foster home, gather as many Native Americans, young adults that she could pile up in her van and take us to AA meetings because she cared and she wanted to help us in that way. And she was proud of us, even though we were the way we were. She wanted to help each and every one of us. When I was in rehab the last time, 7 years ago, I learned a lot, and I know what a blackout is. A blackout is when you do blackout, but you know what you're doing at that same time. You know what crime you're doing. You know what you're doing. So you can't give that excuse that you didn't know what you did, because you know in your mind, you know what you were doing. And I learned that, and I didn't believe it because I was like, well, I don't remember what I did, you know? But the professor down there in Arizona told me, Sarah, you know what you were doing when you did that crime. I've worked with a lot of people, and I'm the professor from down there, you know, and I don't know. I'm kind of relieved that today, you know, we get to speak about Auntie Claudia Ben, because it's very heartbreaking to see everybody, even on his family side, to be hurt, because this is his life. This is his soul. We do make mistakes, and I know I did a lot of mistakes in my life, and I know it's hard to get, you know, people to forgive you. Like I said, I've been incarcerated a lot, and I've been an alcoholic practically all my life because I had a lot of problems, and all I wanted to do was drink, but my aunt just wanted to help. And there's a lot of what ifs. What if she was here, you know, how would my life be? You know, would my life have gone, would I have been chairwoman? Would I have been on the tribal council? Would I have been really educated? Would I have gone to school? Yes, I probably would have, because I listened to my Auntie Claudia Ben. Anything she said, she was always right. She had that mind where you're smart, Sarah, you're smart. You come from Tallahassee family, you're smart, you're well educated. And I always thought to myself, no, I'm not, I'm dumb. But 7 years ago, I let it go. I dropped that drink and I let it go. I forgave everybody. All we could do now is go to Auntie Claudia Ben's grave. She loved knickknacks that were bears. And there's a lot of bears on her grave. And every time I hear Tina Turner, I think of her because that was her idol. She would die for that woman, and now they're together up there. She's rocking out up there in the high above heavens, you know? And she's not in pain anymore. She's living free. She's a grandma. She's also a great grandmother. How cool is that? If she was here, she would have been the best grandma ever, because she's the best woman. We miss her terribly. I miss her a lot, and I'm glad today, like I said, I've held on to this with all the anger and stuff. Being an alcoholic, it was hard because my health was going down and I couldn't walk. And I just got that help because I didn't want to die an alcoholic. But I was still holding on to this, but not as bad as I was. I didn't need to pick up that drink. I thought of my Aunt Claudia Ben. What if she was here? She would have been yelling around at me, giving me the 3rd degree. That woman was somebody special in my life. And now she's not here no more. I get upset all these years every time I see Carol. Carol, why? Carol, grow up. Carol, stop doing that. And I talk to her about Aunt TD sometimes. Sometimes I blame Carol. Sometimes I think crazy, like, Carol, did you plan this? Carol, because her and Tate were always together. I know him as Tate because I met him I didn't know his name was Taberon Honie. I just knew him as Tate. But as I sit here today and I see Tate sitting over there, I haven't seen that guy in 26 years. He grew up in the system, in prison. And everyone prays for me, everyone, to stand up here and be strong for myself and just to hold it together, because this is someone's life we're dealing with. And you 5 up there sitting, like my mom said, thank you for letting me speak today on behalf of my Aunt Claudia Ben, because she was not just somebody out there like regular person. She was somebody out there to everybody, and everybody had her in their heart, something special that she did for them. There's a lot of memories that people tell me, oh, she was my counselor. Oh, she was the best. She did this for me. She would take her clothes off the back of her shirt, just to give to somebody. She was that kind of person. And now we don't have her no more. And I'm just thankful that I'm here, and I'm not numb no more like I used to be. I'm free. And I don't know what your decision is going to be, but I always say an eye for an eye, as in God says it. An eye for an eye in the Bible. It's sad. It's a sad day today. And you 5 up there, you make the right decision, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. China. Next, we have Trevia Wall. Ms. Wall, if you can raise your right hand, you just swear you in. Do you swear the testimony you're about to provide in this proceeding will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Ms. Wall, could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Trevia
Okay.
Wall.
What would you like the board to know, Ms. Wall?
First, I would like you guys to know that my name is pronounced Trevia Amber, and that my Auntie D gave me that name. And I carry that name with pride. Oh. My Auntie, I'm gonna call her my Auntie D because I didn't call her Claudia. Even though that was her name, I called her Auntie D. I'm gonna take it back to the beginning. Auntie Dee inspired me a lot. She was a very educated woman. And she was a very strong woman. She was somebody to look up to, as were all my aunts. She had inspired me to run for the Paiute Indian tribe of Utah Princess. And I did. She helped me get ready for that. Her main part was public speaking. She told me that whatever I do, I better not get up in front of everybody and say, I was the PITU Powwow Princess for 97 and 98. And then again, I was the PITU Queen for 99, 2000. And because of her, I did that. She helped me know my strength, my confidence. She taught me to be proud of who I am and where I come from, and to always know my worth. I spent a lot of time with her and her partner, Michael Baker, when I was younger and growing up. Again, my Auntie Dee was a strong Paiute, strong, smart Paiute woman. I like to believe that the strength and education mindset runs in our blood. It is in our blood, that runs in our veins from our Tallahassee side. And that's how we are connected, through our Tallahassee. Through my great grandfather, Tony Tallahassee. Because he survived the Carlisle Indian School in Pennsylvania and he made it home, we are here today. And we have the strength to sit here before you guys and tell who my Auntie Dee was to us. All of my aunts, especially my aunts and my Tallahassee family, are all matriarch women. My family was built with strong women. That's who I come from, is strong, educated women. And my Auntie Dee loved her daughters. And with her all. She loved and cared for her granddaughters even more. They were her babies. I remember spending Thanksgiving and Christmas at her house. I'm here not only for myself to speak, but I'm here to speak for my mom and my grandma who are no longer here. Eunice, who is Claudia's aunt, and my mom, Cordelia Wall, who are no longer here with us today. I was young when he took her from us. Tate was a teenager. I didn't understand the extent of what you did to her. I do now. My family didn't choose this for you, nor did we choose this sentence. We are here because of the actions that you chose to do, the life you chose to take. Says I like to think that this is the easy way for you to go compared to what you did to my aunt. We didn't get 26 years extra. I often think about how I would be, who I would be, how our family would be, how her daughters would be and her granddaughters, even your daughter. I feel for Tressa. I love her with everything. And she knows that. You took so much from not just me, from all of us. And you put Tressa in the middle. You said that you did this. You have admitted it. And I just think that you deserve the sentence that you have been given. You had 26 years to prepare Tressa for this time. And it upsets me because you have not prepared her for what she's going through right now. Your best advice for the last court hearing in Cedar City was to not go. And if she did, to not listen to the DA. I don't know why not listen to the DA, because my understanding is they speak facts. I feel for your family. I feel for your mom. I watched the hearing yesterday and listened to everybody speak. And I just want to re-say that we did not ask for this. We did not ask for you to take my aunt the way you did. Nor did we ask you to hurt the girls. You did those. You did all that. And again, the sentence is what I feel is best. And it's what you earned. You earned that sentence. You're the only one in this room that knows what fully happened. You are the only one that knows exactly what you did. You're the only one who knows whether or not my Auntie Dee was still alive when she was sexually assaulted. The coroners don't even know. They could not tell if she was alive or deceased. You have a daughter, you have a granddaughter. And that's the way you chose to hurt their grandmother, their great grandmother. I'm here again to just see that this sentence is carried out the way it has been given. It's not me that is going to judge you. I can forgive you so that I can have peace of mind. But I don't forget. Don't forget what I've read, what I've heard, what I sat through during the trial. The pictures that they would not post up for everybody to see, but where I was sitting, I could see. I had nightmares from that. I remember the terror in my grandma's voice, and I can feel the vibration of her banging on our front door, trying to wake my mom up because of what you did. And I know that if they were still here, that's what they would want, is for the sentence to be carried out. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Wall. I want to thank all victim representatives for the courage to share your thoughts with the board. We are ahead of schedule, so state we'll break for about 10 minutes to allow you to prepare, and then we'll go up to 12 o'clock. We'll take a break. Please be seated. We are on record. Mr. Boyer, Mr. Peterson, time is yours.
Good morning, board. Utah's death penalty is reserved for only the most serious of crimes, and this was truly one of them. After threatening to kill Claudia Ben, Taberon Honie arrived at her home uninvited. He smashed his way into her home through a glass door and severely beat her, bit her, slashed her throat 4 times, stabbed her in the vagina 3 times, stabbed her in and around her anus, and was about to rape her anally but stopped when he realized she was already dead. Claudia's 3 young granddaughters, ranging from 22 months to 4 years old, including Honie's own daughter, were in the house when Honie committed these atrocities. And at least one of the granddaughters most likely witnessed them. While hiding from police in the home, Honie put his finger in the vagina of Claudia's 4-year-old granddaughter, rubbing hard enough that she bled there for hours afterward. These are the findings of the judge who oversaw Honie's penalty case, considered all of the evidence, and found that a death sentence was warranted beyond a reasonable doubt. The last 24 years have been a searching judicial review of that penalty phase case and the death sentence. Honie presents nothing materially new to this board to warrant commutation. Nothing to warrant disturbing the sentencing judge's weighing of the aggravating and mitigating factors. The balance remains the same today. There will be 2 phases of my argument today. In the first phase, I will discuss the reasons why Honie got the death sentence, and then a brief summary of the case history. The second phase will address major themes in Honie's commutation case and explain why none of his evidence or arguments changes the balance that the sentencing judge struck in 1999. The balance remains the same. Phase 1. Honie's death sentence was based in very large part on the devastating loss that he inflicted on Claudia's family, friends, and tribe. This board should carefully consider that ongoing trauma and loss. I was planning to speak at some length today about Claudia, the person that she was, but I cannot improve upon what the victim's representative said today. I would just like to make a few notes. From those who knew her, we know she was kind and caring, a leader of her community and an example. One of her cousins remembers that Claudia, quote, just stood tall. We heard today that she was a strong, smart Paiute woman. Indeed, she rose above her circumstances. She worked her way through school. She got her degree in sociology from the U of U here in Salt Lake, while working 20 to 30 hours at the Women's Resource Center on campus. She then went on to a 2-year program to get her certificate in substance abuse counseling while working full-time. She was elected to the tribal council upon returning to her tribe, and she returned there to start working as a substance abuse counselor. She turned down more lucrative offers and chose instead to go back to her tribe because she wanted to help it. She wanted to help the people there. She inspired her cousin to become a substance abuse counselor as well. She helped many people in the tribe who were in need, as we heard today, including her family. At sentencing, the tribal chairperson testified that Claudia, quote, faced a lot of problems in her upbringing, but she showed people that there were alternatives to drinking and doing drugs to deal with those problems. She obviously cared about her family deeply. She traveled long distances to see her grandchildren and other family members. And of course, her family expressed their love and the loss that they felt today. We heard today from Benita, Claudia's daughter, that she can only visit Claudia's gravesite now on holidays. We heard from Betsy, China, that Honie tore their family apart by taking Claudia away. We heard Betsy ask the board to close the book today. We heard from Sarah, China, that Claudia fought. Well, Sarah described the blood that she saw in the house, the aftermath of the murder, and how it's haunted her. She testified that Claudia fought to save her life, to save her grandkids. We heard from Trivia today. She discussed how Claudia helped her to become a PITU queen, helped her with confidence, helped her to know her worth, helped her with public speaking. We heard that from 2 witnesses today, that she was an educator as well as a leader. And we heard from Trivia that a death sentence is the easy way to go for Honie compared to what Claudia experienced. And this horrific murder has traumatized not only Claudia's family and friends, but also the Paiute community. The Paiute Indian Tribal Council submitted a letter to this board last month. The letter states in relevant part, I won't quote the whole letter, that, quote, the murder of Claudia's Ben was and still shocking and devastating to our community. Claudia was working for the Paiute Indian tribe of Utah at the time of her death. She took pride in working for and serving her people. She was a mother and marvelous lady. This horrific tragedy of a murdered Indigenous person, one of our Indigenous people, caused trauma to our families and communities. The news and details of Claudia's murder disrupted our community emotionally and mentally. Her death left neighbors, friends, and family shattered. Learning how she vehemently defended her life, but ended up succumbing to the violent act of murder was devastating. As a community, we mourned and continued to mourn the loss of Claudia. Her murder opened up generational trauma rooted back to the devastation we as Indigenous people have faced since dealing with assimilation, systematic oppression, opening historical wounds that cannot heal, Claudia's absence weighed heavily on our Paiute tribal community, and we mourn her deeply. End quote. I'd like to now discuss how and why the sentencing court reached the sentence it did. As a preliminary matter, two of Claudia's granddaughters, Benita's children, were young when they were in Claudia's house at the time of the murder, and they have chosen to remain anonymous in these proceedings. In order to honor that choice, I'll refer to them by their initials only at the time of Claudia's murder. Benita's children were 4-year-old DR and 3-year-old TR. Tressa, Carolyn Honie's daughter, has testified as an adult to this board yesterday, so I will use her first name. She was only 22 months when Honie murdered her grandmother and molested her cousin while they were in the house. In our view, Honie has continued to minimize the horrors that he perpetrated that night. So it is important to have a complete and clear-eyed appreciation of precisely what he did, according to the judicial record. Claudia lived in her house in Cedar City with 2 daughters, Carol and Benita, and the 3 young granddaughters. Honie and Carol were not married at the time. Honie was living with another woman that summer of 1998 and only saw Carol, quote, on and off. At about 8 p.m., Honie told Carol over the phone to come over to his place. His other girlfriend was out of town, and he was alone and he wanted sex. Carol had to work at 10:30 that night, so she refused. Honie then told her that if she didn't come to his place, he would go to her mother's house, kill Claudia and Benita's kids, and take Tressa somewhere where they couldn't find them. Carol had heard Honie make threats like this before and not follow through on them, so she went to work. Claudia stayed at home with the 3 grandchildren. Honie then called a local taxi. The taxi driver picked Honie up at about 11:30 p.m. Honie told the cab driver to take him to Fiddler's Canyon, Claudia's neighborhood, and from there directed the driver to a parking lot near Claudia's house, where he got out without revealing his final destination. He walked the rest of the way. Around midnight, a neighbor heard what she thought were gunshots, which were in fact banging and crashing through the glass door. A man and woman were yelling. A woman was screaming. Children were crying. The neighbor called police. They arrived within minutes. They surrounded Claudia's house and saw glass broken out of the sliding door. Honie eventually obeyed repeated commands to come out of the house. He had blood on his arms from fingertips to elbows. When an officer asked where the blood had come from, he said, quote, "I killed her. I stabbed her with a knife." Once in the house, officers found Claudia lying face down in a pool of her own blood. Claudia's underwear was pulled down below her buttocks. Large amounts of blood surrounded her anus. She was dead. There was a butcher knife by her body and a rock on the living room floor that had been used to smash through the sliding door. Officers saw blood in several locations of the house, in a kitchen drawer, in the bathrooms, and on closet doors. While officers were in the house, 2 small children, Benita's children, came into the living room. After putting the children in a patrol car, officers looked back and saw the youngest girl, Tressa, standing in the doorway looking toward Claudia's mutilated body. TR and Tressa had blood on them. 4-year-old DR was covered literally head to toe with blood. Honie later told police that the blood came from a cut on his hand, but at least 3-year-old TR most likely witnessed the murder. TR's other grandma testified that when water spilled, TR would later say, "Grandma D, blood all over. Grandma D, blood butt cut." Honie would later admit, and the sentencing court found, that he attempted to anally rape Claudia, but decided against it when he realized she was dead. board in its sound discretion and out of respect for the victim and her family have not allowed presentation of the crime scene photos today, and we agree with that direction. These photos are too horrific to be presented today in a public setting. And that speaks volumes about the viciousness of this murder. The absence of those photos today may very well speak louder than the photos themselves. One can't help but recoil at the horrendous, sexually degrading and brutal nature in which Mr. Honie took Claudia's life. But we have to face the facts from the record. A medical examiner did an autopsy on Claudia's body and reported that she had been brutally beaten. The entire left side of her face had swollen out 1/2 inch, semicircle pattern bruising on the side of her face, multiple pattern bruising inside her scalp, which appeared to have been caused by an object, not a fist. There was bruising on her eyelid, the side of her mouth, and lower left lip, bruising on her tongue and in her mouth, bruising on her buttock, and a bite mark on her left forearm. The examiner also observed that Claudia was covered in blood on her face, neck, and upper chest. There were blood smears on her upper left arm, blood drops crossing her right forearm, a blood smear on her back, and what looked like a bloody handprint on her sacrum. The examiner testified that Claudia's neck was almost entirely transected from ear to ear. There were 4 start marks under the left ear, converging in one long, deep cut that went all the way to the other ear. All of the tissues and organs of the neck had been transected. Her esophagus was severed. The carotid arteries and jugular veins were severed. The knife wounds penetrated all the way to the backbone, and there were 3 score marks from the knife on the backbone behind the voice box and esophagus. The examiner observed and detailed several stabbing and cutting wounds to Claudia's genitals and anus. The examiner observed 3 distinct cutting and stabbing injuries to Claudia's vagina. At least 2 went through the top of Claudia's vagina behind the cervix, entered the pelvic cavity, and ended up somewhere in the abdomen. The examiner saw superficial cuts around Claudia's anus. She believed at least one entered the anus because it cut the external anal surfaces and perineum. But the horror did not end there. The sentencing court found that Honie sexually abused 4-year-old DR after murdering Claudia, causing painful abrasions to the hymen, oozing, and bleeding. Indeed, Honie's crimes had lasting traumatic effect on DR and the other grandchildren. DR and TR's other grandmother testified at sentencing that when DR would come to visit, she was now scared when people came to the door and knocked. Even at the time of sentencing, DR would tell her grandma that, quote, "It's scary to go into a dark room," and that the event had, quote, "changed her." She had never been afraid in Karen's house before. Karen was the grandmother. And TR would say, when water spilled, again, "Grandma D, blood all over." She would say, "Grandma D, butt cut." After the murder and sexual assault, Honie made several misleading and obfuscating statements to police, which I will address in more detail later. To police, he said he only wanted to scare Claudia. He blacked out, so he did not know what happened. He claimed that another man was involved, someone, a hitman from the mafia. He later blamed Claudia for starting an argument, again claiming that he only intended to scare her. He said that Claudia fell onto the knife while he was holding it up against her neck. But he did not explain how her throat was cut 4 times if she fell only once, when he then vaginally raped her with the knife, and why he attempted to anally rape her if the events had been an accident up to the point of their, quote, fall. The sentencing judge also had to consider Honie's conduct and the criminal history in the years preceding the murder. And that included his attack on Carol in 1995. Carol testified at sentencing that late one night, without any provocation, Honie punched her in the mouth while she was driving him back to her sister's to sleep off a drunk. Honie grabbed her by the hair, hit her again, and dragged her across the street so that the tops of her feet bled. When a car approached, Honie fled to some bushes and Carol tried to flag the car down, but it passed. Carol and Honie got back into the car and drove to her sister's. There, after seeming to have cooled off, Honie grabbed her by the hair again, grabbed her by the shirt, and she slipped out of it, not wearing a bra, and ran outside. He caught up to her and punched her multiple times and kicked her in the head while she lay on her back, naked at the torso. And after she told him to stop, he bit her on her arms, stomach, and nipple. Carol said she heard him spit out something from his mouth after biting her. She was finally able to get to a next door neighbor's, and they called police. Police found Carol with a swollen lip and mouth, lacerations on both legs from being dragged, and bite marks on her arm, stomach, and nipple. The Bureau of Indian Affairs officer who arrested Honie testified that Honie pled guilty to the assault in tribal court. The BIA officer referred it as a felony to the U.S. Attorney's Office, but they declined it, and the tribal court could only process it as a misdemeanor. The sentencing court rightly found that this assault on Carol in 1995 was, quote, chillingly similar to his brutal murder of her mother 3 years later. And that was not the only time that Honie had terrorized Carol. Only 3 months later, at the Women's Resource Center where Claudia was working in Salt Lake City on campus, Claudia was working as a secretary at that center. She asked Carol to open up the office one morning because she could not. Honie stalked Carol up to the campus, up to the center, threatened her, and scared her to the point where she reported it to university authorities. Authorities closed down the Women's Resource Center, and police searched the university for Honie without success. The sentencing court also considered Honie's other criminal history. While Honie's prior criminal record shows only misdemeanor offenses, many of them are misdemeanors in name only, not in substance. In fact, the record was generated entirely out of the tribal court, the Hopi tribal court, which would process as misdemeanors any felony offenses like Honie's aggravated assault on Carol in 1995 that the U.S. Attorney's Office declined. Honie's criminal record shows many offenses committed when he was between the ages of 17 and 22. Some of those amounted to felonies, although the tribal court was not able to treat them as such. These include 2 separate offenses for targeting the same woman's house twice, breaking and entering once in 1993 and again in 1994, stealing belongings. Honie had an assault and battery offense from 1997 and several other misdemeanors, mostly involving theft, intoxication, and injury to public property. I will discuss Honie's sentencing mitigation case in more detail later, but it's important to note that each court to have reviewed Honie's challenges to the effectiveness of that mitigation case have rejected them. For example, the federal court comprehensively reviewed the evidence presented at sentencing, Honie's criticisms of that evidence, and the new evidence that Honie said his trial counsel should have presented. And most importantly, the Utah Supreme Court exhaustively reweighed the case in aggravation and mitigation and concluded in its independent judgment that the death sentence was legally and morally appropriate and comported with the sentencing patterns in this state. Honie's challenges here to that mitigation case, whether express or implied, are challenges to a legal judgment, and thus not proper for considering the commutation question. I'd like to turn now to the sentencing court's findings and conclusions. The sentencing court found the following 5 aggravating factors. 1, that Honie murdered Claudia while engaged in object rape, aggravated sexual assault based on the attempted forcible sodomy, and aggravated burglary. 2, Honie's criminal history, principally the attack on Carol in 1995. 3, that Honie committed the murder while children were present. 4, the loss to Claudia's community. And 5, that Honie committed aggravated sexual abuse of 4-year-old DR. The sentencing court also considered the following mitigating factors. 1, that Honie suffered from alcohol abuse and depression and was thus under the influence of emotional or mental disturbance at the time of the murder. 2, that Honie was relatively young. 3, that Honie's previous crimes were not significant in number, but significant in nature. 4, that Honie was kind as a child when he would carry water and chop wood for older people. 5, that his family loved him and supported him. And 6, that he was remorseful. And the sentencing judge determined beyond a reasonable doubt that the aggravating factors outweighed the mitigating factors. It also found beyond a reasonable doubt that death was justified and appropriate under the circumstances. So turning now briefly to the procedural history of this case after sentencing, I won't go into all the twists and turns. It's a 24-year-old history that doesn't bear repeating in great detail. But he's had 24 years of litigation challenging his death sentence. His challenges have been reviewed and rejected by both the state and federal courts, with his sentence and penalty phase mitigation upheld as constitutional and effective. And his state post-conviction case was really 2 cases. The Supreme Court affirmed the post-conviction court's ruling that trial counsel's penalty phase investigation and case were constitutionally effective. It also rejected Honie's allegation that funding restrictions stymied his ability to adequately challenge that original mitigation case. Now, I want to note that Honie in his petition claims that the district court found that trial counsel's mitigation case was constitutionally defective. Rather, the court ruled that, as a procedural matter, Honie had shown that there was a factual dispute to survive summary judgment. That's it. That's all the district court concluded. And after further evidentiary development, it eventually concluded that there was no deficient performance by his trial counsel because Steve McCoy, his trial attorney, relied on a highly qualified forensic psychologist as a mitigation specialist. The Federal District Court and the Court of Appeals for the 10th Circuit reviewed and rejected Honie's claims in federal habeas, and the United States Supreme Court has twice reviewed and denied Honie's request for certiorari review, first after his direct appeal and then in his federal habeas case. So that brings us up to about the present, his request for commutation. I'll now turn to discussing Honie's major themes at commutation and explain why none of his evidence or arguments changes the balance that the sentencing court struck between the aggravators and mitigating factors. I will begin by discussing why we punish, why we commute. I'll discuss what role the judge's findings should play in this board's deliberations, including the fact that the judge considered and made findings on materially everything that Honie relies on at commutation. Then I will conclude my argument as to why Honie's plea for mercy should be denied. So first, the purposes of capital punishment. Our state legislature has reserved this penalty for the most serious of crimes. As the US Supreme Court observed in Gregg v. Georgia, quote, capital punishment is an expression of society's moral outrage at particularly offensive conduct. This function may be unappealing to many, but it is essential in an ordered society that asks its citizens to rely on legal processes rather than self-help to vindicate their wrongs. The Utah Supreme Court, in upholding the death sentence of one of the Ogden Hi-Fi murderers, similar to Honie's crimes in its viciousness and brutality, quoted Gregg's conclusion that, quote, a heavy burden rests on those who would attack the judgment of the representatives of the people. In a democratic society, legislatures, not courts, are constituted to respond to the will and consequently the moral values of the people. And earlier, Justice Stewart in Furman v. Georgia noted, quote, the instinct for retribution is part of our nature, and channeling that instinct in the administration of criminal justice serves an important purpose in promoting the stability of a society governed by law. When people begin to believe that organized society is unwilling or unable to impose on criminal offenders the punishment they deserve, then there are sown the seeds of anarchy, of self-help, vigilante justice, and lynch law. This death sentence therefore reflects the moral judgment of the people of Utah that Honie deserves to die. Turning to the purposes of commutation now. As I read the law, it does not involve categorically abrogating the death penalty. Commuting Honie's sentence on moral disagreement with capital punishment would, of course, be anti-democratic and would invade the people's authority. Nor does commutation include legal challenges to the underlying judgment. But most of what Honie has proffered in this hearing goes to the validity of the underlying judgment that was entered in 1999. That is, if what Honie says is true and important, it would call into the question the judgment itself. But the judge already considered the core and substance of all this evidence before sentencing Honie to death. That deeply undermines the relevance of his evidence and arguments at this hearing. The balance of aggravation and mitigation remains the same today as it did in 1999. I would ask the board to also consider the demanding level of scrutiny required of the sentencer, the judge in 1999, and the correspondingly high burden the state had to meet at sentencing. The sentencing court had to consider all the evidence in aggravation and all the evidence in mitigation. That included Honie's history, background, character, his mental condition, and his threat of future dangerousness. And the sentencing court had to consider any other fact in aggravation or mitigation. That's important because that means the sentencing court was not constrained in its consideration of what evidence might spare Honie's life. It could and did consider everything Honie presented. The judge had to issue a life sentence unless the aggravating factors outweighed the mitigating factors beyond a reasonable doubt. The judge had to issue a life sentence unless death was appropriate and justified beyond a reasonable doubt. And this was the same judge who told the parties that imposing death was the last thing a judge would want to do, and it was, quote, not what he would want to do. As the judge stated at sentencing, this was not a sentence that he gave Honie. It was a sentence that Honie earned. And at the end of the day, nothing Honie says now disturbs the sentencing judge's original reasoning for imposing death to begin with. Honie has presented no compelling reason to call the sentencing court's decision into question. Indeed, commuting now on this evidence, which is simply more of the same, would simply be substituting this panel's judgment for the sentencers. I'd like to turn now to Honie's evidence presented before the board. He relies on two new experts, Doctors Gilbert and Reynolds, at this hearing. Dr. Gilbert testified primarily before this board about the devastating impact of colonialism and Indian boarding schools on the Hopi family and culture. We don't disagree that atrocities were committed on the Hopi people and other native peoples over the centuries, nor do we disagree that the Hopi and other tribes have suffered both personally and culturally from off-reservation boarding schools. But Dr. Gilbert's discussion and conclusions are largely irrelevant because they do not directly examine Honie's actual upbringing and life circumstances, nor do they establish any substantial nexus between his parents' boarding school experience and Honie's own upbringing. That is because neither of Honie's experts testified about Franklin's and Teresita's actual experience in boarding school off-reservation. We don't know why they personally attended, nor do we know what their specific experiences were like. That is due to the fact that neither of Honie's experts testified that they even interviewed the parents. All we have is the parents' declarations submitted to this board in Honie's petition. And all they say is that they attended Indian boarding schools, nothing else. The experts can therefore only speculate about their experience and how it might have affected Honie. Dr. Gilbert cited multiple interviews he had with other Hopi people who described their losses, but he did not interview Teresa or Franklin. At least he did not testify that he did. He didn't interview Honie either. Doctors Gilbert and Reynolds' opinions are also contradicted by another of Honie's experts. Dr. Meyer's report, attached as Exhibit CC to his petition, opines that, quote, cultural factors and economic factors also do not seem to be significant issues in this case or for Honie. And that's at page 23 of the Exhibit CC. So Honie's own experts disagree about the influence of cultural factors on this murder. While Franklin's boarding school experience was not directly addressed at Honie's sentencing, Honie's trial counsel presented ample information covering both the impoverished conditions of the reservation as Honie actually experienced them, substance and alcohol abuse on the reservation, and the lack of opportunities and resources there. Gilbert testified about how Indian boarding schools forced children to leave behind their cultural traditions and their spiritual practices and their Hopi identity, including getting up before the sun rises and praying to the sun. That was one of the traditions he acknowledged. But Franklin held on to that Hopi tradition. He taught Honie to pray to the sun when they were on the mesa, when they woke up. And while from our standards, the family's circumstances on the mesa and below might look like poverty, they can also be viewed as culturally enriching through a traditional way of living, where the family was staying close to Hopi customs. Dr. Gilbert testified that few Hopi individuals at this time in the 1980s sought help for substance abuse on or off the reservation, and that they were often prevented from doing so because of the shame brought by their community. But Honie's parents sought and obtained counseling for Honie when he began drinking in high school and started showing trouble, started showing indicia of depression. Honie had access to help both on and off the reservation. Indeed, he was thriving in Tuba City with his Aunt Delarita for as much as 2 years during high school. He was in high school getting good grades, playing football, not getting into trouble, not missing school during that time. He chose 6 months before graduation, for high school graduation, on a trip back home. He decided to stay home in the toxic environment that he blamed for this murder, chose to remain there and stay instead of finishing up his high school diploma. Dr. Gilbert also testified that when Mr. Honie grew up on the reservation, few opportunities existed for Hopi youth to keep occupied and out of trouble. Since few positive outlets existed for Hopi youth, many responded to their boredom by drinking and doing drugs. But the sentencing court already heard about this from firsthand witnesses at sentencing. Honie's aunt, Della Rita, described that there was little to do in Honie's town. It had one small village store, 3 trading posts, and no movie theater. Dr. Cohn visited the reservation and interviewed family members and tribespeople and testified that there was a dearth of role models for employment, success, and achievement on the reservation. Again, this is nothing materially new, and the balance remains the same. Turning now to Victoria Reynolds. Dr. Reynolds opines on the trauma Honie experienced during his life and intergenerational trauma she claims he inherited from his parents, extended family, and the tribal community. But Dr. Reynolds' testimony was largely a rehashing of what Dr. Cohn already testified about at Honie's sentencing. Dr. Cohn testified about widespread family dysfunction in Honie's family, including alcoholism, a lack of primary attachment between Honie and his mother that led to his mental state and behavior, and about insufficient structure on the reservation. And again, she testified that there was a dearth of role models for employment, success, and achievement. And whereas Dr. Cohn actually interviewed Honie's parents and other family members and visited the reservation at Palaka, Reynolds did not mention doing any of this. She interviewed only Honie, as far as I could tell. Dr. Cohn's testimony therefore had greater reliability and less speculation about Honie's actual experience and his parents' actual experience on the mesa and at the reservation. Reynolds concludes that Honie's trauma was so serious that it could not be healed with the passage of time, that his brain was irredeemably programmed for survival responses. But Dr. Cohn testified that Honie was amenable to treatment and could thus be rehabilitated. Without access to illicit drugs and alcohol in prison, Cohn predicted that Honie's violence would cease, that he would age out of his violence. That prediction has not proven to be entirely accurate in light of what we know about his assault on another prisoner just last year and his access to illicit amphetamines the year before. I'll discuss those more later, but as he stands before you today, claiming to be irretrievably broken, according to Reynolds, is not a terribly effective plea for mercy. Finally, Dr. Reynolds extensively discusses how, in Honie's view, Claudia verbally and emotionally abused Honie, enraging him. Her telling gives Honie a powerful motive to get revenge on Claudia. If true, this is not remotely exonerating. If false, Honie's claims are offensive to his family. This is victim blaming. And regardless, tribal trauma was pervasive. It was discussed pervasively throughout the sentencing hearing. It just wasn't put in the academic terms that were presented to this board yesterday. It was presented by actual witnesses of it who lived it. And none of Honie's experts adequately explain why Honie alone and none of his family members, family who admittedly experienced similar traumas on the Hopi reservation, he alone chose to commit a crime of such magnitude. Franklin states, Honie's father states in his declaration that Taberon was, quote, the only one of his children who got into serious trouble. And, quote, all of his other children graduated from high school. Courts wisely refuse to second-guess the strategic decisions of trial counsel about thematic questions like this. How to make sense of a defendant's crime and life circumstances is best left to the attorney tasked with saving his life. Steve McCoy understood that Honie's childhood experiences could only go so far in undermining the state's very strong case for death in 1999. And while Honie's parents did not give fulsome personal histories at sentencing, they did discuss their hard lives. I'll describe in more detail later how they covered alcohol abuse, poverty, disability, violence, depression, and suicidality. And importantly, more evidence of a dysfunctional family life, trauma, and mental health issues can be a double-edged sword in these sentencing cases. That is, psychological damage caused by dysfunction and trauma can be viewed as increasing the probability for future dangerousness. As the 10th Circuit has recognized, otherwise mitigating evidence may be double-edged because it can also indicate a likelihood of recidivism. A better case for commutation would have been if Honie could say that he has changed for the better since he was sentenced. Instead, he makes the case, according to Reynolds, that he could never have done otherwise, and that he could never do better because he was irredeemably broken at the germ. In other words, the case Honie makes now equally supports death. Doctors Gilbert and Reynolds both testified that Honie needed intervention and access to pro-social influences, such as community centers, an environment where non-abuse was modeled. But Honie got that intervention and those pro-social influences, and it seemed to work as long as he let it last. He lived, again, away from the reservation with his aunt Delarita in Tuba City for as much as 2 years. He got clean there, was getting good grades, got involved in activities. He wasn't missing school. His aunt was saving to buy him a boombox for graduation. But Honie gave it up when he chose not to return to his aunt's home and chose instead to return to the toxic environment that he blames for his life course. Finally, Honie is not well positioned to argue about intergenerational trauma on tribes, given the trauma his vicious crime has caused not only Claudia's family and friends, but also the Paiute tribe. As the Paiute Tribal Council's letter states, Claudia's murder opened up generational trauma rooted back to the devastation we as Indigenous people have faced since dealing with assimilation, systematic oppression, opening historical wounds that cannot heal. Indeed, Honie's own expert, Dr. Gilbert, testified before this board that intergenerational trauma is not unique to the Hopi people. It is common among North American Native tribes. Imagine the intergenerational traumas from Honie's horrific acts, rippling down through time, continuing to haunt and victimize Claudia's family and tribal community. Now might be a good time for a break unless the board would like me to press forward. I have about 30 minutes to 45 minutes left.
I'd say we proceed.
Okay. Honie's new experts and his entire case before this board merely repackage evidence and major themes already presented at his 1999 sentencing hearing. And rather than hearing about these themes from academics, the sentencing judge heard them from firsthand witnesses who lived on the reservation. The sentencing judge's determination should not be second-guessed. The balance of aggravation and mitigation remains the same today as it did in 1999. Honie has again discussed and presented before this board evidence of poverty, lack of resources and opportunities, but his brother Wilford at sentencing discussed poverty, said there's nothing out there on the res, no jobs, nothing. His father, Franklin, discussed it. He said there was no running water, no toilets in the crowded one-room house. His Aunt Delarita discussed it. She said there was not much to do in Palaca. Dr. Cohn discussed it extensively, that he was culturally reared in deprivation, that there's nothing to do on the reservation, no running water, there are unpaved streets and small living space. She mentioned diseases such associated with poverty, such as scabies. The board heard about that yesterday from the new experts. And Dr. Cohn testified that the reservation is a, quote, bleak place. There was pretty wide acceptance that reservations are pretty impoverished places, she said. And Farrell Husava, Honie's counselor, characterized the Hopi Reservation as impoverished, said there were no jobs, no cars, and he testified that Honie's high school was not up to par at all. Suspension was how they handled behavioral problems. That was testified to at sentencing. He said there was no money from the government for the Hopi High School. But the sentencer also heard from people who tried to help Honie unsuccessfully. Farrell Husava provided mental health and substance abuse counseling to Honie for 5 years. Husava testified that he, quote, kept after Honie because Honie was reluctant at first to meet with him. But Husava's persistence in keeping tabs on Honie and meeting with Honie led Honie to eventually start coming of his own accord and meeting with Husava. Husava testified that Honie kept coming back to him eventually for counseling. Not just Husava tried to help. His mother and father sought and obtained counseling. Franklin taught Honie tribal spiritual practices, including waking up early in the morning and praying to the sun, and encouraging him to participate in tribal ceremonies as a child. Everyone considered this to be a deeply meaningful and pro-social connection to tribal spirituality and cultural cohesion. His Aunt Delarita testified about the 2 years in Tuba City when Honie was thriving. Honie also presented to this board the allegation that his mother drank during pregnancy, but it is either not true or it is irrelevant, since Honie has not been diagnosed with fetal alcohol syndrome, and Dr. Cohn found no brain damage. He performed a battery of neuropsychological tests to screen for it. Indeed, it is likely not true because Teresita testified at sentencing explicitly that she started drinking when Honie was in the 3rd or 4th grade. That was all trial counsel could apparently obtain from her at that time. And when discussing it 15 years later in 2015, in Teresita's declaration, she says only that it was probable that she was drinking at that time. Again, Dr. Cohn found no brain damage. This makes these late-brought allegations of drinking during pregnancy suspect at best. And again, Dr. Reynolds did not say that she interviewed Teresita. Importantly, too, Dr. Reynolds is not a neuropsychologist. Therefore, presumably not trained in conducting the battery of tests to screen for brain damage. Dr. Cohn was a neuropsychologist. She was qualified to screen him for brain damage, and she found none. The board heard about the neglect, the domestic violence and chaos in the home, but this was already considered by the sentencer. Aunt Delarita discussed extensively how the parents would take off and leave the children, including Honie. Delarita testified that Honie thought his parents, including his dad, didn't like him, didn't love him. And while Dr. Reynolds testified at this hearing, in this hearing about family trauma, Teresita testified at sentencing about family violence in the home, including police calls. Honey would call the police. Teresita describes physical abuse of Honey at sentencing. She spanked him with a board that fell apart. That was the only incident that she noted, but it was noted at sentencing. Dr. Cohn discussed his loneliness and alienation from family, leading to substance abuse. That was covered at sentencing. Cohn discussed his parents leaving Honey for lengths of time. Dr. Cohn discussed siblings taking care of each other while parents were away. Dr. Cohn talked about the lack of structure on the reservation. And Dr. Cohn testified that a bad family upbringing led to Honey's, quote, deep depression. Cohn diagnosed him with depression. Husava discussed that the family wasn't around as well. He said, quote, I think Taberon was in this thing on his own, really. There was some support, but a lot of times the family weren't there for Taberon. That was already covered. The parents' infidelity was also covered at sentencing. Teresita and Cohn both discussed Tony's fear that Franklin was not his dad and the feeling of emotional pain and alienation that caused Tony. The sentencing court considered that. Teresita discussed Franklin's accident on the Mesa, 3 pages of transcript directed at that aspect of Honey's life. Franklin discussed the family's history of alcohol and drug use. Teresita discussed it. Mentioned Franklin, the sister, brother, and herself. They all drank. Aunt Delarita discussed this as well, including her brother and Honey's sisters, their alcohol abuse. Cohn mentioned the parents' alcoholism. This was covered at sentencing. The board heard about the family history of mental illness, depression, and suicidality. Aunt Delarita at sentencing discussed family history of depression. She mentions herself, Honey's sister and mother, as depressed. Teresita discussed at sentencing the family history of depression and suicidality. Teresita testified about her own suicide attempt that this court heard about yesterday while Honey was in the home. And she testified about Honey's sister, Francine's suicide attempt. Again, this was covered at sentencing. At sentencing, Honey's lack of control and impulsivity were covered. Dr. Cohn testified about this. And while it might be true that Honey has this issue, it simply does not account for Honey's real world behavior, nor his behavior on the night of the murder. It is clear that Honey was capable of stopping and arresting his behavior when he decided against anally raping Claudia because she was dead. Instead of continuing his violence, he hid and surrendered to police when it served his own interests. And Honey set the chain of events in motion that night. He told Carol over the phone that he was going to kill Claudia. Despite Honey's continued denial that he went over there with that intent, the evidence shows that he went over there with the intent to kill. However irresistible the circumstances and chain of events might have become, they were entirely of Honey's own intentional making. And it does not morally absolve him if he is unable to stop when he is the one who set the terrible chain of events in motion that night. Honey's intoxication during the night of the murder was also discussed at length yesterday. But this has been the subject of decades of litigation. Dr. Cohn testified extensively about Honey's intoxication during the crime, although she put a more positive spin on it. Honey could remember enough to be remorseful. And that was important to the sentencer. It was treated as a factor in mitigation. The sentencing court found that Honie was somewhat intoxicated when he murdered Claudia, but it found that he was not so intoxicated that he could not understand that killing Claudia was wrong or stop himself from murdering her. Honie has already challenged those findings on direct appeal, in post-conviction, and in federal habeas. Each court has rejected them. And again, Honie presents nothing substantially new here about his intoxication. The sentencing court recognized that the evidence on Honie's intoxication conflicted, and it recognized that Honie at first claimed he blacked out, but this was not true. He later admitted he remembered what he had done and only wished he had blacked out. That was based on Dr. Cohn's testimony that in her first meeting with Honie, he claimed he could not remember large parts of the murder and was in a blackout when it happened. Dr. Cohn expressly testified that in their last interview, Honie finally told the whole story, including admitting that he molested DR. He merely wished he had been more drunk or in a blackout so he wouldn't remember what he did. That was Dr. Cohn's testimony. And Honie was lucid enough to simultaneously give directions to a cab driver, leading him near Claudia's house, and to conceal his destination by stopping just short of it and walking the rest of the way. I think the only category of evidence that did not appear in the sentencing hearing was the allegation of Honie's fall from the mesa. It first appeared in Honie's state post-conviction case after his direct appeal concluded. But again, Dr. Cohn screened Honie for brain damage as a qualified neuropsychologist in 1999 and found no brain damage. She performed a battery of psychological and neuropsychological tests to screen for it. And again, brain injury is a well-recognized double-edged sword in death penalty cases. The danger of presenting brain injury evidence is that it can be a risk factor, a predictor of future violence. That's what Dr. Cohn testified. She relied on Honie's lack of brain damage and his intelligence as good predictors. She said, this is good news for Honie, that he would not be violent in the future if he did not have access to alcohol and illicit substances. And he would not have that in prison. That was a more compelling case than suggesting that Honie had a brain injury that could make him uncontrollably and untreatably violent, independent of his access to alcohol or drugs, as his evidence before this board suggests. Furthermore, it is important to put this claim in its proper context, the allegation of his fall from the mesa. According to the declaration of Honie's mother, which he has presented to this board, Teresita states, quote, the reason Honie fell is that he was fleeing from police. According to his mother, he was being chased by a police officer when he fell from the mesa. And the declaration of Honie's investigator, which Honie presents to this board, states that Honie, quote, tumbled down a fairly smooth expanse of mesa comprised of loose soil, dried grasses, cacti, and a myriad small rock outcropping. In Exhibit M, the investigator also says that the final 33 feet were a perpendicular drop-off. What this sounds like is that Honie simply slid quite a ways in loose soil and that actually he fell only 30 feet or 33 feet. Of course, 33 feet is still quite a fall, but it's a lot less than 120 feet. And according to his father, Franklin, he had, quote, no broken bones. And again, he was screened for brain damage, and Dr. Cohn found none. On their face, Honie's claims about the fall appear highly exaggerated. This fall didn't cause Honie's criminality. His criminality caused the fall. I'd like to turn now to Honie's behavior in prison. Dr. Cohn at the 1999 sentencing hearing predicted that without access to alcohol, Honie would not pose a danger of violence. But again, that prediction is not proved entirely true. In July of last year, we know that prison surveillance footage showed Honie and another inmate exchanging words. When the inmate approached Honie, Honie took the time to set down a cup, then swung at the inmate, and the inmate fell to the floor. Honie's violent response to what he told officers was the inmate being, quote, disrespectful, left a gaping gash on the inmate's chin. And Honie has downplayed the seriousness of that attack, both to corrections officers and in his testimony to this board. Honie said to both officers and the board that he merely slapped the inmate, but a mere slap would not have caused such a deep laceration. And this violation is consistent with Honie's own account of his violence. When someone speaks disrespectfully to him, he responds by attacking them. Dr. Cohn testified as much at sentencing. When discussing Honie's sense of honor, she said, quote, by all accounts, he's not the one who throws down the gauntlet, but he'll pick it up if somebody throws it down. Honie also tested positive for non-prescribed amphetamines in 2022. And I will concede that we mistakenly named the offense for fashioning a dangerous weapon as a conviction. It was not, and we apologize for that incorrect reading of the disciplinary record. Finally, the Division of Prison Operations Institutional Progress Report issued just this month, as recently corrected, assesses Honie's risk level as 3 based on his criminal history, associations, pro-criminal attitudes and orientation, and his antisocial patterns. And we acknowledge that Honie has demonstrated some positive contributions to prison society, but it is at least in conflict with his disciplinary history. It does not weigh in favor of commutation. Honie also relies upon the support of his family, and we heard from Honie's family members yesterday. We are not unsympathetic to the anxiety and pain Honie's family, that this execution would cause Teresita, Tressa, Carol, and other family members. But the sentencing judge already considered Teresita's pleas for mercy in 1999, and the court expressly considered that Tressa would be growing up without a father. Yet, due to the 25 years of litigation, Honie has been able to see his daughter grow and to become an adult. He got more time with her than the sentencing judge anticipated. The sentencing judge anticipated that this process would take only 15 years. He's had 25 years to see Tressa grow up. And the family support is simply not sufficient to overcome the wanton brutality of Honie's crimes. Honie's violence and criminality go past the single murder of Claudia as a mother and a grandmother. The judge imposed a sentence not just for his crimes against Claudia Ben, but also for his crimes against society as a whole. And Honie's family support is not as straightforward or as uncomplicated as it might first appear. He relies on the support of his family, but he blames his parents and siblings to some extent for his behavior. And I'll leave that complicated reliance to this board's discretion. The final portion of my argument today will discuss Honie's claims of remorse. Honie's claim of remorse before this board should be considered in light of his consistent deflection of responsibility since his first interviews with police and continuing into his petition for commutation in the case presented to this board. He's auditioned various narratives and excuses over the years, including to this panel yesterday when he testified. In his first police interview, Honie would not admit to what he had done, claimed that he had blacked out, talked about another person being involved in the murder. When the interviewing officer first walked into the holding cell and before the officer could say anything to Honie, Honie said, quote, Claudia was not supposed to die. Honie said he only wanted to scare her. This despite clear and declared intent to kill Claudia by calling Carol and announcing his intent before killing Claudia. He said he was sorry and should die for what he had done, but he did not know, quote, what the hell he had done. He said if he killed Claudia, he was very, very sorry. Quote, God, please forgive me, and quote, D, please forgive me. He said he could have killed Claudia. He said that he had done something bad, but he did not admit to the murder. In the second and third police interviews, Honie blamed Claudia and said she started an argument by cutting him down and calling him a lot of names. Honie claimed his emotions eventually came out and he broke the glass door and went into the home intending to scare Claudia. Again, intending to scare Claudia. Honie also claimed that Claudia got the knife, but he grabbed it from her. He then asserted that he moved behind Claudia and brought the knife to her throat. At that point, according to Honie, they fell on the knife, and I've already discussed why that's implausible. It just is patently untrue. Even in 2024, when interviewed by Dr. Reynolds, Honie told her that he was blacked out and remembered very little of what happened. This is directly contrary to what he told Dr. Cohn in 1998 or 9. She testified at sentencing that Tony told her the whole story and only wished he had blacked out. He said he only wished he had drunk more so that he wouldn't remember what he had done. Honie's commutation petition is one long deflection of responsibility for his crime, and we've gone over that in our response to his petition. But I'd like to note that on the very first page of that petition, he uses the passive voice to say that, quote, he became involved in a domestic dispute, tragically taking Miss Ben's life. He repeats this theme of the murder being a domestic dispute several times during the petition. He reasserts the lie he first told officers in 1998. I don't know what the hell I did. I could have killed her myself. I don't know. If I did, I'm very sorry. He nowhere acknowledges his sexual abuse of 4-year-old DR, and instead notes only that the guilt-phase jury did not find it as an aggravator. He omits that the sentencing judge expressly found it to be an aggravating factor after hearing the penalty phase evidence. Before this board yesterday, Honie testified that half of the things he told Dr. Cohn were just him going along with what his defense team told him to do to get a life sentence. If that is true, then it shows that Honie is willing to say whatever he needs to say to escape judgment, including to this board. Honie also said multiple times yesterday that, quote, he wasn't making any excuses for what he did, but he said several times, quote, if I was in my right mind, this wouldn't have happened. That sounds like an excuse to me. And Honie, by his own testimony, drank heavily every day. He said at one point that he drank a 12 or 18 pack a day in the time leading up to the murder. He also said that he drank half a pint of Everclear a day. It is reasonable to assume that Honie's tolerance for alcohol was very high. And importantly, Honie chose to get drunk and high that day. He made the decisions that put him in an intoxicated state. Yesterday, Honie recalled the phone call with the phone call with Carol preceding the murder, but he claimed he did not remember telling Carol if she didn't come to his place, he would kill her mother and Benita's children and take Tressa away. He could remember the phone call, but he couldn't remember that detail. He admitted that he was aware that grandchildren were in the house, and he said he remembered grabbing the knife from Claudia, but he claims he doesn't remember breaking through the sliding door with the rock. He claimed he didn't remember the taxi drive to Claudia's house yesterday, but he later said that he remembers paying the taxi and receiving change for it. Honie also testified that he should be given life because he has, quote, chosen a life of helping people, but he did not point to a single charitable or helpful act outside of his plumbing work and his discussions with his daughter. Plumbing is an occupation for him. It's not an act of generosity or charity. While Honie claims that he is sorry for what he did to Claudia's family, he also said, quote, the crime that happened is not me. This does not sound like taking full responsibility for what he did. Honie also said he's a pillar for his daughter Tressa because he tells her about his alcoholism and his abstaining from alcohol. She is having substance abuse issues now, and we sympathize with that. But Honie took away Tressa's grandmother, a substance abuse counselor who helped many people with these issues. This is a grandmother who could have helped Tressa with her recovery. On balance, and considering Honie's in-person statements to this board, we submit that Honie has only very partially taken responsibility for his actions, and only when it is convenient or in his view necessary to do so, to escape punishment. That is tactical. It's not real remorse. And finally, what remorse Honie has shown is vastly overshadowed by the devastation he caused Claudia, her family, her friends, and her tribal community. In closing, Honie's death sentence has survived decades of intensely searching judicial review. It comes to this board as a presumptively valid expression of society's judgment of what Honie deserves. If he is to persuade this body to extend him mercy, he must show a compelling reason why he deserves it, despite originally deserving death. But Honie hasn't shown any compelling reasons. At most, he has shown why he thinks he never deserved a death sentence to begin with. The board should reject that framing. The sentencing judge weighed materially everything Honie says merits mercy and judged the case in aggravation to outweigh Honie's reasons beyond a reasonable doubt, independently found that death was justified and appropriate beyond a reasonable doubt. Honie's case for commutation is not strong. It's weak at best, adding nothing new, adding only additional immaterial color to what the judge already knew in 1999. And it does not alter the balance of aggravating and mitigating factors that the judge struck at that time. Balance remains the same. Honie deserved death then, and nothing has changed. We urge you to give Claudia, DR, the Paiute tribe, Claudia's friends and family, and the people of Utah, give them the justice that they deserve and have been waiting decades for. We ask that you deny commutation and let justice be served for Taberon Honie. Thank you.
Board has some questions. Ms. Sturba?
Thank you for your presentation. So Article 7, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution specifically authorizes the Board of Pardons to consider clemency relief. The legislature has reviewed and considered this constitutional grant of authority, and in 7727 5.5 has limited that authority to a consideration only of a death sentence to a life without parole sentence. So, and as you have very clearly and articulately stated, the state's position is that this is not an appropriate case for commutation or clemency consideration. Is it the state's position that the board should never consider commutation and never exercise this authority?
No, not at all. Not at all. The commutation question is reserved for compelling reasons, new and compelling reasons. And I think that's borne out by statute and by the rules. There certainly could be a case where substantial rehabilitation, redemption, coupled with some new fact that perhaps could not have been discovered with reasonable diligence in earlier time to be presented before the board, that could warrant commutation. So it's not our position that commutation would never be warranted.
So you kind of already anticipated my next question, but you talk about kind of substantial rehabilitation, some new fact. What is a case that is appropriate for commutation consideration?
I would have to see it to know. I don't have a hypothetical or an example to provide the board at this time.
Can you define for me the state's position about what substantial rehabilitation would look like?
An immaculate record, an immaculate record, specific acts showing that a prisoner has gone above and beyond the circumstances of prison life and charity, something above and beyond. Well, certainly something that would help, specific instances that would show helping someone.
I appreciate that answer. In your presentation, you talk about kind of how the balance of aggravating and mitigating factors has not changed since the sentencing court considered them in 1998. Is it the state's position that the board and a trial court are kind of similarly positioned in their respective authorities to review and consider cases?
I think the positioning is different. The sentencing judge is the fact-finding body, finding facts in mitigation and aggravation, and then finding beyond a reasonable doubt that one outweighs the other, and then making an independent finding as to whether death is appropriate and justified under the circumstances. The board has broad discretion to review the new evidence, including the record as well, in making its decision as to whether a petitioner merits mercy. But in my understanding is, the legal conclusions drawn by the sentencing court, legal conclusions are certainly under the statute non-reviewable or not to be interrupted. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And then finally, yesterday we heard from Taberon Honie, who was, I think, undeniably a direct victim of this offense. She was there. She was 22 months old, who has, stated that she will suffer additional loss and suffering if we deny the petition.
Mhm.
How is the board to kind of reconcile visiting additional grief and loss on a victim?
Mhm. Yeah, I observed Tressa's testimony as conflicted. She's a granddaughter of the victim. She's also a daughter of the defendant petitioner. So she's in a very conflicted place. I don't think her testimony went one way or the other towards commutation or death, given her conflicted position. And we sympathize with Tressa and that position that she's in. But again, my view of that testimony yesterday was that her position could not readily be determined. So I would defer to this board's discretion in weighing it, but that's my view.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, we are ahead of schedule. I will allow the petitioner to decide if you want to wait till after lunch.
I would
Give you
appreciate
some
that. I
time.
need a little bit of time to look at what the state just said.
Okay. Probably everybody could benefit from an extended break. We will resume at 1300.
Should we go back to the hotel?
Please be seated. We are on the record. All right, the remainder of this hearing will be turned over to the petitioner's counsel for closing remarks.
Chairman Stevenson, Vice Chair Sturba, and members of the board, we thank you for the opportunity to come here for today and yesterday to present Mr. Honie's petition for commutation. Mr. Honie is here today asking for your mercy and your grace. This request is something he has struggled with because he believes he is deserving of nothing. Yesterday, he told you, I don't know how I can come here and ask you to spare me when I took Claudia. He's not asking to be let out of prison, nor does he think he deserves it. He told you yesterday, I lost that right. I lost any hold I had on society when I committed my crimes. I earned my place in prison. What I am asking you today is to consider is, will you allow me to exist? He's asking you to allow him to live so that he can continue to be a part of the lives of his daughter Tressa and his granddaughter Alana. He is asking you to allow him to live so that they and the rest of his family do not suffer more than they already have because of his actions. Yesterday, you heard from his mother, Teresita, who told you about her love for her son and how she has already lost one child and losing another one would be unbearable to her. You also heard from Tressa, who talked about the loss of her grandmother and what that meant to her, and that Mr. Honie is her only parent now and she doesn't want to lose him too. Mr. Honie has been a positive influence on both Tressa and Alana and has been especially helpful to Tressa in her own efforts at sobriety. He is close to them and losing them would not only be devastating to them, but another act of violence that Tressa will have to learn to live with. Tressa is close to both sides of her family and has in a way been caught in the middle here. However, she came here yesterday to speak on behalf of her father. It was difficult, but she came in support of his plea for commutation. Yesterday, we shared with the board Mr. Honie's personal history and background through the testimony of Dr. Reynolds. We shared this with you not to excuse Mr. Honie's actions. Mr. Honie believes, as he told you yesterday, that there is no excuse for his crimes. We shared this with you to give you a full picture of his life so that you can understand how he came to commit these horrible crimes and how he is not now the person who committed these crimes 26 years ago. Mr. Honie told you yesterday that when he first entered prison, he made excuses and he blamed others. Then he decided to accept responsibility and to be accountable for his actions. From that moment on, he worked on himself to be the person who he is today. Tate wants to continue to better himself and to help where he can. Mr. Honie has a personal history that is remarkable for the extensive trauma he experienced in his childhood and young adulthood. These experiences affected his development, including his brain development, as Dr. Reynolds explained during her testimony yesterday. The difficulties Mr. Honie experienced in his life began before he was even born, as his mother likely drank alcohol during the time she was pregnant with him. Dr. Myers found in his report that the type of executive functioning deficits found in Mr. Honie were consistent with prenatal alcohol exposure. This was exacerbated by the many traumas and traumatic neglect he experienced as a child and young adult. Mr. Honie was born to parents who were highly preoccupied and impaired as a result of their alcohol addiction. They were often away from the home, leaving their older children to take care of the younger children. Mr. Honie was never able to develop an attachment to his parents because of this, which had lasting effects. He was mostly cared for by his older siblings during this time, who also had their own struggles due to their life circumstances. They also were not able to take adequate care of him and were insufficient substitutes for his early attachment needs. By the time Mr. Honie was 8, his older sibling caretakers were also abusing alcohol themselves. We heard from Dr. Reynolds yesterday that when Mr. Honie was old enough to walk, he would leave the family home for hours with no adult supervision. He wandered around the mesa, playing in garbage and ash piles. He would go for weeks without being bathed or having clean clothes. He was often referred to as the dirty boy in his community. His parents were repeatedly told by others in the community to take care of their kids. His parents often fought over their drinking and infidelities, which was a constant source of fear, helplessness, and extreme stress for Mr. Honie as a child. He also witnessed his mother attempt to take her own life with a gun during one of her arguments with Franklin. Dr. Reynolds stated in her report that the suicide of a parent is one of the most extreme manifestations of parental abandonment a dependent child can experience, and Mr. Honie witnessing the suicide attempt had lasting effects on him. Mr. Honie's siblings shared how severe and distressing their parents' fights were and how it negatively impacted them. Many of them have struggled with depression and addiction. They have also struggled to maintain intimate relationships and employment. Mr. Honie's mother left the family home on at least 2 occasions after fighting with Franklin. On one occasion, she lived at her mother's home for approximately 3 months. She remembers once looking out of the window and seeing Mr. Honie looking back at her. Teresita told him to come inside. It's okay. You can talk to me. Teresita left the home again on another occasion, but only for a couple of weeks. Franklin, Mr. Honie's father, remembers Mr. Honie crying at night when his mother wasn't at home because he missed her. Dr. Reynolds told the board that the brains of children exposed to trauma and traumatic neglect, to the degree that Mr. Honie showed differences in their brain development and their functioning. The psychological impact of such negative results in children feeling not only anxious for the well-being of their parents, but feeling abandoned, unwanted, and unloved. These feelings in Mr. Honie were only made worse when he had been told from a young age that his father was not his biological father. Mr. Honie asked Franklin about this, but his father never responded to him. This added to Mr. Honie's feelings of sadness, rejection, and confusion. It made him feel like an outsider in his own family and that he didn't belong. Mr. Honie sought comfort by spending time with 3 elderly women on the mesa who he referred to as his grandmas. Mr. Honie described this as trying to see where he belonged. Sadly, one by one, as Dr. Reynolds testified yesterday, all 3 women passed away, leaving Mr. Honie grief-stricken and resolving never to get attached to anyone after that. Mr. Honie also witnessed his parents being involved in a serious vehicle accident on the mesa. His parents were driving home and were struck by a large garbage truck that had lost its brakes going down the hill. Mr. Honie ran down to the road to the mesa to find his father covered in blood and having a seizure. His mother was trapped between the seat and the steering column. Mr. Honie's brother describes that Mr. Honie was so distressed that he was running around in circles and crying and screaming. He had thought that he had lost his parents. The experience of almost losing his parents was so terrifying and painful that Mr. Honie withdrew into himself. He blamed himself for the accident and attempted suicide shortly after. By the time the family had moved from the mesa to their new home in Palaca, Mr. Honie was spending little time at home and lived outside on his own with friends or sometimes in cars by himself. Mr. Honie was also born into extreme poverty on the Hopi Reservation. His early medical records suggest he suffered from many obvious manifestations of poverty and traumatic neglect, including bouts of scabies, impetigo, upper respiratory infections, ear infections, and pneumonia. The family of 8 lived in a 2-room home on First Mesa that had no electricity, toilets, or running water. Mr. Honie lived with his family in this home until he was 12 or 13 years old. As Dr. Gilbert testified yesterday, there were no activities for children when Mr. Honie was growing up on the reservation. Dr. Smith notes in his report that Mr. Honie told him, "We had no recreation center, no after-school activities, nothing. We lived at a poverty level below the city slums. We all had a view that I will never amount to anything. I will never be able to leave the mesa, so what's the point? I will always be looked down upon by others, and they will be better than me." Dr. Reynolds explained to the board that while the negative impacts of poverty may be buffered by parental attachments and a stable, loving family or access to resources outside of the family, this was not the case for Mr. Honie. His parents neglected their responsibilities, they drank and fought with each other. There also was no privacy in the 2-room family home, so the children were unable to escape and hide from witnessing their parents' dysregulated behavior. And outside the home, Mr. Honie was surrounded by other Hopi families living in similarly poor conditions who were demoralized by poverty, unemployment, and alcoholism. Yesterday, Dr. Reynolds analogized childhood traumas to barbed wire, saying that like a young tree that survives the close proximity to a barbed wire fence, by incorporating the barbs into its trunk and altering the direction its growth takes thereafter, Mr. Honie was wrapped in the barbs of extensive traumas when he was a child and young adult. This affected his development, including his brain development, and was directly linked to his alcohol and substance abuse. Today, Mr. Honie lives surrounded by the barbed wire of the prison. He will never escape this, but he has found a way to live a productive life and to be of use to others. And he will continue to do this if you let him. Mr. Honie's own history is also the history of his community and his ancestors. This multi-generational cultural history has had lasting effects on all of the Hopi and Hopi-Tewa people. With respect to Indian boarding schools, the Hopi consider this to be part of their living history, meaning that, and I think Dr. Gilbert explained this, it's not something that just happened in the past, it continues to have lasting effects in their lives today. As Dr. Gilbert explained, it's very much ingrained in their lives today. Dr. Gilbert spoke about Indian boarding schools as a way to assimilate the Hopi to white culture. Children, including Mr. Honie's parents and older siblings, were removed from their families and sent away, often out of state, for many years, some more than a decade, before ever returning back to the Hopi reservation. They lost their culture, their language, their identities. The boarding schools were not focused on raising doctors and lawyers and community leaders. They focused on industrial trades, creating an Indian working class. Male students were sent to farms to work, and female students worked as domestics and nannies for white people. The boarding school kept their salaries and only gave a small fraction of the income to the students, effectively using Indian students as slave labor. Students were never able to learn from their parents, their aunties, their uncles, or other village members. In the case of Mr. Honie, by the time his parents were raising their own children, they didn't have the parenting examples from their own childhood to draw on. Mr. Honie has a long history of alcohol and drug abuse. It's not uncommon for children of alcoholics to become alcoholics themselves, especially when the mother drank during her pregnancy, as Teresita believes she did. In Mr. Honie's case, these factors, as well as his chaotic and traumatic home life as a child, likely led to his alcohol and drug abuse. Mr. Honie has an extensive history of alcohol and drug abuse, including drinking beer and wine and distilled spirits, using marijuana, hash oil, marijuana laced with other drugs, PCP, LSD, mushrooms, inhalants, methamphetamine, heroin, Vicodin, codeine, Valium, and other pills. Mr. Honie first consumed alcohol at approximately the age of 5, when he took one of his father's beers from the refrigerator. By the age of 10, he was drinking beer, whiskey, and wine with his peers. He also began abusing marijuana at the same age. After this, he began using inhalants. By the time he was 12 or 13 years old, he and his friends were using cocaine, methamphetamine, heroin, marijuana, and alcohol. He abused alcohol and other drugs daily until he was arrested for this offense. Alcohol abuse was normalized in his family and society, which predicted his own use. In her report, Dr. Reynolds states that Mr. Honie's early caretaking is notable for the extreme degree to which the vast majority of his caretakers, parental figures, and role models were impaired by alcohol on a daily basis. Not only were Mr. Honie's parents affected by their alcohol addiction, many of his aunts, uncles, members of his extended family, and virtually every one of his 5 siblings struggled with alcohol and substance abuse. Additionally, as Dr. Gilbert noted, during the time Mr. Honie was growing up, alcohol use on the reservation was prevalent. Dr. Reynolds reports that the multi-generational devastation that alcohol addiction has wrought within Native families and across the entire Native communities for almost a century is an epidemiological, cultural, medical, and mental health crisis that has been empirically documented and which is widely recognized. Therefore, Mr. Honie's lifetime substance abuse was not an individual phenomenon subject to his individual vulnerabilities or control. Mr. Honie's chronic exposure to trauma also predicted his substance abuse. Dr. Reynolds stated in her report that Mr. Honie drank and used drugs as a way of avoiding and numbing the ways past trauma impinged on his mind and his emotions. He told one expert that when he drank, he always drank to get drunk, to deaden the nerves and the BS. He repeatedly stated that his substance abuse was a manifestation of his hopeless, passive suicidality, his state of living to die. His addictions and substance abuse persisted for 23 years, despite participation in 2 residential substance abuse programs, in part because Mr. Honie's underlying trauma-related anger, depression, despair, and hopelessness that drove his addictions were never addressed. Mr. Honie's substance abuse history, while severe, is a recognizable phenomenon within a substantial subset of male trauma survivors, according to Dr. Reynolds. Research on the long-term individual psychiatric consequences, health risk behaviors, and public health concerns associated with childhood maltreatment and abuse have identified substance abuse in a significant proportion of adults who experienced adverse childhood events of the kind that Mr. Honie did. In her report, Dr. Reynolds states that this is because children exposed to trauma and who are left to cope on their own with the intolerable physical and emotional impacts of such traumas will necessarily find ways to numb, avoid, and otherwise manage the biologic and emotional dysregulations that occur as a result. The chronic hyperarousal, the massive influx of stress hormones that accompany repeated episodes of exposure to violence cause the nervous system to lose or never fully develop the ability to calm itself down or to suppress unnecessary fear or numbing reaction. In the non-traumatized brain, after a period of danger is over, and Dr. Reynolds explained this yesterday, the brain will signal the body to begin to suppress the fear response and return to its normal state. In the chronically traumatized brain, however, the initial fear reaction persists, and it becomes increasingly difficult to calm the fear response, and other emotions such as intense sadness, misery, anger become dysregulated. This opens the door for many children and adolescents exposed to trauma to seek emotional relief and behavioral modification starting at a very young age by using substances, as was the case with Mr. Honie. Not only did Mr. Honie's familial, genetic, and cultural vulnerability to substance abuse function as a powerful risk factor for his own potential for substance abuse, but his early and relentless exposure to trauma throughout his childhood and adolescence loaded the physiological and psychological cards against him and made it practically inevitable that he would not only seek out substances, but that he would also become addicted to them. Mr. Honie was extremely intoxicated at the time of his crimes. He had been drinking and smoking marijuana throughout the day and evening of the crime. He told his counsel that on the day of the incident, and actually he told this board yesterday, that he began drinking that day at 8 a.m. He had consumed 2 18 packs of beer with a friend. He smoked marijuana. He drank hard liquor over the course of the day. He used methamphetamine and later drank more beer and hard liquor. While Mr. Honie had no memory of the events after this, he was told that he also smoked PCP and then passed out on the lawn of the home where he was staying. Mr. Honie did not remember being advised of his rights by the police, and his mind was not clear until 2 days following the incident. At Mr. Honie's preliminary hearing, the cab driver, Rick Sweeney, testified that he had picked up Mr. Honie at 11:40 p.m. that evening and could tell that Mr. Honie had been drinking and was intoxicated. When questioned by the police about picking up Mr. Honie, Mr. Sweeney told them that Mr. Honie had too much to drink and was really drunk. Police officers at the scene of the crime also smelled alcohol on Mr. Honie and testified that Mr. Honie had made bizarre statements at the scene. Officer Robinson testified that he could smell alcohol on Mr. Honie from 2 feet away, and Officer Griffiths also smelled alcohol on Honie's breath. The police took a blood sample from Mr. Honie and submitted it to be tested for alcohol and THC. The testing revealed that Mr. Honie's blood alcohol level was 0.07, 4.5 hours after the crimes. The blood test also revealed the THC in his blood both active and metabolized. No testing was requested by the police for methamphetamine or PCP. William Johnstone, a forensic chemist and toxicologist whose report is in the materials for the board, later performed a retrograde extrapolation to determine that Mr. Honie's blood alcohol level at the time of the incident was actually 0.15%, which was higher than the police lab report had indicated. Mr. Honie was also seen by an emergency room doctor several hours after his arrest for the deep cut to his hand. Dr. Stoltz stated that it was his opinion that Mr. Honie was highly intoxicated even at that time. He looked intoxicated, he smelled intoxicated, and he acted intoxicated, he stated. Dr. Stoltz also stated that Mr. Honie was marginally responsive and answered my questions in monosyllables and could not tell him what had occurred within the past few hours. Dr. Stoltz believed that Mr. Honie was not of sound or composed or lucid mind at the time that he examined him. This crime would not have happened but for Mr. Honie's extreme intoxication from alcohol and drugs, as well as his traumatic childhood, which impacted his brain development and ability to control his behavior. In his report, Dr. Smith diagnosed Mr. Honie with psychological disorders as well as drug and alcohol dependency. He states that Mr. Honie used a variety of drugs and alcohol which impaired the functioning of his nervous system, resulting in mood swings, poor impulse control, difficulty with attention and concentration, disrupted processing of information and sensory input, poor judgment, difficulty with decision-making, aggressive behavior, and distorted perception and memory. Mr. Honie had an extensive history of abusing these substances in combination. He progressed from an adolescent and involved alcohol and numerous other drugs. Eventually, he came to prefer alcohol and marijuana as his escape and stimulants to help him remain vigilant and remain awake, which was also described by Dr. Reynolds yesterday in children who have trauma. Dr. Smith found that Mr. Honie never had a chance to avoid his debilitating addiction to alcohol and marijuana, having been exposed to both in significant amounts before the age of 10. Dr. Smith also found that Mr. Honie's addiction to all of these substances resulted directly from both genetic and environmental factors. Dr. Smith noted that the literature indicates that children of parents who abuse alcohol or other drugs are 5 to 7 times more likely to develop an addiction. With regard to his parents, as we know, both his parents were alcoholics. In addition, his maternal and paternal aunts and uncles have significant histories of substance abuse. Consequently, Mr. Honie was genetically predisposed to develop his own addiction. The research regarding alcohol and drug dependence indicates that children who grow up in dysfunctional family environments are at an increased risk for substance abuse. These individuals also develop psychiatric symptoms and/or disorders, and they learn to self-medicate with alcohol and other drugs. Dr. Smith also explains how Mr. Honie's psychological disorders and extreme intoxication on the day of the crime impacted his actions at the time of the crimes. Given the report of drugs and alcohol Mr. Honie consumed on the day of the crime, he was acutely intoxicated by the effects of alcohol and drugs that he consumed during the time leading up to the offense. Dr. Smith states, all of these substances impaired the functioning of his central nervous system at the time of the instant offense, and the PCP, methamphetamine, and marijuana were active during the time of his arrest and interview by the police. Each of these substances caused Honie to experience mood swings, poor impulse control, difficulty with attention and concentration, disrupted processing of information. It gave him poor judgment, aggressive behavior, and distorted perception. Dr. Smith then explains that the interaction between Mr. Honie's substance abuse and his untreated psychiatric disorders interacted and had a synergistic effect. Each disorder exacerbated the negative effects of the other, causing him to be desperate, impulsive, emotionally labile, and erratic at the time of the crimes. In Dr. Meyer's report, he found that Mr. Honie had an extensive and well-documented substance abuse history. Again, discussing the history that we've discussed, he found that he had a history that is also significant for multiple head injuries, including significant loss of consciousness from injuries and intoxication. With regard to his head injuries, Dr. Reynolds yesterday touched on this briefly. Dr. Meyer notes that Mr. Honie reported as a child to be engaged in rock fights with others. He had a pastime called ram power with his older brother where they would stand at a distance and run at each other and hit each other's in the head to see who would pass out first. He also, he and other children would put themselves in aluminum tubes and roll down the mesa. He also had a significant head injury when he fell from the mesa. He was at Walpi Village, which is one part of the mesa, when he fell and hit his head on a rock, which knocked him out and then caused him to tumble down the side of the mesa, landing many feet below. He was airlifted by helicopter to a hospital in Flagstaff. He was unconscious for 45 minutes to 60 minutes before coming to the hospital. Dr. Meyer stated that given the description of this fall, it is possible Mr. Honie hit the area of his head associated with the right parietal and occipital regions of the brain. Dr. Meyer opines that these and other head injuries, along with his probable prenatal exposure to alcohol, extensive history of alcohol and substance abuse, and the acute toxic effects of substantial alcohol and marijuana was found in his system after the crimes, had an effect on his behavior at the an effect on his behavior at the time of the crimes. He concludes that some of the grisliness of this crime is tied to the fact that Mr. Honie had a compromised brain that resulted in executive function deficits and was further complicated that night by the acute effects of substances that impaired his executive functions. Throughout the state's presentation, they asserted that we are trying to overturn Mr. Honie's conviction and sentence by asking this board to commute a sentence. This misunderstands the board's role today, which is to decide if Mr. Honie is worthy of the board's mercy and grace. We are not here today to attempt to change the balance of the aggravation and the mitigation at the time of the crime, at the time of the trial and sentencing. We are not here questioning the state and federal court's decisions with respect to our ineffective assistance of counsel claims. The board has been clear through its statutes, rules, and instructions to both parties that this is not a court proceeding. Mr. Boyer is also incorrect that we have not presented any evidence that wasn't already presented at trial and sentencing. While Dr. Cohn scratched the surface of Mr. Honie's background, she did not explain to the court how Mr. Honie's traumatic background and substance abuse had an effect on the crime. Mr. Boyer also stated that there's no evidence that Mr. Honie has brain damage, arguing that Dr. Cohn was an experienced neuropsychologist. Dr. Cohn is not a neuropsychologist. She's a psychologist, and she only performed neuropsych screening, which is not the same as a full neuropsych workup as was done with Dr. Meyer, whose findings I just discussed. The evidence we have presented to the board was developed during our work during federal habeas proceedings. The declarations we obtained from the family members details their traumatic histories and those of Mr. Honie's, details the traumatic histories of Mr. Honie's mother and father and siblings. And the experts we retained during federal habeas for this hearing present new information that was never considered by any state or federal court, Dr. Gilbert and Dr. Reynolds. The state has said that for someone to be deserving of commutation, they have to have an immaculate record and demonstrate acts of charity and helpfulness to others while they're in prison. They have to go above and beyond. Mr. Honie has limited ways to help others because he is in prison, but he has helped in the ways that he can. He has worked when he had the opportunity, including as a plumber most recently, which I will discuss shortly. He also held other jobs at the prison when death row prisoners were allowed to have this opportunity. He is also supportive and helpful to other prisoners. He has also had an important role as a parent and grandparent to Tressa and Alana, even within the confines of the prison. Mr. Boyer believes Mr. Honie is not worthy of commutation because of the two recent disciplinary incidents. Mr. Honie's prison record over 25 years shows that he is not a risk of violence and that the prison agrees because they just restored his level 3 status. It is important to recognize the timing of these incidents, which occurred after his case was at an end and he knew that a warrant of execution would be coming. Mr. Boyer argues that Mr. Honie chose to be drunk and high that day. However, Mr. Honie didn't make a choice to be addicted to alcohol. It is a disease that he was exposed to as a small child and developed himself while still a child. Mr. Boyer also blames Mr. Honie for returning to Palaca, where he was exposed to alcohol and drugs within his community after living with his aunt Del Rita, where he experienced positive influences and did well in school. However, Mr. Honie was just a high schooler at that time. When he returned to live with his family, he cannot be faulted for wanting to be with his family. Mr. Boyer said that it isn't true that Mr. Honie just slapped the other prisoner during the recent altercation. He states that this is a misrepresentation by Mr. Honie. He reasons that a slap could not have caused a laceration to the chin. However, the laceration occurred when the prisoner fell to the floor. Mr. Honie wasn't lying when he said that he had slapped the other prisoner. Mr. Honie's been incarcerated on Utah's death row for 25 years, during which he has demonstrated that he is not a risk of danger to others and can live productively and positively. During the course of his 25 years on death row, there were only 8 disciplinary infractions for things such as refusing to rack in, disobeying an order, and possessing contraband. Mr. Honie discussed these incidents with the board and has been honest with the board about them. There is the solitary BO2 charge related to the incident I just mentioned for striking another prisoner once after the prisoner got in his face and threatened to hit him. While the prisoner continued to pursue Mr. Honie walked away. Mr. Honie has also honestly discussed this charge with the board yesterday. It is an anomaly in what is otherwise a record free from violent incidents. Mr. Honie's record reveals many positive reviews of his attitude and work, demonstrating excellent adjustment to prison. Mr. Honie has also held jobs at the prison and has always taken pride in his work and done his jobs well. Mr. Honie has demonstrated he can exist in prison. As this board knows, from the recent institutional progress report, Mr. Honie did well in general population, received good to excellent work ratings, has had no issues in the Antelope facility, and was recently returned to the security level 3. His most recent work experience was as an institutional plumber, which is a position of significant trust at the prison. Mr. Honie's plumbing supervisor provided a declaration, which we included in our materials to the board. Mr. Sager states that Mr. Honie is the only death row prisoner who has ever been hired to work as a plumber. Mr. Sagers found Mr. Honie to be a good worker who took direction well and who had a positive attitude. He also found Mr. Honie to be respectful and pleasant to work with. Mr. Honie even helped to train other prison workers. As part of his plumbing work, Mr. Honie was entrusted with and responsible for a bucket of tools, which included screwdrivers, a hammer, pliers, and a razor knife. Mr. Sager stated that he always felt safe around Mr. Honie. He stated that Mr. Honie was good about watching over his tools and about watching each other's backs. Mr. Honie wanted to fix things and to help people, and he took pride in his work. Mr. Honie's disciplinary records reflect that he can be safely housed at the Utah State Correctional Facility. Despite his recent disciplinary infraction last year, the prison restored his level 3 classification. This means the prison has found that he is not a risk, can live in general population, can work again, and be able to move freely, among others. Even those who commit terrible crimes are worthy of mercy and grace. If they are truly remorseful for their acts, accept responsibility, and accept punishment. Mr. Honie has always expressed genuine remorse and sadness for his crimes against Ms. Ben and her grandchildren. At his sentencing hearing, he apologized to Ms. Ben's family, saying that he was deeply sorry for killing Dee and for taking her out of their lives. He told them that he had no excuses for his actions. He said, "I'm sure you want me dead. Maybe you'll get your wish. Whatever I get, I deserve. Whatever it is will not be as bad as what I have to carry with me until the day I die. I'll pay for what I've done in this world and the next. I want to pay for what I did. I sentenced my daughter and her cousins to grow up with the horrible memories I put in their minds. If they have to deal with it, so do I. I just hope that as they are growing up, they will be able to forget these memories. I hope and pray they do." These are words of contrition. Yesterday, he came before you and expressed his continued remorse for the crimes he committed and accepted responsibility for his crimes. He said, "I did that. I'm responsible." He also apologized to Ms. Ben's family, who is also the family of his daughter and granddaughter. And he apologized to Dakota, Tony, and Tressa for what he did and for taking their grandmother from them. Mr. Honie continues to be deeply remorseful for his actions and the lasting impact they have had on his daughter and the family and community of Ms. Ben. Mr. Honie has always taken responsibility for his crimes. While he doesn't remember everything because of the extreme intoxication he was under at the time of the crime, he was the one who was there, and he accepts responsibility for everything that happened when he was there. Mr. Honie does not remember the crime committed against Ms. Ben's granddaughter, but he does not deny it. While he doesn't remember everything because of his extreme intoxication, he was the one who was there and accepts responsibility. Mr. Honie has spent 25 years on death row. He is not asking you to be let out of prison, nor does he think he deserves it. Mr. Honie is asking you to allow him to live so that he can continue to be a part of the lives of his daughter, Tressa, and his granddaughter, Alana. He is asking you to allow him to live so that they and the rest of his family do not suffer more than they already have. We are asking you to act as the jury Mr. Honie never had, and to show Mr. Honie mercy based upon who he is today, not who he was 25 years ago, and grant him the ability to continue his existence in prison. Thank you.
Does the board have questions? Ms. Sturba?
Thank you for your remarks. So Mr. Honie was sentenced over 20 years ago, and as the state brought up, multiple courts have reviewed the conviction and the sentence, and in each instance has upheld both. Can you kind of answer for us kind of your perceptions about whether it's an inappropriate exercise of the board's authority to commute the sentence at this point? And would that be an inappropriate substitution of judgment for the courts that have already reviewed this?
I don't think that. I think that clemency is something that's unique and outside of the court process. It's been around forever, and it's something that the executive has the authority, and in this case, the executive in the state of Utah is given the power to this board to do that. Mr. Honie isn't here to rethink his conviction or sentence. I mean, when you are looking at commuting someone's death sentence as we are today, you are looking at different things. You are looking for who he is now, what has happened to him over the course of the last 25 years. We're not revisiting the time of trial or sentencing. And I hope we've demonstrated to you that he's grown as a person. He's become a much better person. He admits that he was selfish at the time of the crime. He was 22 at the time of the crime, and he'd experienced a lot of different kinds of traumas that had a huge impact on him. But after being in prison for a few years, he decided that that wasn't who he wanted to be, and he has worked very hard over the course of the last 2 decades to become a different person, and he has demonstrated that. Clemency is, like I said, it's outside of the court system. It's a matter of mercy and grace. It's a matter of someone coming forth and honestly expressing remorse and honestly accepting responsibility, but also accepting punishment. He's been on death row for 25 years. Living the rest of his life in prison will be a punishment, but it will also allow him to be there for his daughter and granddaughter and his family.
Thank you for answering my question.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. Well, that concludes our presentation phase and concludes this commutation hearing. I want everybody to know that we'll take all the information that we've been given and also the information that's been provided in this hearing and deliberate. And it's not something that we take lightly. I can't speak for everybody on the board, but for me, with each passing minute, the weight of this decision I started to really feel. And whenever you have an opportunity to look somebody in the eye, it has an emotional impact on you. But I want to thank all of you, petitioners, counsel, state counsel, for your decorum and the professionalism in which you have conducted yourself in this difficult case. I want to thank the supporters and family of Mr. Honie. I'm sure it's very hard for you, and this is very hard for you. I appreciate you having the courage to share your thoughts with us as a board. And then ultimately, Claudia Ben's family, very hard for you. And I know it took a lot of emotion, a lot of courage to come and be a part of this hearing. I want you to know that we take those words very seriously. From this point forward, we will adjourn and deliberate. I don't have a time frame, whether it's going to be this week or next week. But rest assured that we'll take our time and view this evidence very thoroughly. And yeah, and we'll post our decision and our vote online and notify everybody that needs to be notified of our decision. This board is adjourned.
And with those final words from the board member, I'd invite you to take a moment to meditate and to think about what Mr. Honie must be experiencing while he awaits to hear his judgment, what the panel is going through as they wait to decide his judgment. At the time of me speaking right now at this moment, it's only 7/26/2024. His execution date is sentenced for August 8th, 2024, and I don't have the results. Now, Richard and I discussed, should we wait to do this hearing until after we have the results? And the decision was made to go through without knowing, because I think that adds to the magnitude of this hearing, not yet knowing the decision. Now, as soon as the decision is made and the different events happen, I'll put those results in the description if you want to go and check it out. But for now, we don't know the results. And we're not going to spend a lot of time unpacking this. I think that we got a descriptive version in this hearing. And if you've seen the full unedited 7-hour version, then you have everything. If you're watching the 2-hour compacted version and you want to see the full unedited version, you can click the link below. I'll just share some of my perspectives. I'll share an article from written in 1999 after the judge sentenced him to death. But in my opinion, from what we saw here, I didn't see any of those boxes that were checked. That, you know, what are the reasons that you can grant clemency? It's not a reason of, well, we're ideologically against the death penalty. It's not a reason of anything being unconstitutional. It comes or that there was decisions that were made that shouldn't have been. It really comes down to the idea that they said, well, he could have been a great inmate, or well, it could have been that he did things that were extraordinary, or maybe there were items that they didn't consider in the initial sentencing. And I don't think they checked any of those boxes, frankly. it's interesting to think that a board that was, you know, that that a board can overturn the Supreme Courts of the state and the federal government on their own is quite interesting in itself. But we are in that situation. And I just, for those of you who have watched many commutation hearings like me, we don't often see someone that has a fighting write-up and a write-up for intoxication right before their commutation date. Now, his defense argument was, well, it was the idea that his execution date was closely approaching, and that's what triggered it. But you can just come back with another argument, which is he would have known that there would have been one final Hail Mary appeal, and that having a fighting and intoxication write-up is not going to help you. It's only going to bring you one step closer to the hangman's noose. Now, in Utah, they actually offer firing squad, which is what the last execution took place. And it seems that he's objecting to the firing squad. He's asking for the chemicals, which could be a tactic, could be a strategy, because there's a lot of controversy around that. It's difficult to get the chemicals. There's a lot going around. We're not going to get into it, but that's happening now. There's a chance of maybe there can be a screw up in the middle of it, and he can survive it. And he can file double jeopardy, which has happened before, although the inmate lost. On a personal note, I think firing squad is the most humane way to go, but that's just my two personal thoughts. I thought there was so little, this is his time to fight for his life. This is his time to say why he shouldn't die, and he shows up without a written statement. He shows up just talking from the hip. He shows up and he is caught in lies. He says that, I don't even remember going into the taxi. I didn't have money. How could I have taken a taxi? And a minute later, he explains how he gave the taxi $20 and waited for change. How do you do that on the day that you are pleading for your life? He has all these attorneys and support that would have prepared him for this, and he couldn't take a few moments to put it on paper, what he was going to say. He couldn't just own it and say, yeah, I took a taxi there. He's throughout the hearing denying. There was one word that he must have said 20, 30 times. I should have counted. What was it? If I was in my right state of mind, this would never have happened. And it's like, of course, if you were in your right state of mind, this would have never. I mean, you clearly weren't in your right state of mind. And it's so like belittling, I think, to the fact he never, even now, took responsibility for everything that he did. And he was in denial. He was claiming that he only told the doctor what the doctor reported about the most horrible aspects of his crime because they told him, oh, just say it and you'll get out. Are you kidding me? We know it happened. You know what happened. And on the day of the hearing where you're pleading for your life, you're going to lie again? You know, if someone could watch this hearing, it's like, there's I guess either you believe in the death penalty or you don't. And if you don't, then that's it. You just don't. And someone might argue, well, what's the big deal? Why do you have to kill him? You know, it seems that there's not even from the surviving victims, it's not even that clear. It's not like they're asking for it. Why does the state have to go and just and see the law through, see the sentence through? And I'll tell you one thing about this from what we have seen happen in Louisiana many times is that we have seen those who are sitting on death row get commuted to life, and from life get paroled. We have seen it more than once, more than twice, more than 3 times. It happens. The news doesn't report it because people forget there's not, but it happens. And when you get commuted to life, you are now one step closer. And as Mr. O'Shea once said about this, he's going to be tempted to have another bite of the apple. Mr. O'Shea is a retired board member, a wise man from Louisiana. And he will be. And to think that he won't, you'd have to be naive, because 10 years will pass, 20 years will pass, a certain time frame will pass, and he will file to have his sentence completed. Oh, he's older now. He served enough time, 50 years. All he did was take one life. We see people getting those. I don't think you need to have a magic globe to predict that can happen. Then there's the other discussions about others, with the death penalty. If other folks can say, yeah, I see people keep getting let off, it's not really a death penalty. The death penalty is a good tool for prosecutors to have. It's a good tool in their toolbox, because if they're sentencing someone, or if that person, if they can only face life in prison, the defendant, why won't they go to trial? Why won't they make the victims get up and testify? They have nothing to lose. Well, the prosecutor can say, well, we're going to try you for the death penalty, or we'll give you life in prison. They can often say, you know what, I'll take life in prison. You can save the cost and the trauma of a trial. But if you take away the death penalty, or if someone watching this sees, the death penalty is not real, that's another argument. I'm very out of the weather, if you haven't been able to tell. And, I wish I could do it. These are the kind of recordings I wish I could change it and do it and redo it. Let's just go look at what the judge said. Killer sentenced to die. Judge says he earned it. And you'll see how he earned it. This is published May 22nd, 1999 by the Associated Press. Taberon Dave Honie had been sentenced to die for killing and sexually assaulting his girlfriend's mother. The sentence was handed down Thursday by the 5th District Judge, Robert Braithwaite, who said, "It was not a sentence I gave to the defendant. He earned it. If this isn't a death penalty case, I don't know what is." The judge then stayed the execution pending the automatic appeal required by the state law. Braithwaite said he welcomed the appeal and a review of the case, but he hopes it is not remanded back to trial. Honie, 23, was convicted of aggravated murder on July 9th, slaying of Claudia Ben, 49, at her home. Ben was at her home with her 3 granddaughters when Honie used a rock to smash through a glass patio door. Honie cut Ben's throat 4 times from ear to ear and slashed her repeatedly with the kitchen knife. After the sentence was announced, Honie mouthed the words, "You got it," toward Ben's 30 or so friends and family members sitting behind the prosecutor's table. A member of the Honie Ben's family cried. And remember how his defense attorney made it seem like he was taking accountability. Meanwhile, here he's actually looking at them, trying to flip it around, trying to make them the bad guys and he is the victim, actually mouthing to their family, "You got it." Iron County Attorney Scott Burns told the Honie family he was sorry as he left the courtroom. One of Honie's aunts responded, "I hope you enjoy your fun." And she said to Ben's relatives she hoped they could live with their conscience. No one of the Ben family responded. Again, the family of the victims being victimized, even at trial. Earlier, Ben's oldest daughter, Carol, Honie's ex-girlfriend and mother of his 2-year-old daughter, testified she would have been satisfied if Honie were sentenced to life in prison without parole. In making a plea for the judge to spare Honie's life, defense attorney Steve McCaughey asked him to consider what a father means to a daughter. There's the irony in that. McCarty said, "It doesn't seem to fit for the state to execute the father of a girl who lost her maternal grandmother. The girl is entitled to have a father to visit with." Burns argued the death penalty was the appropriate punishment and rejected claims that mitigated factors such as poverty, substance abuse contributed to the crime. Burns stressed the importance of Ben's role as a substance abuse counselor for the tribe under Cedar City, and again, that the irony of that and the idea of that, it shouldn't be, you know, when you have these cases, people can go on monologues and tangents of how special the person was that died, and you see that in true crime, and it kind of irks me in a way because in many cases it's just not true. You know, you don't need to go on a 90-second monologue on how, and they always say this, she would take her shirt off her back for someone. It's like, do you realize how pathetically cliche that is? Like, I get, you know, it's really tragic that someone's killed, but you don't need to make a monologue about how they were the next Jesus. In this case, she was so unique. She was a substance abuse counselor. She was a pillar of the community, and a word to be used that he's a pillar to their family. How often have we seen how inmates are called pillars to their family when they're sitting behind bars? Is also a joke. She was, on the other hand, a pillar to the community. She was a substance abuse counselor. She, against all odds, put herself in the situation to help her community. And everyone brings up all of these other facts without even taking that into consideration, his defense, and it's upsetting to me. Honie did not murder a drunken Indian in the park, and I'm reading this by quote, okay? Burns said, this is a prosecutor, he murdered a superstar in their community. Honie, who is a Hopi, read a written statement in court Thursday that said, "Please don't think that I don't have any remorse or sympathy if I don't cry or show how I really feel." This is what he's saying. "Please don't think that I don't have any remorse or sympathy if I don't cry or show how I really feel. It's just that I was taught by tradition that if you're a male, you don't cry openly. During the past couple of days, there is not one moment that went by that I didn't feel like throwing myself on my knees and begging for forgiveness from everyone I hurt." And that's the hypocrisy. He didn't shed one tear at trial. He didn't shed one tear in appeal. And I guess to his credit, you could say, hey, he didn't shed one tear in his defense to save his life. Maybe it is a cultural thing. Maybe he doesn't have the ability to cry. Maybe it's his ego. I don't know what the reasons are. But I didn't see anything here. I didn't see accountability. I saw lying. I saw blame. I saw someone who's really just has not accepted how horrible of a crime it is that he committed, and that maybe he does have that inner monster in him and he just doesn't want to accept it. We're going to have to see what they decide. I'm happy I'm not in their shoes. On one hand, you're saying, let him just live and die in prison, overturn the rulings of the Supreme Courts because, or follow through with what the courts have decided and see the sentence through. With that, I'll let you go.